Volume 1, Chapter 24. Weekly Dungeon Part 1. The majestic deer bounded forward with explosive speed. I twisted my waist just in the nick of time to evade its charge. The deer's antlers struck the tree, tearing it apart completely. The forest echoed with a thunderous crash as the tree began to tilt. Well, trying to stop it would be futile. The deer shook its head, dislodging the shattered fragments of wood, and lunged at me once more. It felt as if a massive 1.5-ton truck was accelerating at full throttle. Rolling on the ground, I narrowly avoided its path and managed to grasp its leg. Yet, the wound inflicted was superficial. The deer's thick hide and muscular frame offered substantial protection. I rose to my feet, bracing myself for what would be its third charge. Let's give it a try. Halting its relentless advance seemed impossible. Evading it completely was out of the question. Any failed attempt would result in my body being torn asunder. In that case, I positioned myself against the sturdy trunk of an arum tree. With a cloud of dust billowing behind it, the deer raced forward. Every impact of its hooves caused the ground to sink, leaving deep imprints a testament to its astonishing leaping power. Just as its twisted antlers threatened to rend my body, I swiftly sidestepped. Thump! The antlers of the forest queen impaled the tree trunk. Even plunging a sword into such a thick tree was far from guaranteed, yet the deer accomplished it effortlessly. As the deer violently shook its head from side to side, splintered fragments danced through the air. The tree, too, was on the verge of collapse. Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly moved away. The immobilized deer kicked its hind leg, and although I blocked it with my shield, the impact reverberated through me like a resounding blow of a sledgehammer. Damn, it's relentless. Sensation faded from my left arm. Gripping my right hand firmly around the hilt of the iron sword, I launched myself toward the deer's hindquarters. Once again, it struck out with its hind leg. I contorted my upper body, narrowly evading it. My collarbone narrowly escaped shattering into pieces. I thrust my sword into the deer's haunch, encountering a formidable resistance akin to piercing through layers of sturdy fabric. Though the blade didn't penetrate fully, I persevered, twisting it forcefully. Enraged, the deer shattered the right side of the arum tree, turning its body to swing its antlers. I had no intention of confronting those lethal antlers head-on. With my entire body lowered, almost as if prostrating myself, I braced for what came next. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind brushed against my ear. I swiftly rose to my feet, readjusting the grip on the shield in my left hand. The sword blade remained embedded in the deer's haunch. Completing another rotation with its antlers, the deer seemed poised to turn once more. Stepping inward, I struck the deer's cheek with my shield as it spun, then forcefully dislodged the sword hilt firmly embedded in its haunch. A fresh cry resounded through the air. Excellent, the sword remained intact. I immediately relinquished the shield, tightening my grip around the sword hilt. Though tightly wedged between the deer's leather hide and muscles, I managed to extract the blade. I reinserted the blade into the same wound. This time deeper. Whoosh, I swiftly retreated, creating a substantial distance. The deer's antlers tore through my garments, leaving them in tatters. Once again, I charged forward, wielding the sword hilt. Crimson blood sprayed forth, marking a newly inflicted wound. The severed tissues allowed blood-stained sword to tumble from the expanding gash. I snatched it from the air and quickly distanced myself from the thrashing deer. Agonized, the deer thrashed about, leaping in all directions, its antlers swinging wildly. Branches and rocks ensnared within its antlers shattered into fragments. I stepped back a few paces to behold the spectacle before me. And just as it presented an opening, I dashed forward and drove the sword into its temple. With the blade piercing through the skull, no monstrous entity could survive such a strike. The forest queen's eyes lost their luster, and her body slumped to the ground. Phew! I wiped the sweat off my forehead and gave my left arm a single rotation. It was a bit stiff, but I could still move it. Thankfully, it didn't seem dislocated. I wiped the blood off the sword, retrieved my shield, and surveyed the fallen queen's remains. Looking at her now, it was hard to believe she was once a deer. She resembled more of a mythical creature, perhaps even a bull. Only one leg remained intact. Now, what should I do next? My priority was to find the elemental stone, but where could it be? I had expected the corpse to vanish, leaving behind an item. However, my anticipation proved futile. Just as I pondered whether to call Jenna, the deer dropped something from its mouth. It was a sleek, green bead. Inferior windstone, grade D, an elemental stone infused with the essence of the forest, used for crafting various items and empowering certain heroes. Bingo. I had found the elemental stone. Next, I needed to locate valuable components from the forest queen, her blood and scales. Both were crucial ingredients for crafting superior items. However, I lacked the necessary tools to extract them. I attempted to push a blade against the antlers, but it barely left a scratch. They seemed tougher than steel. Bringing a saw wouldn't do the trick either. I guess I'll have to take some blood. After making several incisions with the blade, I finally managed to sever the carotid artery. I pressed the back of the shield beneath the bleeding neck. With no means of taking it with me, I had no other choice. The blood began to collect on the shield. I crouched down, observing the blood as it flowed from the neck. Watching it silently became exasperating. I rose to my feet, firmly gripping the sword. My focus now shifted to the deer's antlers. Initially, I had contemplated discarding them, but my thoughts had changed. There was no telling when I would have another chance to obtain them. I relaxed my body, honing my concentration. With both hands clutching the sword hilt, I prepared for a decisive strike. I swung the sword down with force. Clang, unbelievable. Sparks erupted from the point of impact between the sword and antlers. Beyond mere disbelief, I was left dumbfounded. It felt as if I were cutting through steel. It wasn't merely shattering the tree like brittle timber. Ultimately, there remained only one option. Chapter 24, Weekly Dungeon Part 2. Later, I made my way towards the dimensional portal, carrying the spoils. Was it possible to bring them back without placing the ingredients inside the portal? If I simply held them in my hands, would they return with me? If so, there would be no need for this arduous journey. However, if not, it would certainly pose a predicament. The Forest Queen wasn't a monster that appeared at any given moment. Even after spending an entire day visiting the Forest of Trials, there were instances where it failed to make an appearance. With the intention of not missing out on any rare materials, I personally carried them all the way to the dimensional portal. I strapped the sword to my waist and held the blood-stained shield's ring in my left hand. In my right hand, I grasped the severed head of the deer. There was no other choice. Since I couldn't remove the antlers, I had to cut off the neck instead. Although it was a bit challenging to sever the bones, they weren't as tough as the antlers. As I descended along the valley, a rustling sound caught my attention from the right. It wasn't an animal. There was a faint scent of blood carried by the wind. Hi. It's a monster. The man, who was in the process of moving the hind leg of the slaughtered deer, looked at me and hesitated. A monster? Oh, the man stumbled and stood up. Is that you, Han? Do I need to introduce myself every time you see me? I dragged the severed deer head along as I moved forward. It was evident that appearances could be deceiving. My clothes were torn from the battle with the queen, and I wore a makeshift armor of deer hide, stained with the deer's blood. Soon, Jenna emerged from the depths of the forest. Her sleeves were also stained with blood. Oh, hey, Opa. I am tired, lend me a hand. I tossed the deer head in front of Jenna. Roll, roll. The lifeless eyes of the dead deer gazed at Jenna. Why is this deer so huge? I went hunting for a big one. Oh, you should have called me. I would have joined you earlier. Jenna held the deer's head with both hands. The blood stains on her dress didn't seem to bother her. She's quite a character. If there was one word to describe her, it would be eccentric. That's why I brought her along. How many did you catch? 2 deer and a wild boar. That should keep everyone in the waiting room satisfied for a while. Everyone in the waiting room? Yes. We don't eat among ourselves only. But why did you bring the head? The head doesn't taste good. I brought it because of the antlers. They just wouldn't come off. Now that I think about it, this one is a female deer with antlers. Can you determine the gender just by looking at the head? Of course. I've spent a long time in the forest, you know. We arrived at the dimensional portal. I first sprinkled the blood from the shield. Han has collected Queen's blood. Tips / in the weekly dungeon, heroes often collect rare materials. Good. If it hadn't worked, I would have meant throwing away valuable materials. Next, I instructed Jenna to throw the head into the dimensional portal. Jenna has collected Queen's antlers. This works too. The head, which wasn't recognized as an item, disappeared, and only the antlers seemed to have been transferred. In front of the dimensional portal, 3 party members diligently transferred the gathered materials. Louis has collected deer hide. Jeffrey has collected wild boar meat. Owen has collected tree branch. Lastly, I swiftly threw in the elemental stone without anyone noticing. The collection complete message appeared. Ching, skill awakening. Jenna has acquired the forest hunter skill. She's awakening again, huh? The forest hunter skill is a passive ability that enhances combat performance in forest environments and provides bonuses to animal hunting. Considering her background of living in the forest and having a hunter as a father, I had some expectations. Before I knew it, the materials accumulated in front of the dimensional portal were revealed. 321. Should I catch one more? Leave it. We'll be heading back soon, but how do you know all this? Are you practicing magic or something? You'll find out how soon enough. When a magician joins and a magic research lab is built, the research tab becomes available. Among the research options, there is a category called responsiveness research. This research aims to improve the hero's ability to respond to the master's commands. The higher the research level, the clearer the hero's understanding and ability to discern the master's requests. If it weren't for me, those who came here would have wandered around cluelessly and probably returned empty-handed. I know this from my own experience as a master. I sent them to gather resources, but they returned without anything. If my prediction is correct, once the research is completed, the people here will soon be able to see the system as well. However, we're not there yet. I found a comfortable spot under the shade of a suitable tree and stretched out, resting my legs. A refreshing breeze blew, carrying a faint scent of the recorded voice. As I relaxed, the 3 men also took a breather, keeping an eye on me. Soon, a bright light enveloped us. Mission complete. The hero will return to the waiting room. Obtained items, tree branch X54, deer. We returned through the dimensional rift. Stepping out into the plaza, it was already late at night. The 3 men bid me farewell and disappeared into their lodgings, ready to rest. Tips/want more materials. Gather the idle heroes and send them to the weekly dungeon. Form a party. Drag and drop heroes. Han will be removed from Party 4. Jenna, this time, Mkina removed all the existing members from Party 4 and started forming a new party with Aaron leading the way, along with Dika and 3 more people. It was a necessary measure, since heroes who had already visited the weekly dungeon couldn't go again until the next day. Of course, with special skills, they could go twice or even 3 times. They were referred to as collection agents and were responsible for gathering resources. Jenna pouted and spoke up. I want to hunt a little more. I don't know when I'll get another chance. Jenna wishes to participate in the forest weekly dungeon. But she can't, it's not possible. Anyway, I should inform Chloe Nee about this good news. We can finally enjoy a meat dish. Tell her when you wake up. Get up and tell her. It was the perfect time to approach Chloe. As the one in charge of cooking, she moved faster during the night and morning than others. Yawning, I made my way back to the lodging. Having collected the windstone, only the fire and water stones remained. Chapter 25, Weekly Dungeon Part 1, Floor Update, now on the 5th floor. Although the weekday dungeon is opened on the 5th floor, there are only 3 types of dungeons available right after its opening: Isalta Mine, Candleroot Forest, and Singmere Plateau. In these 3 dungeons, you can collect inferior elemental stones from the monsters that appear and exchange them for promotion stones, which will enhance your abilities. The schedule goes as follows: the mine on Mondays and Tuesdays, the forest on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and the plateau on Fridays and Saturdays. On Sundays, all 3 weekday dungeons are accessible. I found myself sitting on a bench in the square, relishing a juicy chicken leg. It had been quite a while since I last tasted meat. I realized it had been over a month since I arrived in this place without a chance to savor its succulent flavors. Yesterday, thanks to Jenna's successful hunt, we finally had some meat for our meal. It was a welcome change. Apart from the debate of whether it tasted good or not, surviving on just potatoes wouldn't provide a balanced, nutritional intake. You waited, didn't you? Yeah, if you dared to say you didn't wait, I would have pouted. Jenna emerged from our lodging. She had a bow and quiver strapped to her back with a dagger hanging from her waist. Did you enjoy your meal? It was thrilling. I feel like I have eaten a whole deer. At this moment, a lively party was likely underway in the lodging's dining hall. Well, that wasn't our main concern. I spoke up. Acel, I want to venture into the weekday dungeon. Get ready, I'll open the door. Creak. The portal to the space and time realm gradually materialized. The current time displayed is 7:48 am. The available opened weekday dungeon is the plateau, right? Correct. A day had elapsed in Earth's time since yesterday. We had been gradually constructing a calendar by comparing the time in the waiting room with Earth's time. With the last morsel of chicken leg in my hand, I cleanly separated the remaining meat and tossed the bones into the nearby trash bin. Jenna and I prepared to step into the space and time portal together. Climb the tower and save the world. Main dungeon, current floor 5, a different dungeon experience awaits each day. Weekday dungeon. Singmere Plateau, 11 hours. Collect a variety of rare materials. Exploration dungeon, access denied, available after clearing the main dungeon 10th floor. As I looked to the left, the entrance to the main dungeon appeared as a pitch-black void. Given the hero's autonomous actions, it was a natural consequence that there were no other accessible areas apart from the weekday dungeon. By the way, can we truly become stronger by collecting these materials? Have I ever been wrong? Just follow my lead. Jenna, like myself, was on the verge of a promotion. To achieve her promotion, she needed to gather 2 elemental stones. Therefore, only the 2 of us were heading out. Aaron seemed to be compensating for yesterday's missed training as he tirelessly practiced with his spear since the break of dawn. Dika was there with him, lending a hand. I've opened the passage. Just step into the mirror. All right. I raised my gaze. Dark clouds loomed in the ash-gray sky. Amkina, our usual connection point, remained disconnected. Placing my finger on the mirror's surface, I quickly entered. Faint ripples spread from the point of contact, as if the mirror itself reacted to my touch. After taking a deep breath, I pushed my body forward, completely immersing myself into the portal. The landscape had transformed. A fierce wind howled, causing the tall reeds in the field to bend low. Temporary party, Han, Jenna, has entered the weekday dungeon, Singmere Plateau, lowest level. They will gather materials and return. Ahead, a dimensional portal unfurled, a gateway reminiscent of the one we had encountered in the forest. Jenna emerged from the portal, her hand pressed against her forehead as she took in the surroundings. What a magnificent view! The cool breeze is refreshing. As we stood at the edge of the cliff, the expansive plain stretched out beneath us. While we couldn't determine the exact height, it seemed to surpass a minimum of 1,000 meters above sea level. Extending our hands beyond the cliff, we encountered an ethereal barrier obstructing our path. Inside the cliff, a sprawling meadow unfolded before our eyes. Suddenly, a red flower caught my attention, a vibrant bloom nestled within a crevice. It's a life bloom. I had seen illustrations of this flower, and its 6 divided petals a vital ingredient for crafting healing potions. If time permitted, we should gather some before leaving. Follow my lead. Got it. We pushed through the meadow, forging ahead. The monster you need to catch here is the Highland Tracker. They have a simple movement pattern. If you follow along here, a river comes out, and around the river I am lucky. We found it right away. Highland's Tracker level 10. Highland Tracker was a giant wolf with blue-black fur. He was drinking water with his feet in the river. We were crouched under a rock about 5 meters from the river. Is that big boy the prey? I nodded without speaking. I took my sword out of the scabbard and raised my shield. Jenna put an arrow on her bow. In this realm, we would face the Plateau Trackersa challenge we were well prepared for. Each weekday dungeon housed its distinctive guardian: deer in the forest, wolves in the plateau, and snakes in the caves. Aim for their legs. Wouldn't it be better to go for a headshot, taking him down in one strike? Hell, retaliate fiercely. Jenna drew her bow, aligning her sights with the wolf, while I unsheathed my sword and raised my shield. She knocked an arrow. Jenna fixed her aim on the wolf. The arrow was released. Ping! The wolf agilely evaded the arrow as if anticipating the attack. He evaded. I told you it won't be that easy. This wolf possessed a unique skill called surprise evade, which had a high chance of evading projectile strikes. Although attacking non-vital areas would decrease their defensive capabilities, it seemed our tactic had failed as well. Grrrr, the wolf emanated a clear sense of hostility. There's no longer a need to conceal ourselves. I stepped out from behind the rock, slowly revealing my presence. Kunk-kunk, yellow droplets flew as the wolf growled. This creature surpassed the ordinary forest dwellers in size, much like the forest queen. Its sinewy limbs displayed robust muscles, and with each growl, its sharp fangs gleamed in the light. He looks tough, but I think I can land a strike. Don't worry, I'll provide an opening. Let's go. I charged forward, wielding my shield as the wolf lunged at me. I have to use the frenzy state. Chapter 25. Weekly Dungeon Part 2. This battle didn't call for intricate strategy. It was a raw, unfettered fight. I decided to harness the frenzy skill I had acquired from our previous mission. It was a high-risk, high-return skill that unleashed my full potential by sacrificing rationality. How could I activate it, though? Do I need to unleash my anger? I couldn't figure it out, so I halted my thoughts and raised my shield. A powerful impact shook my left hand. The wolf had swung its massive front paw, aimed directly at my shield. It wasn't on par with the forest queen, but it possessed formidable strength. Swiftly regaining my stance, I rolled aside. The wolf's claws dug into the ground, just inches away. The wolf immediately retaliated with a swipe of its claws. Its claws grazed the tip of my nose. Accompanied by the sound of the wind, a drop of blood trickled from my nostril. Fast, the breaks between its attacks were minimal. Dealing with it using my sword was challenging. One wrong move and my right arm would be severed. If not for my shield, it would have been a daunting opponent to face. Gradually, I retreated, skillfully parrying each attack with my shield. Thwack! An arrow flew with perfect timing, piercing the wolf's side. Growl! The wolf turned, baring its fangs at Jenna. Seizing the opportunity, I thrust my sword into the wolf's exposed back. The wolf swiftly spun around, swiping its claws. Its claws tore through the trajectory of my strike. Although my leather arm guard was in tatters, I managed to plunge my sword into its side, right beside the arrow's entry point. Ping! Another arrow found its mark, piercing through the wolf's hindquarters. Seizing the moment, I struck the side of the wolf's head with my shield as it lunged toward Jenna. Thud! Yet another arrow struck home. Jenna was behind me, I was in front. The plateau tracker met its demise, caught between our onslaught of swords and arrows. After some time, the wolf's tongue lolled out of its mouth as it collapsed. A small orb rolled from its parted jaws. Inferior water elemental stone, grade D, A stone infused with the essence of the plateau, used for crafting various items and aiding certain hero promotions. Luck was on our side once again. We obtained the elemental stone in a single encounter. It was fortunate that only one wolf appeared. Typically, plateau trackers roamed in packs of 2 or more. This one seemed to have strayed from the group, seeking solitude to quench its thirst. Although I didn't have the chance to use the frenzy skill this time, opportunities would arise in the future. Jenna, skin this creature. What will you use it for? I have plans for it later. And when is later exactly? Jenna grumbled but began to skin the wolf using her dagger. Meanwhile, I plucked a vibrant red flower growing by the riverside. Now, let's see potion ingredients: life bloom, plateau water, crackle mushroom, and fool's gold. The first 2 could be found here. Crackle mushrooms in the forest and fool's gold in the mine. The purpose of fool's gold remained unclear, but it seemed that its potential knew no bounds. As Jenna worked on skinning, I diligently gathered life blooms. Originally, herb gathering would have been difficult without the herbalist's skill, but with item names popping up visibly for me, it wasn't too challenging to collect them. Plateau water was simply the river flowing through the plateau. I took out a prepared water container and filled it with the crystal-clear river water. What about the claws and fangs? I've already separated them. Perfect. Snip, snip. Jenna's nimble fingers skillfully performed the task behind me. It's so peaceful here. Before you speak of peace, wipe the blood off your hands. Why? It's proof that we've put in the effort. The bluish fur of the wolf was now stripped off, revealing its true form. Jenna began meticulously trimming the sharp claws. It would be wonderful if we could always enjoy this tranquility hunting and gathering herbs, free from the constant presence of the master. Can you imagine? Having enough to eat, a place to rest. Without the master, it's like an earthly paradise. I am a master too, you know. I swallowed my response. In a way, it wasn't entirely wrong to consider it paradise without the constant oversight of the master. We had found companions to journey with, and the opening of the weekly dungeons brought us various ingredients. It was as if a small village had formed in our midst. I wonder if the guys in Niflheimer have similar thoughts. The desire for the master to be absent. Even I harbored some dissatisfaction with our current master. If given the chance, I would willingly step into their role. I believed I could manage the waiting room more efficiently than our current situation if only I could take charge. Don't you desire to engage in combat? I asked Jenna. What do you mean? Combat isn't limited to fighting on the front lines. You have the ability to hunt, and you're not completely devoid of skills. You don't need to worry about being overshadowed. Are you trying to lift my spirits? If circumstances improve from what they are now, there's nothing to lose. In terms of survival, it was often more advantageous to assume a non-combat role instead of being on the front lines in the main party. If I had prioritized survival, I would have found a way to shift into that position. Just like the skilled carpenter expertly carving branches in the woodworking shop around this time. Let's head back. Time is running out. Jenna swiftly wiped her blood-stained hands and rose to her feet. With our spoils in hand, we made our way toward the dimensional portal. Just when we thought the journey was close to ending, sudden figures emerged before the dimensional portal. Running toward the dimensional portal, I called out to Jenna. Duck, growl, thud. Before us lay the bodies of 5 Highland trackers, as big as their fallen comrade. The dimensional portal was within reach. We wasted no time and rushed towards it. Take this. Jenna tossed the thick wolf hides into the dimensional portal. Jenna has collected Highland tracker leather. Jenna has collected sharp fangs. Han has obtained lifebloom. With the materials gathered in one go, we jumped into the depths of the dimensional portal. Mission complete. The hero returns to the waiting room. Items obtained. Lifebloom. As we returned to the plaza, we quickly tidied ourselves up. The materials we had just taken into the dimensional portal would automatically be packaged and stored on the shelves in the warehouse. I thought we were done for. How are we supposed to gather materials when we're surrounded like that? They usually don't gather near dimensional portals. Even if we did encounter them, we could simply retreat into the portal. Although we would lose our entry pass, it was still better than the main dungeons where there was no escape once inside. In the future, we would form parties for the weekly dungeon with 1 combat member assigned as an escort for every 4 gatherers. It was the standard composition for a weekly dungeon party. I briefly explained the concept of the weekly dungeon to Jenna. I couldn't personally guide her through every detail. I informed her about what she needed and how to reach the 2-star level. Jenna had an intuitive understanding of concepts like levels and grades. With each level increase, her physical abilities would soar, and she couldn't help but notice the difference. It's really strange. The location changes every day and we can only go once. For the master, it's a daily occurrence. But for us, it's not. Once we enter the location, we must first find and defeat those enemies, no matter what. We leave the minor materials to the others. Understood. The more elemental stones and rare materials we obtained, the better. After promotion, we could use them to create special items or imbue equipment with unique powers. For now, I think this is as far as we can go. Promotion was a necessary step, but there was no immediate urgency. Apart from the level restriction being lifted, there weren't many significant advantages to it. Even if we couldn't level up, we could still accumulate experience. And as we continued exploring the weekly dungeon, materials would naturally accumulate, and therefore, I headed towards the training grounds. Chapter 26. Paid 5 consecutive draw part 1. A few days had passed. Assembling a party. Drag and drop your heroes. Dika has joined party 1. Dika had become a member of our main party. Please take care of me. Dika nodded to me with a determined expression on her face. After the tragic deaths of Zeeth and Hansen, he displayed a somber demeanor for a while. However, it seemed he had managed to recover in some way. Recently, he had been joining me and Aaron in our training sessions. The sky shimmered brightly. It meant that the master had logged in. It seems that it won't be just a weekly dungeon today, huh? Aaron adjusted his spear nervously. The members Yslat called upon were me, Jenna, Aaron, and Dika. We were the core fighting party in the current waiting room. Compared to me, Dika was significantly weaker, but he outperformed the other members. Most of them were still on the first floor. When venturing into the weekly dungeon, we were dispatched with the sub-members, so these folks could understand the master's intentions. Open, rift of time and space? The central door of the plaza swung open, our party's faces tensed up. Even Jenna, who usually maintained composure, had a rigid expression. Why are you so nervous? The 5th floor was incredibly challenging. I thought I was going to die. Aaron let out a sigh. Don't worry, it won't be as tough this time. Really? Yes, absolutely. There seems to be some room for doubt in your answer. While there is always a slim chance of encountering a high-difficulty mission in the substage, I couldn't be completely sure. That was the rule of pick-me-up. I took a step forward. Before long, 3 others followed suit. We couldn't fill the required party slots, but it didn't matter. I took a light, deep breath. Climb the tower, save the world? Main dungeon, current floor 5, the left mirror in the rift of the dimension began to radiate light. It signaled our entry into the main dungeon. The tension returned to my party members' faces, particularly Dika, who trembled while tightly gripping his sword and shield. We didn't tell him how Zeeth and Hansen had met their end. Soon, the light vanished, and we found ourselves in an unfamiliar location. Floor 6, Mission Type Exploration, Objective Explore the Unknown Location. The field is a forest. Exploration, another rare mission had appeared. I took a moment to assess the surroundings. No enemies were in sight, only a vast field of swaying grass stretched out before us. Hyung, I don't see any enemies. Could this be another situation like the 5th floor? SHH. Aaron became as silent as a statue and nodded in agreement. Don't raise your voices. Everyone, lower your heads and bow down. They immediately lie down flat on the ground like soldiers. I said lower your heads, not lie down on the ground. The party members stood up, slightly bewildered. There's nothing major here, so relax. As long as we fulfill the conditions, we can make it through safely. Yes. Wait a moment, I'll be back soon. After concealing the 3 of them amidst the field, I quietly slipped away to the side of the road. As I advanced, I sensed an obstacle ahead. It seemed impassable. It's a linear-shaped map. If we followed the path that cut through the center of the field, we might reach an event point. When I returned, I directed the party to venture in the opposite direction. Are we sneaking somewhere? Jenna asked, plucking a stray leaf from her head. We proceeded, carefully hiding our bodies within the dense foliage of the grassy forest. With her keen eyesight, Jenna took the lead, and I followed closely behind. It feels familiar. I am not usually fond of these kinds of situations. Muttering to herself, Jenna skillfully navigated through the verdant undergrowth. Before long, our attention was captured by the appearance of enemies. 3 goblins stood nonchalantly on the path, forming a loose formation. Kira Kurararo, the goblins engaged in animated chatter among themselves. What are they saying? These goblins were unlike any we had encountered before. Their scrawny arms now boasted sinewy muscles, and their physique had grown more formidable. Their shoddy attire, once barely covering them, had undergone a transformation. They sported crude leather armor and wielded swords and shields. Goblin level, 8x3, do we take them down, Hyung? Aaron tightened his grip on his spear. Wait, I examined the goblins' appearance once again. A small horn whistle dangled from the leather belt around their waists. Pointing towards a tree beside the dense grass, I instructed, Jenna, do you see that tree? Yes, I do. Climb to the top and see what's up there. Jenna swiftly ascended the tree. After a brief moment, Jenna returned with valuable information. I think there's a goblin lair. There's a structure within the barrier, and it seems to be teeming with them. How many are there? It's hard to say. Maybe around 100. I grasped the situation. It seemed to be a trap-like pattern. Inexperienced heroes would encounter the goblins while following the path and immediately engage in combat. That had been the recurring theme in the previous stages. Jenna, target the goblin on the far right when I give the signal. Got it. Aaron, when I lure them, thrust your spear into the head of that one. Understood. As for you, Dika gazed at me with hopeful eyes. If anything unexpected happens, lend us your assistance. Yes, there was nothing else to assign. Besides, exploration hardly yielded any significant experience points. I lay flat on the ground, plucking a small pebble rolling amidst the tall grass. Thunk! The pebble hit the back of a motionless goblin. The The struck goblin turned towards the direction of the grass, wearing a perplexed expression. Tap, tap. I lightly tapped the ground with the hilt of my sword. The goblin, detecting the sound, ventured closer, as the familiar odor of the goblin wafted towards my nose. Now, Jenna's arrow pierced through the forehead of the rightmost goblin. Aaron's spear impaled the face of the goblin protruding from the foliage. The remaining goblin let out a terrified shriek and pulled out a horn whistle. Emerging from the tall grass, I sprinted forward and delivered a forceful blow to the goblin's face with my shield. Despite losing a broken tooth, the goblin desperately clung to the horn whistle, attempting to blow it. PFF. I swiftly kicked the horn whistle aside and thrust my sword into the left side of its chest. The goblin crumpled without even having the chance to scream. As I withdrew the sword, sticky blood clung to its blade. Is it over? Dika emerged from the grass. His face displayed a mixture of surprise and relief. For now. I replied and wiped the blood off the blade. All 3 goblins had transformed into lifeless bodies. None of them had succeeded in blowing the horn whistle. I nudged the shattered horn whistle on the ground with my foot and spoke. If we let that whistle sound, reinforcements will come pouring out of the stronghold, making things quite troublesome. Rushing in without knowing it's an extermination mission would trigger the trap. A message appeared indicating the completion of the mission. Stage clear, reward 5,000 G, MVP Han, Chapter 26, paid 5 consecutive, draw part 2. Gradually, a radiant light began to wrap around us. It's already over? Jenna blinked in surprise. We were slowly fading away into the light. It's not over yet. I sprinted along the path. Before returning to the plaza, there was something we needed to learn. The reason this mission was called exploration, to gather information, because we would receive a hint about the next stage. Since the introduction of exploration, it was clear it wouldn't be a single mission. Although randomized, it didn't mean everything was unpredictable. Building upon previous missions and the setting, we could indirectly anticipate the field and task that would unfold. For beginners, exploration seemed like an easily granted mission, but for skilled players, it held a different meaning. I ran at full speed, meticulously surveying the surroundings. Gradually, my form became faint. I had to grasp as many hints as possible within that luminous realm. No matter how much I ran, there were no obstacles ahead. Through the gaps between trees that sporadically rose on both sides of the road, a particular scene caught my eye. It was a shabby stockade, about 5 meters tall, with ramshackle huts huddled together within the gaps. Dozens of goblins roamed near the huts. It's a goblin stronghold. It was the village Jenna had seen. I disregarded it and kept running. It didn't take long for the second goblin stronghold to appear. Is this a massive goblin habitat? In this village, goblins were accompanied by wolves. When a goblin rode on one of those wolves, it became a goblin rider. Among the goblin series, they proved to be quite formidable with their distinctive mobility. Just then, my eyes met with a goblin. The goblin dashed toward me with determination, but collided with an invisible barrier and tumbled to the ground. I couldn't reach there either, and the goblin couldn't come to this place. Currently, that stronghold was nothing more than an inaccessible backdrop, but it wouldn't be the case in the next mission. I continued running along the path. Soon, the dense forest gave way to an open plain. The landscape stretched out before me, revealing a clear view. The entire forest seemed to be transformed into a goblin stronghold. It felt more like a forward operating base than a typical stronghold. The goblins were bustling with activity, crafting weapons, donning armor, and taming wolves. Dozens of goblins clung to the edges of the map, their presence clearly visible. They let out strange, menacing cries, but I paid them little heed. I had seen enough. It was a mere moment before my body completely vanished from sight. I increased my speed, pushing myself even further. As I raced at full throttle, I soon caught sight of a city standing in the distance. And then, I returned through the rift of space and time. Why did you rush ahead on your own earlier? Just wanted to take a quick look outside. I had gathered sufficient information. Now, it was time to use what I had just witnessed as a foundation to anticipate the theme of the upcoming linked quests and strategize accordingly. It's what they call estimating the clearance projection. In the case of these sudden, special dungeons, there was no choice but to send a scouting party to test the waters. However, in the main dungeons, there were often hints to be found. This flow of linked quests that began with exploration was known as a stream. T/N, stream, a series of linked missions. Analyzing the stream was also a skill of the master. How frustrating. I wasn't sure if what I had seen had been effectively conveyed to Mkina. Even if he understood, at this point, when both resources and heroes were short, there wasn't much that could be done. I had thought the stream would come at a later time, but it arrived sooner than expected. As I emerged into the plaza, Chloe came rushing towards me in a panic. There was an inexplicably uneasy look on her face. Han, something terrible happened. What is it? Chloe seldom left the plaza as she was often occupied with preparing meals for a group of 10 or more. Her large brown eyes were filled with worry. What happened, Chloe? Some strange people showed up, so what? Is this the first time you encounter strangers? It seemed that while we were on the mission, Mkina had summoned someone. Apart from the 10 consecutive summon we had done before, Mkina occasionally brought along 1 or 2 one-star heroes. However, it's not the right time to summon heroes when the mission is still ongoing. I furrowed my brow in concern. Getting distracted during a main dungeon run was a bad habit, to say the least. They seem different somehow. They're armed and their vibe feels off. Chloe voiced her worries. Acel, what's the matter? Show me the system logs from when I was away. Okay, hold on. Soon enough, the system message appeared. It was displaying past events. He had ordered the woodworking station to process branches and sent a sub-party of 3 to the 2nd floor. And then I read through the logs carefully, taking my time. If you desire anything right now, make your purchase. Mobius supports the master's choice. You have selected the newbie potent package. Package contents: 25 0 gems, 50,000 gold, low-grade ore, lumber, leather x10, all of this for only 50,001. The corresponding amount will be added to your phone bill next month. Are you sure you want to proceed with the payment? Yes, selected/no. It was Mkina's second purchase. The 5,000 gems obtained from the previous package had already been used for facility construction. Payment has been completed. The items have been delivered to your mailbox. Please check them. Here they come. Summon heroes. Summon heroes using gold or gems. Experience the infinite heroes of Mobius Summon. Master, initiating advanced summon. You have chosen 5 consecutive advanced summon. It will consume a total of 25 0 gems. Would you like to proceed with the summon? Yes, selected/no. Master, initiating advanced summon. I am excited to see which heroes will emerge. Clack, whoosh, whoosh. Thud, rare. Master Mkina has acquired hero Avant, rare. Master Mkina has acquired hero Zakin, rare. Master Mkina has acquired hero Waif, rare. Master Mkina has acquired hero Vajin, rare. Master Mkina has acquired hero Eddies. Chapter 27. Paid 5 consecutive draw part 1. It turned out they were even later than expected, much to everyone's surprise. If it were up to me, I would have recruited them for the party before tackling the climb to the 5th floor. That way, we could have bonded right from the start. However, based on the messages we received, all 5 of them are 3-star characters, which is promising. But there was something intriguing beneath those messages, catching my attention. Chime. A strong connection emanates from the summoned individuals. A bond called the Fangwolf Mercenary Corps has been formed. Tips / when performing consecutive summons, there is a very low chance of summoning heroes who have a bond with each other. These individuals exhibit even greater combat prowess when they belong to the same party. This concept of bond is quite rare and special. A bond acts like a set, granting a combat power bonus when members are assembled in the same party. It's a rather uncommon occurrence, even in consecutive summons. We'll find out if Mkina's luck is on the good or bad side once we meet them in person. So, where are these people right now? They said they're exploring and taking in the sights. You can head back to the kitchen. Don't worry, they won't harm you. They're just an eccentric bunch. Chloe nodded, understanding, and made her way back to the dormitory. Do you think you're similar to them, Hyung? Note, Hyung is a term used to address an older brother or a respectful senior. I am different. I sheathed my sword and slung the shield over my back. Our party remains intact. The arrival of these unique newcomers won't change a thing. We'll continue as we have been. Thank you for your hard work. Aaron and Dika respectfully bowed before heading into the training grounds. The plaza's clock pointed to evening. They were hardworking individuals indeed. Are you planning to check on those people, Opa? Note: Opa is a term used by a female to address an older brother or a male friend/romantic interest. For now, yes. I'd like to join you. I've been curious anyway. Within the waiting room, we had the dormitory, training grounds, armory, and equipment workshop. These were the 4 facilities available. We decided to start by visiting the nearest dormitory. As we entered the lobby, there stood a woman we hadn't seen before. "Hello there." Jenna cheerfully approached the woman and called out to her. Startled, the woman, who had been gazing at the fireplace, hesitated before responding. Hello, I am Jenna Shurai. What's your name, Unnie?" Note: Unnie is a term used by a female to address an older sister or a respectful senior female. I am Eddie's Callan. Nice to meet you. Jenna reached out her hand. Eddie's hesitated for a moment but eventually shook Jenna's hand. And this handsome Opa here is Han. He may come across as tough, but deep down, he's a warm-hearted guy. Stop making a fuss. I casually plopped down on the sofa in the lobby. So, Eddie's right? I'd like to have a chat with you. Do you have some time? As I spoke, my gaze fell upon Eddie's, meticulously examining her features. She possessed captivating brown eyes and long, luscious curls that cascaded down her back. Dressed in a sleek, ebony leather armor, she adorned her belt with 2 gleaming daggers and a compact short bow. I invoked the status window to gain insight into her abilities and background. Eddie's Callan, level 1 xp0/10, class Thief, strength 13/13, intelligence 10/10, stamina 14/14, dexterity 17/17, skills novice dagger mastery level 3, novice archery level 1, swift reflexes level 1. True to her 3-star rating, she emerged with a formidable profession. A thief. With a characteristic blend of agility, her strength and stamina were relatively modest. Among her repertoire of skills were novice dagger mastery, archery, and swift reflexes. While akin to Jenna, her focus seemed to be more attuned to the art of dagger wielding rather than archery. Jenna returned with 2 cups of water, gracefully extending one towards Eddie's. "For now, have a seat," she kindly suggested. Without a word, Eddie's settled onto the opposite sofa, her eyes glistening with curiosity as she took a sip. Then, inquisitively, she ventured forth with her inquiries. "Do you have any knowledge about this place?" "I possess fragments of information, but mysteries still shroud certain aspects," I replied. Curious about her own understanding, I further inquired, "What about you? How much do you know? Can you recall how you arrived here?" She mused pensively, her eyes narrowing as if attempting to retrieve elusive memories. Gradually, she began to speak. "I am unaware of the exact circumstances, I merely sense an unspoken calling to fight," she confessed. "A summoning for the sake of combat," I mused. "Yes, it feels as though there's an innate necessity to fulfill," she responded. Curiosity piqued, I probed deeper. "Do you happen to know the underlying reason behind this compulsion?" Whenever I strain to recollect, an intense headache ensues, hindering my attempts, she revealed. A heavy sigh escaped my lips as I contemplated the implications. "Are you acquainted with the concept of synthesis?" I inquired. "Synthesis," Eddie's echoed, her brows furrowing in contemplation. "It refers to gaining strength through the sacrifice of others," she replied, her voice tinged with a blend of recognition and uncertainty. "Indeed, you're familiar with it," I acknowledged. Continuing my line of questioning, I sought to gauge her knowledge of the master's existence. After a prolonged period of introspection, Eddie's posed a query, wondering if they held dominion over this realm. While she seemed to grasp the concept, the intricacies of summoning and its associated mechanics remained somewhat elusive to her. As I pondered our conversation, a cascade of memories flooded my mind, retracing the impressions left by the individuals summoned from the very first Shay to the present-day Eddies. Jenna, Aaron, and the other 1-star individuals arrived here without any knowledge of why they were summoned or what they needed to do. As for the 4-star Shay, it seemed she had a sense of why she had to fight. And in front of me, Eddies, while unsure of why she was summoned, knew exactly what she had to accomplish. She had a grasp of the concept of masters and even understood synthesis. The information gap varies based on the summoned rank, I concluded briefly. Before coming here, I suppose you were a mercenary? I asked. I belong to the Fangwolf Mercenary Corps, she responded. Fangwolf. That name has a certain charm, Jenna commented, sitting beside me with a playful grin. I vaguely remember working as a mercenary in Halsey, but when I regained my senses, I was here. Eddies began explaining in great detail how the Fangwolf Mercenary Corps was formed and what tasks they primarily undertook. From what I gathered, they seemed to be a rather high-ranking group within the mercenaries. There appeared to be a significant difference between them and Malmont, who was also a mercenary but only a 2-star. That's impressive. It sounds like something out of a legend, Jenna exclaimed. Really? Eddies blushed and discreetly cleared her throat before unexpectedly heaving a deep sigh. However, at the moment, I prompted, it's nothing. Well, if it's nothing, then don't say anything. Why is your reaction like that, Opa? Stories of a lady's past are treasures one can't obtain even with a fortune, Jenna teased. If you say so, you're truly dense, she remarked. I rose from the sofa. I thought there would be more to hear, but apparently not. At least, I get to hear her story of how they were summoned. I thought perhaps I could gain some knowledge about the person who imprisoned us in this place if I hear her story. I need some rest. You can help yourself, this is your home now. Come on, just us girls, Jenna was about to say when Avent, Zakin, Waif, Vajin, Eddies. Isel's voice echoed through the plaza. I halted my steps as I was about to head to the dormitory. I still can't sleep yet. As one of the first advanced heroes obtained since the tutorial, it seemed Master wanted to give them a test run. At the entrance of the dining hall, someone unexpected appeared. Who's there? Who's calling my name? The man towered over me, standing a head taller with broad shoulders. Clad in a leather armor similar to Eddie's, he carried a massive axe on his back. As I examined the status window, a familiar name surfaced in my mind: Zakin. He was a warrior class, specializing in strength and stamina. Just by his appearance, one could tell. It seems the master is summoning us, Eddies remarked, rising from the sofa. It's been a while since I had met. I wouldn't mind catching a glimpse of that noble face, Zakin exclaimed. Zakin and Eddies left for the plaza together, with a roasted deer hind leg in hand. They didn't spare a glance for Jenna and me, but were supposed to share it together. Chloe rushed out from the dining hall. I asked Chloe what happened. He said he wanted the meat and walked off with a whole leg. With proper cooking, it could feed all 5 of us, then let's ask him to give it back. Jenna clenched her fist and stood up. Wait a moment. Why? Let's go to the plaza first. We stepped out into the plaza. A rare sight unfolded before us. Chapter 27, Paid 5 Consecutive Draw Part 2. Nearly everyone from the waiting room had gathered there. They whispered and murmured, their attention fixated on the cause of the commotion. I chose a suitable bench and took a seat. In the center of the plaza stood 5 individuals. Dressed in black leather armor, they were 5 men and women. 5 party will be renamed Fangwolf Mercenary Corps, Fangwolf Pack. Are you okay with this modification? Yes, selected/no, Amkina was preparing to form a fixed party. It seemed he was rather pleased with the idea. Forming the party, drag and drop the heroes. Avent joins Galjanokti, Zakin joins Galjanokti, Waif joins Galjanokti, Vajin joins Galjanokti, Eddies joins Galjanokti. Avent is designated as the leader of Fangwolf. Open the rift of time and space. Creak. The front gate of the plaza swung open. Are they sending us right away? Murmured a sharp-looking man in the center of the group. A vertical scar marked his right eye. I swiftly scanned his status window. His name was Avent Dazik. Judging by his stats and skills, he was a one-handed sword specialist. So, he's the leader, I thought. The other 4 individuals discreetly observed Avent's demeanor. Come on, let's go. Let's go. The master is waiting, he exclaimed. They understood the situation without hearing a word from Isel. Shall we have a little adventure? Avent took the lead, entering the rift of time and space. Zakin followed suit, discarding the remaining deer's hind leg. Waif and Vajin trailed behind, with Eddies bringing up the rear. No mages among them. They needed a spellcaster to bring a sense of balance, but luck didn't seem to be on Master's side yet. The Fangwolf mercenary party consisted of 4 warriors and 1 thief. Once all 5 had entered, the rift of time and space closed. Ha, Han, A middle-aged man approached me as I sat down. It was Jeffrey, the person who was chosen to enter the forest weekly dungeon with us. "What's the matter? Do you know those people? Something seems off. They're strangers to me. They're carrying weapons. I too am armed. I have a feeling that they're not trustworthy." "Exactly," I chuckled. That was the source of the commotion. They didn't strike me as righteous individuals too, and they possessed power. "Jenna, what are your thoughts on those people? The Fangwolf mercenary party? Well, I am not sure. Eddie seems kind, but I can't say the same for the others." I glanced back at Jeffrey and spoke. "So, Jeffrey, what do you expect me to do? Offer protection? If you would, I would be grateful for free." Well, that's I surveyed the surroundings. Numerous pairs of eyes were fixed on me. Those eyes shimmered with the same intensity as Jeffrey's. "If you desire protection so desperately, why not strive to become stronger yourselves? Why come seeking aid now, after casually training all this time? Isn't that rather pitiful? Moreover, can you guarantee that those individuals won't cause you harm? You made it look like a group of weaklings has been in control of this place all this time. But you're strong," Jeffrey said. "So is it your survival strategy to latch onto those who appear strong and behave like cowards?" Most of the one-star individuals gathered here fell short, not just compared to Aaron, but even in comparison to Dika. Even if they lacked exceptional talent, they weren't so feeble as to be unable to defend themselves. Yet, they would venture to the training grounds, aimlessly swinging their swords, then return to feast on the meat hunted by Jenna and cooked by Clea routine that had become their daily norm. Learning skills wasn't their concern. Even though they could have utilized their spare time to acquire skills from Chloe or the crafters, they cunningly evaded the synthesis by pretending to work hard, taking advantage of Amkina's lack of presence. But that didn't mean I had any desire to chase after them or cause trouble. After all, once the master became more adept, those individuals would naturally fade away. However, this situation was different. "Leave before I lose my temper." The crowd scattered in a hurry, leaving only me, Jenna, Aaron, and Dika in the square. It was the same group of 4 that had ventured to the 6th floor. "Aaron." "Yes, Hyungnim. While you were shedding blood and on the brink of death, those individuals were soundly asleep, merely toying with a couple of goblins. I am well aware of that. Then fix your expression. It's rather unsightly." Yes, I shifted my gaze towards Dika. "So, Dika, what happened?" "What do you mean I said what happened? Did you fight with them? How did you come to know? With your face sporting bruises and swelling, would it be possible for me to remain oblivious?" Although his appearance had improved by now when we emerged into the square, Dika's face had been discolored and swollen, a clear sign of having endured a beating. Dika responded with a downcast expression. It was a simple sparring session. The newcomer requested a duel, and things escalated to this point. I squeezed my fist and, with closed eyes, addressed Aaron. "Is that truly the whole story? Aaron, I assume you witnessed it as well? It's not just that." "All right, understood. Go and rest. What about you, Hyungnim? I wish to observe those individuals a bit longer before departing." Time was growing late. Aaron and Dika bowed their heads and made their way back to the lodging. "Why aren't you heading back?" I looked at Jenna. Jenna stood by my side, whistling and indulging in her whims. I chuckled. Chapter 28, Paid 5 Consecutive Draw Part 1. After a while, the Fangwolf mercenary corps returned. "Looks like we only encountered a bunch of weaklings." Zakin playfully licked the blade of his axe. No casualties, no signs of surprise. They entered and returned as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The sight of those people trembling in fear was no surprise either. They were different from the one-stars, emanating an aura that made one's spine tingle. "And who might you be?" A man with visible scars in his eyes looked at me and spoke. "It was Avent," I replied without much concern. "You don't have to worry about me." "Hey, who do you think you are, talking so arrogantly?" Zakin shouted. "Well, you started with informality. And who is this lady? That's enough." Avent took a step forward and intervened. Zakin, who had been scowling, fell silent. "I am Avent Desik, the leader of the Fangwolf mercenary corps." "And you?" "Han. Ah, you're armed as well. Were you a mercenary?" "No, I was a farmer, a farmer." A fleeting expression of disdain crossed Avent's eyes before quickly fading away. Avent continued speaking, addressing me. "Are the people we met earlier everyone who resides here? Why do you ask? That will suffice." "Wait a moment." Avent, who was heading towards the lodging, halted his steps. Ysel hastily spoke up. Wait, the master still has matters to discuss with you. Matters to discuss. In any case, don't act rashly. Jenna leaned in close, whispering into my ear. Opa, earlier you asked me what I thought about those people, right? I've come to a concord. It's not a favorable impression. Why is that? Their gazes are abnormal, although Eddie's unease seems kind, I see. Master, Yurei about to initiate a 10 summon. I am excited to see which heroes will appear. An unexpected message materialized before my eyes. Summoning 10 heroes all of a sudden, at a time like this. Ah, I understand now. No, precisely because it's a critical moment that he has decided to summon them. I tightened my grip on the sword's hilt, feeling the chilling sensation clinging to my fingertips. Clack Tucharu, Dalaran, common. Master Mkina obtained, common. Master Mkina obtained, the summoning hall doors swung open. Both Ysel and I, along with every member of the Fangwolf mercenary corps, directed our gaze towards that particular spot. After a while, 10 individuals, both men and women, emerged into the square, each with their own unique appearance. They seemed unaware of the situation that unfolded before them. Master, initiating synthesis. Drag and drop the hero you wish to sacrifice onto the hero you want to enhance. The sacrificed hero will vanish. This stubborn-headed guy, he's doing it again. Ysel, discerning Mkina's intention, furrowed her brow, but defying a command was out of the question. Ysel raised her voice, issuing her orders. Zakin, Dimon, Lexigal, head to the synthesis altar. Who are you? How do you know my name? What are you? The master told you to go in. Shut your mouth and get inside. Dimon, Lexigal, which one of you is it? Hurry up and come out. Zakin appeared, snapping his wrist joint with a decisive crack. Jenna murmured with a stern expression. No way, oh, but it is. Even though Thave just arrived. Perhaps he think there's nothing to be seen in these one-star heroes since it's his first time doing a paid summon. Mkina was committing a grave error at this moment. While it was true that most one-star heroes were of little value, there were undoubtedly precious talents among them. Yet he was attempting to throw in freshly summoned one-star heroes without any verification. Are you Dimon? You certainly look like him. I follow me. I said follow me. Zakin firmly grasped the man with his brawny arms and forcefully led him towards the synthesis altar. There's one more person. Who is Lexigal? An elderly man let out a desperate gasp. Zakin smirked and seized the old man with his other arm. The two of them were dragged towards the synthesis altar, unable to put up any resistance. The door closed shut, after a brief moment. Synthesis complete, Dimon and Lexigal have transformed into radiant light and vanished. Zakin, level up. Ha ha ha, I feel a surge of strength coursing through me. Zakin twirled his arms and emerged from the synthesis altar. Avent Sol your Danil? What is happening? Please spare me. Prevent them from escaping. Following Avent's command, the mercenaries unsheathed their weapons. Faces turned pale as they confronted the sharp, gleaming blades. Trembling with fear, the one-star heroes huddled in a corner of the square, utterly helpless. The members of the Fangwolf party cornered them with their swords unleashed, but Eddie's remained motionless. What are you doing? Why aren't you following orders? Aren't you a member of the Fangwolf? Avent questioned, his longsword drawn as he glanced back at Eddie's. Eddie's, however, remained without wielding her weapon. Eddie's bowed her head, biting her lip before finally drawing her dagger. Jenna abruptly stood up, voicing her concern. This is not right. Jenna expresses dissatisfaction with the recent action. What's gotten into you? If you don't want to get hurt, stay out of it. At least give them a chance. Where's the fairness in this? Opa, what do you think? Do you believe this is right? It's just not. I closed my eyes. Since arriving here, I had witnessed numerous events. There have been so many incidents. Indeed, people can change. I opened my eyes. Ysel, relay a message to the master. Sure, tell me. Offer a suggestion to the master. Let him know that he won't truly understand the potential of any one-star hero unless he actually uses them. Huh, well, I didn't know that. All right, now you do. Wait, hold on. Ysel, appearing flustered, fluttered her wings and vanished. You won't truly grasp the potential of any one-star hero unless you give them a chance. Instead of rushing into synthesis, why not take the time to observe? The master's manipulation came to a halt. After a while, the doors to the synthesis chamber closed shut. The mercenaries, who had worn smiles on their faces, froze in an instant. Zakin approached me, a vibrant expression on his face. "What's your deal? Why are you interfering?" "Interfering? I merely offered advice." "You call that advice?" "Well, what would you call it? This guy must be out of his mind." Zakin, who had been swinging his axe, abruptly halted. Jenna's arrowhead was pointed directly at his head. "Are you trying to attack us now?" Avent murmured. I chuckled softly, drawing my sword from its sheath. Then I aimed it squarely at Avent's face. "Avent, let's call it a day. It's getting late, just shut up." Avent forcefully pushed Eddie's aside and questioned me. "Do you even know who we are?" "I know very well, you're one of them." I gestured toward the scattered bones on the square. "What's that?" "It's trash." Chapter 28, Paid 5 Consecutive Draw Part 2. "Do you even know who we are?" "I know very well, you're one of them." I gestured toward the scattered bones on the square. "What's that?" "It's trash." In an instant, Avent unsheathed his sword and charged at me. I remained still, awaiting the sword's approach. "Stop it," Ysel intervened, appearing between Avent and me. Avent's sword clashed against an invisible barrier, abruptly coming to a halt. He gritted his teeth, putting more strength into his grip on the sword. "Step aside if you don't want to get hurt. Hero-to-hero fights are strictly forbidden. Do you want to face the Master's wrath?" "Well, it may not be strictly forbidden," I voiced my opinion. "But still, is this the right moment?" Avent shows hostility towards Han. Zakin shows hostility towards Han. Waif shows hostility towards Han. Vajin shows hostility towards Han. Hostile relations have emerged between Han and the Fangwolf team. Pay close attention to the interactions among the heroes. Eddie's kept her head lowered. Shifting my gaze to Avent, I spoke again. "Hey, let's be honest. You guys are not part of the mercenary group, aren't you?" "What nonsense are you spouting? We are legitimate mercenaries hired for missions." "Don't play innocent. You're a band of thieves. Look at this guy. Do you want to end up in pieces?" Their pretense of being righteous heroes no longer held any weight. These individuals are nothing but an obstruction. Occasionally, heroes with malicious inclinations are summoned regardless of their rank. They cause chaos in the waiting room, disrupting its order and efficiency. They are the culprits who disturb the peace and undermine the waiting room's functionality. In other words, they are the trash that needs to be eliminated. This was the second significance, the true essence of elimination. I gather such individuals in one party and send them as the vanguard to the advanced dungeon. Most of them end up perishing. If I were the master, I would handle it the same way. Unfortunately, I am a hero by nature. Hence, it was time to employ the second method. Ysel initiate a duel, a D-duel. Han challenges Avent to a duel. Tip/duels are one of the methods to resolve conflicts between heroes. Special conditions can be set based on mutual agreement. I will show you all what you truly are. Who do you think you are? A guardian of this place. Who gave the right to complain about anything we're doing? Think of it as being bitten by a mad dog. I know the behavior of such individuals all too well. If they perceive their opponent as weaker, they will mercilessly overpower them. Their inquiry about the people gathered here was most likely for surveillance. If they're weak, they can do whatever they want. If they encounter someone stronger, it would pose a problem, so they better eliminate him. As soon as I voiced my objection, they reached a decision, and this was the outcome. Do you really think devouring a newly summoned 1-star hero is worth it? It's not much of a gain, is it? How about you try me? Oh, so you're offering yourself as the sacrificial lamb? Only if you can defeat me. Opa, what are you talking about? It's simple. If I win, I devour him, and if he wins, he devours me. That sounds amusing. Avent has accepted the challenge. Each hero proposed synthesis as the condition for the duel. Do you agree? Yes/no. Choose a refusal, huh? I chuckled sarcastically. What a coward. Again. Han expresses confidence. Will you accept the duel between Han and Avent? After a brief moment of hesitation, Mkina made a decision. Yes, choose/no. The duel between Han and Avent begins. Avent, there's no need for you to step forward. I'll take him. Why do you think he will lose? What did you say? I glanced at the 1-star heroes trembling in the corner of the plaza. Jenna, take those people to the accommodation. Let's not waste any more words. Are you sure y'all be okay alone? Do you think I'll lose? Of course not. Jenna holstered her bow and approached the newcomers. They looked at Jenna with fearful eyes. Since it's dangerous here, follow me. I'll guide you to a safe place. Following Jenna's guidance, the group of 8 survivors returned to the accommodation. The mercenaries stared at me with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Only Eddie's chewed her lip, her gaze fixed on the ground. Once the word surrender comes from either of your mouths, the match is over. Do you agree? Do as you wish. But don't die, I need a fresh sacrifice. Ysel, make sure no one interferes. Are you really okay? I won't lose. Ha, quite the character. Avent laughed as if he found it absurd. And then he charged at me, sword drawn. His status window had already been cleared. I am currently at level 2, and my strength is already approaching 20. Even my basic swordsmanship has reached the 3rd level. Judging solely by my abilities, it seems like I stand a good chance. That being said, Han has entered a frenzied state. I seized Avent's head and forcefully slammed it onto the ground. Blood splattered at the point of impact. Swiftly unsheathing my sword, I drove it into Avent's right shoulder blade. The blade pierced through his leather armor, penetrating the bone and lodging itself into the metal floor. Kua, Avent screamed, commanding the plaza to retreat. His scream carried the sound of missing teeth. Status window. Han Yslat, level 9xp11/70, class novice, strength 28/23+5, intelligence 1/1110, stamina 26/21+5, agility 26/21+5, skills novice swordsmanship level 5, pain resistance level 2, calmness level 3, frenzy level 1, current state frenzy level 1. Finally, I achieved success in triggering the uncontrollable frenzy state that I couldn't reach before. One side of my head burned intensely, but an inexplicable sensation tempered the heat. I looked down at Avent. Despite the level difference, he's woefully inadequate. His skills are inferior to mine as well. This is the perfect sight of someone recklessly running amok without any restraint. Avent writhed on the ground, face down. Kua. If you move, it will only bring you more pain. Unless I crush his head or heart in one swift blow, he won't die. I exerted too much force, causing my right hand to feel stiff. I rotated my wrist and surveyed the mercenaries. They stood there, gazing at Avent in a daze. Suddenly, Zakin swiftly raised his axe and charged towards me. Ysel flew towards Zakin and swiftly swung her right hand. Her hand moved with such speed that it was almost imperceptible, catching the axe and hurling it far away. I chuckled and whispered into Avent's ear. Say the word surrender. Chapter 29, Paid 5 Consecutive Draw Part 1. I delivered a swift kick to the hilt of the sword embedded in Avent's back with my foot, causing him to grimace in pain. Krrrrrrrrgh, krrrrrrrrgh. Speak up clearly. I can't hear you. Stop it. We've lost, just leave Avent be. Leave him be? I firmly grasped the sword's handle and gave it a sharp twist, accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh tearing apart. Avent could only let out a strained whimper. So, were you willing to leave those people be? It seemed like you were practically drooling to devour them. That's not relevant, is it? It's relevant if I say it is. Besides, this was a duel agreed upon by both parties. Why are you meddling? The matter ends when the defeated party admits their loss. Hangbo MPH, I promptly covered Avent's mouth, silencing him. If you don't speak, it won't be over. The mercenaries stared at me with bewildered expressions, their faces reflecting their confusion. I settled myself atop Avent's back, causing him to writhe in agony from the added weight alone. This guy is my prey. Whether he lives or dies is none of your concern. Get lost, you crazy bastard. Do you really think y'all get away with this? Do you even know who we are? Didn't you say you were the Fangwolf mercenaries? I turned my gaze towards Eddie's, who kept her head lowered, her expression steadfast. I inquired, Eddie's, are you truly a member of the Fangwolf mercenaries? Eddie's tightly shut her eyes, and after a moment she replied that may have been the case in the past. But now we're just a gang of thieves, right? Or perhaps you go around double-crossing your clients. I had a feeling. Why are you consorting with such scums? Yim here because of my father's request, Eddie's. Think long and hard. Do you truly intend to continue associating with these lowlifes? Or will you come over to our side? Are you willing to wag your tail for the enemy? Do you really want to throw your life away? Stay out of this. This bastard Eddies, you must carefully consider your decision. You know what happens to traitors, right? Eddies opened her eyes with a determined look and began walking towards me. I couldn't help but smile as I spoke. As expected, one must skillfully ride the currents of destiny. Eddies has parted ways with the Fangwolf mercenaries. The bond with the Fangwolf mercenaries is now dissolved. Damn it, the rest of you have no business here. Leave, Hang, you want to say something, but can I truly trust you enough to speak? After all, you're destined to become my prey. Avent groped the ground with his right arm, his sword lying within reach. With a sense of malice, I pressed my foot firmly onto the back of his hand. Grrrr, y'all regret this krrrrrrrgh. I seized the sword embedded in Avent's back and twisted it mercilessly. Now I am growing impatient. Speak up. No, this bastard, this bastard. Three of them brandished their weapons and lunged at me. Ysel stood firmly in their path. The duel is not over. Do not interfere. You little rat, step aside or I'll end your life. Zakin swung his axe toward Ysel's forehead. The other two thrust their spears and swords from the sides. And then, I've got you, Ysel smirked slyly. Farewell. I couldn't help but smirk too. Zakin has returned to the embrace of the goddess. His unwavering determination will be forever remembered. Waif has returned to the embrace of the goddess. His unwavering determination will be forever remembered. Vajin has returned to the embrace of the goddess. His unwavering determination will be forever remembered. Sudden death. Signs suicide due to stress. I warned you not to interfere. I won't give you a second chance. The lifeless bodies of 3 severed heads sprawled in the square. Ysel, with an emotionless gaze, wiped the blood off her hands. Then, with a glimmer in her eyes, she soared towards me. Loki, how did I do? Wasn't it impressive? Did I perform well? What do you think? You did splendidly. Fantastic. Ysel spun around once on the spot and vanished. I turned my attention to Avent. With vacant eyes, he gazed upon the lifeless bodies of his comrades and murmured, Hang, I surrender. Avent's head slumped down. Han has been released from the berserk state. I gently dragged the limp Avent to the synthesis chamber. He offered no resistance. Han emerges victorious in the duel against Avent. Avent will be synthesized. Various notifications flashed across the master's control panel, capturing their attention. He absent-mindedly tapped the screen repeatedly, seemingly angry. He probably wants to cancel the synthesis. If that were the case, permission shouldn't have been granted in the first place. It seemed he was unaware of the existence of the dueling system. Synthesis complete. Avent has transformed into radiant light and vanished. Han has leveled up. Low-level swordsmanship and pain-resistance skills have increased. The hero has reached the maximum level. To further increase their level, raise their grade. Tips/you can promote heroes with promotion tickets or with heroes of the same grade or higher at a certain level. Promotion is possible up to 7 stars. Stepping out into the square, I couldn't help but smile. He hadn't even had the chance to fully utilize the advanced heroes he had initially acquired before losing them. Judging by the fact that he had used a free 10-pull solely for synthesis, his expectations had been quite high. But things didn't turn out as anticipated. Regardless, it would only lead to losses if he invested in them. Even if there was a temporary surge in power, the disruptions caused by such individuals would hinder the smooth functioning of the waiting room. He would appreciate what I did once they discovered the reality. He knows I am the core. I've reached level 10. I possess 4 skills and my overall stats rival those of 3-star heroes. I've earned the MVP title in almost every battle. Amkina knows that I've crafted C-grade equipment that he couldn't even imagine having, accumulating an overload of rare materials from the weekday dungeon. If you're going to make a move, go all out. If a master was foolish enough to discard me in this situation, climbing the tower would become an insurmountable task. The lifeless bodies in the square gradually transformed into radiant light, dissolving into nothingness. Eddies observed the scene with a bewildered expression on her face. Do you have any sense of sympathy for your comrades? No, but still, I was part of their downfall. It hardly mattered. It was all in the past. My own life had never been ideal. When you regain your composure, come inside. Find an empty room for yourself. I passed by Eddies and made my way back to my quarters. The hour was late. As soon as I opened the door, the collective gaze of dozens of individuals in the lobby immediately fixated on me. A considerable crowd had gathered. Is that what happened? Indeed, Hyung Yurei awesome? Dika clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glistening with admiration. She just can't keep her mouth shut. I approached Jenna, who was perched somewhat awkwardly on the couch, and without hesitation, I gave her a firm tap on her forehead. Ow, 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 what are you doing? Didn't I tell you not to utter unnecessary words? I was just trying to share your awesomeness. Save it. I firmly gripped Jenna's forehead. She winced, clutching her forehead with a reddened face. Amidst the commotion, a middle-aged man approached us. It was Jeffrey, the one who had overheard our conversation earlier. Han, I heard the conversation. Thank you. I heard about their misdeeds. They were trying to kill the newcomers, threatening them with a knife, that's right. They were truly despicable. A middle-aged woman who had been sitting in the corner of the lobby chimed in. She was one of the people who had narrowly escaped death in the square just moments ago. You seem to be mistaken. I am aware. We're not so shameless. Nevertheless, I still want to express my gratitude. We owe our lives to you. The ones I saved were just the newcomers. As for you guys, Yurei finished. What are you saying? I smirked and replied. It seems like the master is really furious. Chapter 29, Paid 5 Consecutive Draw Part 2. The ones I saved were just the newcomers. As for you guys, Yurei finished. What are you saying? I smirked and replied. It seems like the master is really furious. Master, commencing synthesis. Drag and drop the hero you wish to sacrifice onto the hero you want to synthesize. You will gain experience points. The sacrificed hero will vanish. Isel's cry resonated from the square. Louis, Jeffrey, Owen, Andio, Arnold, Duncan, Harold, gather before me, all 6 of you. The faces of those named turned pale. Jeffrey wiped his sweat and glanced back. Everything is fine. We're just going to hunt goblins as usual. Do you truly believe that? Jeffrey stood frozen in place. He was sharp-witted. That's why he could act swiftly. If that's the case, he must understand the significance of summoning these 6 individuals. If the intention was to form a sub-party, they could have called only 5. However, Isel summoned a total of 6 people. It exceeded the expected number. Hence, the objective had changed. Well, divide into groups of 3, how funny. I made my way toward the sofa in the center of the lobby, taking slow steps. With each stride, people would retreat, clearing a path for me. Some of those seated on the sofa hurriedly stood up and distanced themselves, as if seeking refuge. There was only Jenna left sitting on the sofa. I settled down beside her, crossing my legs. How long did you think you could survive here, neglecting your responsibilities with half-arsed efforts? We did our best. Aaron, Dika, do you truly believe they did their best? While you 2 sweated it out at the training camp all day, what were those guys up to? The 2 remained silent, their heads slightly lowered in the corner of the lobby. Jenna, can you recall even one instance when you were genuinely assisted in a hunt? I did carry the meat after hunting the animals. Even a pig can handle that. In that regard, it seems you all hold little less value than pigs. Pigs. I stepped forward, swiping at one of them as he attempted to rise. He tumbled over, flipping the carpet on the floor. Why don't you oink like a pig? Louis grabbed hold of the guy's collar, pulling him upright. Please, lend us your aid. If it's your request, even the master will comply. Head to the square, can't you hear me? Isel appeared and exclaimed. Louis, Jeffrey, Owen, Andio, Arnold, Duncan, if you want to avoid trouble, come out quickly. What do you intend to do to us? I'll answer your question. It's synthesis. Eddies must be the target. The newly summoned Eddies possessed a low level. It was a fitting decision. Whenever new high-ranking heroes were summoned, the surplus of lower-ranked heroes was often sacrificed. I won't go, I refuse. The designated sacrifices fled towards the inner part of the lodging. Isel grinned mischievously, capturing them one by one and flinging them into the square through the open door. A few others struggled with the doorknobs of rooms along the corridor, but the doors remained shut. In the end, all 6 of them found themselves in the square. And then, synthesis complete, Louis vanishes in a radiant light. Jeffrey vanishes in a radiant light. Owen, Eddies, level up. Acquired trap disarmament skill, silence fell. The lobby fell into an eerie stillness. I spoke. I don't care who you were before coming here. It doesn't matter if you were rich or poor. Leave all that behind. Don't rely on others. Don't think that someone will protect you. If you want to survive, prove your worth. Suddenly, a person who had been hiding among the crowd stepped forward, tears streaming down their face. I have no talent for fighting. I tremble at the sight of a sword. What should I do? Are you telling me to die? Chloe, Enoch, Alter, Patrick. The named individuals turned their gaze toward me. They were the 4 members of the supplementary team in the current waiting room. A chef, a carpenter, a blacksmith, and a tailor. If there's someone who wants to learn, teach them your skills. But learning the skills of a blacksmith is not easy, a man with a white beard spoke. It was Alter, the blacksmith. If they have the determination, they can learn. Repeated actions in the waiting room become skills. It means that skill acquisition is fast. If you want to fight, come to me. I can at least teach you some basic combat techniques. If you want to learn hunting and butchering, go to Jenna. For carpentry, seek Enoch. There are plenty of paths available. It's just that you haven't taken them before. Master, do you want to end the session? Yes, select/no. Well then, goodbye. The sky grew darker. One by one, people disappeared into their rooms. A shadow of unease fell upon their faces. Only Jenna, Aaron, Dika, and I remained in the lobby. Jenna, who was sitting beside me, spoke up. You're a kind, Opa, me? That's funny. You showed them a way to survive. Her words were not inaccurate. As long as they followed my instructions, they wouldn't meet a foolish death. They were disposable pawns, even if it wasn't today. Dika muttered. Hyung Nim, what about us? Just keep doing what you were doing. Thank you. I didn't want to deal with this troublesome task. My head was already about to explode from my own responsibilities alone. I recalled Eddie's standing still in the square. She claimed to be from a mercenary group. Having traveled extensively, she must have accumulated a wealth of experience. The 10th floor was drawing near. A second party was needed. But this time, it must not be just another lackluster party. It must be a formidable force capable of rivaling the main party. Chapter 30, Sub-Party. The following morning arrived, and I freshened up before heading to the dining hall. Clad in an apron, Chloe greeted me. Good morning, Mr. Han. I nodded in response. To my surprise, instead of the usual roasted potatoes, there were freshly baked bread rolls placed on the table. What's this? It's bread. It was made by our new baker. Chloe gestured towards a middle-aged lady standing nearby, awkwardly suppressing a giggle. She was one of the newcomers who joined us just yesterday. Since we were lacking wheat in our pantry, they resorted to making bread from mashed potatoes. Well, since we have a baker now, we should try to gather some wheat. As I bit into the bread, I headed out of the hall towards my lodging. This was some good news. By diversifying our food options, we could alleviate the stress levels in the waiting room. In the square, Enoch emerged from the warehouse, pulling a cart loaded with lumber. 2 unfamiliar individuals were accompanying him. Enoch greeted me with a nod and swiftly continued on his way. I entered the training camp. There, I joined Jenna, Aaron, and Dika, who were waiting for me, and together, we commenced our basic stamina training. As we neared the end of our routine, a familiar face arrived at the training camp. It was Eddie's Callan, a formidable female mercenary dressed in sleek black leather armor. She courteously tilted her head towards me. Nice to see you. Silently, I retrieved a practice sword and dagger from the weapon rack. These were training weapons, devoid of a sharp edge. With a swift motion, I tossed them towards Eddie's, who skillfully caught them. What's the purpose of this exercise? If I'm going to trust you to cover my back, I need to know your true capabilities. It's a fundamental requirement, you see. Well, that makes sense. Eddie's offered a faint smile as she deftly twirled the dagger in her hand, assuming a lowered stance, fully prepared for combat. I glanced at Eddie's status window. After absorbing a significant number of offerings the previous night, her level had reached 3. Even at level 3, her stats surpassed those of Aaron, who stood at level 5. Furthermore, her skill levels were also superior. Nevertheless, she still has room for improvement. I adjusted my grip on the wooden sword. With a cold gleam in her eyes, Eddie's lunged at me. The duel concluded with my victory. I refrained from utilizing frenzy. Last night, I had experienced a headache, presumably a side effect of the skill. Unless it was a genuine battle, I had decided to exercise restraint in its usage. Even so, Eddie's was unable to match my skills. She let out a wry chuckle and remarked, "You're quite formidable." I guess the tale of you being a farmer was a mere lie. You seem to have mistaken something. Jenna, yes, give it a shot. Fight her using a dagger. But my primary weapon is a bow. The following scene unfolded as Jenna courageously grasped the training dagger. After a momentary pause, Eddies regained her breath and rose from the ground. With a piercing gaze, she quickly assumed her stance once more. As the intense fight concluded, Jenna wiped the sweat off her forehead. Phew, that was intense. It could have gone either way. In the end, Jenna emerged as the victor, with the level difference outweighing their respective ranks. Eddies muttered with a tinge of disappointment in her voice. To think that such a young girl could be stronger than me. Well, she's not your average young girl. She's eaten her fair share, I quipped. Are both of you mercenaries or perhaps renowned warriors? Eddies inquired. Not at all. I am just a regular farmer and she's just a hunter's daughter. We weren't this formidable at the beginning either. In fact, Jenna was much weaker than this. But through rigorous training and countless battles here, we've grown stronger and become who we are now. If those guys hadn't relied solely on their bravado and had earnestly honed their skills, they would have given me a headache as well. Although Eddies was currently weaker than us, she possessed skills and growth values superior to a 1-star rating. As her level increases, the gap would gradually narrow. Don't believe him. It's all just an illusion he's trying to create. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up to them. Aaron exclaimed with a hint of frustration while sprinting around the track. I chose to disregard his outburst. Nevertheless, here, you can grow stronger based on your efforts. Don't neglect your training, no matter who you are. I'll keep that in mind. Leisurely, I surveyed the training grounds. Aaron was leaping with a sandbag strapped to his back. Dika was wielding a sword, skillfully striking a wooden dummy on the right side of the training area. Alongside Eddies, Jenna, and a few others, individuals were fervently wielding their weapons. This was the aftermath of the massive synthesis that had taken place yesterday. Each person was diligently training with unwavering determination. If they wished to avoid perishing, they had no other choice. They needed to enhance their own value. Nonetheless, the number of trainees remained limited. If we were to measure the ratio of people assembled here, it wouldn't even account for half. My thoughts shifted to the 2 men who clung to Enoch, appearing as problems. Opting for a support role rather than engaging in combat seemed more convenient. However, the number of positions within the support organization was restricted. Currently, at best, the facilities could only accommodate 2 individuals. The rest would be left idle, unable to do anything other than participating in synthesis. It was not my concern. I shared with them everything necessary. It's up to them now. My attention focused on the young man who wielded his sword with beads of sweat cascading down his face. He had a solid grasp of the basic stance. Among those who narrowly escaped being preyed upon by the Fangwolves yesterday, he stood out with his 2-star rating. His name was Asher. As the first 2-star hero to emerge since Malmont, he wielded a low-tier swordsmanship skill at level 1. Observing Asher discreetly, I noticed his awkward and hesitant sword swings. You there? Are you referring to me? Asher was taken aback by my attention. Appearing to be in his early 20s, he carried a dagger at his waist. However, it was a humble item, not a finely crafted weapon like Edis, something that wouldn't raise eyebrows even if it broke. Who else is here besides you? Come closer. Yes, understood. The man approached me cautiously. I am Asher Roderick. I see. Such details were evident when examining his status window. Yes, did you hear the explanation about this place yesterday? I did. There's a being called the Master, and we were summoned here to fight. I've taken your words to heart. Taking a wooden sword from the display shelf, I assumed my stance. Do you understand what I'm trying to achieve? Yes, I do. Asher held the wooden sword with a tense expression, but his gaze remained fixed on me. He didn't avert his eyes or take a step back. At least he has grasped the basics. What were you doing before coming here? I worked as a porter for a mercenary group, Asher murmured, glancing briefly at Eddies. Eddies was engaged in archery practice with Jenna at the shooting range. Carrying baggage, standing guard, setting up camp for someone with those responsibilities, you seem to possess fighting skills. Because I aspired to become a mercenary before. Asher offered a self-deprecating smile. Let's begin. Yes, I lunged forward, my sword slashing through the air. Asher's strike missed, and he stumbled backward. However, his unwavering gaze remained fixed on me, refusing to blink even as he trembled. Although it was merely a single exchange, he displayed unwavering determination. It must be the difference between a 1-star and a 2-star hero. Chapter 30, Sub-Party. That evening marked the commencement of the elimination process for the new recruits. The master made no distinctions between those aspiring to be in the support organization or any other role. Aaron volunteered to participate, but was not accepted. 2 individuals met their demise, and 2 more were added through synthesis. Asher became the subject of the synthesis, reaching level 3. Meanwhile, the others entered the weekday dungeon as if it were just another part of their daily routine. The mine that granted access to fire attribute stones had not yet been opened. And once again, the break of dawn arrived. In response to my summons, 6 individuals gathered at the training grounds. It was me, Jenna, Aaron, Dika, Eddies, and even Asher. Despite Asher and Dika being slightly less skilled, they were immediately prepared to be deployed into the dungeon. Why did you have to summon us at dawn? I am so exhausted. Enough with the complaints. Ignoring Jenna's grumbling, I proceeded with my words. Do any of you know why I called you here? Silence engulfed the group. Then, unexpectedly, Dika raised his hand and spoke up. Are you deciding on the party members? Isn't it the master's role to determine the party? I can make suggestions. Perhaps Amkina wouldn't reject the proposal. There is a principle that numerous people, including myself, highlight in the pick-me-up strategy guides. It is also a focal point in the guide I wrote. With a sad expression, Dika lowered his head. A party consists of 5 members. He seemed to believe that he would be eliminated from the party, just like during the trio selection. Relax, I am not going to discard anyone. So, from now on, we will be divided into 2 parties. With 6 members, splitting into groups of 3 should work for now. If a single party can conquer all the floors, this game wouldn't have been so hard. However, this game doesn't operate in that manner. As we progress through floors, the missions require an increasing number of parties. Special missions can involve anywhere from dozens to hundreds of participants. Moreover, training a backup party is essential to prepare for the unfortunate event of the main party facing an unexpected catastrophe. There will be 2 leaders. One will be me and the other will be Eddie's. Me, Eddie's blinked and pointed to herself. Don't want to, it's not that, but I think Jenna would be she's not an option. What's wrong with me? I can excel too. Misunderstandings are bound to happen. Eddie's posed a question. But why do we need to split into parties? Elaborating on that matter here might not be ideal. There are many listening ears. I summoned Eddie's to the plaza and proceeded to explain. The primary reason for dividing the parties is to minimize the risk of complete annihilation. If you invest all your resources in the main party and it fails, there's no way to recover. That's why masters usually distribute their forces, like diversifying stocks. The second reason is to increase efficiency in training by promoting competition among multiple parties. While these reasons may make sense from the master's perspective, if you're a hero and you're going to lead a party, you need to understand them. I explained this to Eddie's, taking the time to go into detail about concepts like levels and skills. The final reason for dividing parties is, as I mentioned before, 5 members alone can't conquer all the floors. If one party becomes too powerful, it becomes difficult. Really? Floor 5 was a perfect example of this. There was a significant gap in skill levels among the party members, and when Jid and Hans fell behind, the whole party was in jeopardy. This principle also applies to large-scale missions. When missions are divided among different parties, if one party fails to fulfill its role, it can affect the other parties too. That's why it was crucial to have a well-prepared sub-party that wouldn't hinder progress. Do we have enough members to do this? The master will handle the recruitment. After sending Eddie's back to the training grounds, I brought an item I had prepared in my room. It was a round container with long strips of paper inside. Placing it on the floor of the training grounds, I explained, "It's a lucky draw." "A lucky draw? Why? Have I ever done anything harmful to you? Just go with it." Inside the container were 4 strips of paper, each colored red or blue at the tip with a pen. Red is me, blue is for Eddie's. Are we dividing into teams with this? Don't be too thrilled about being on my side, and don't be disappointed about being on Eddie's side. It doesn't really matter in the end. When a powerful sub-party is formed, the master never underestimates them. They become as important as the main party, if not more. Of course, a failed sub-party is of no use. In the future, when the master summons individuals who can fight, we will also draw lots to decide which party they will join. In such cases, Eddies and I will be the ones making the draw. The process of selecting heroes from the main and sub-parties to become members is known as a draft in pick-me-up terminology. While it was originally used by experienced heroes, it's something I can implement. Regardless, the team will be determined by drawing lots. Jenna wasted no time and promptly drew a slip of paper from the container. It was red. If it had been blue, I would have overturned it, but this works out well. Next is my turn. Aaron's face was filled with tension as he pulled out a slip of paper. Red, there's no need to draw for the rest. Dika and Asher ended up with blue slips. Their expressions turned grim. Eddies let out a deep sigh. I suppose you don't find me reliable. That's not it. It's just Dika tried to explain. I understand. There's no need to say it. I haven't been here for long, but I will prove my worth. From an objective standpoint, there is a significant difference in power, but we can't change the established rules. Let's conclude our training for today. The four of them left the training grounds, while Eddies remained seated on the floor, lost in thought. I addressed her. Eddies, yes. If you can't keep up with us, you'll be left behind. I understand. I also witnessed the synthesis happening yesterday. Don't worry, we won't fall behind. That's all I needed to know. I won't interfere, so it's up to you to nurture them. I need to take care of this now. As I made my way back to the lodging, I murmured to myself. First party, me, Jenna, Aaron. Second party, Eddies, Asher, Dika. Hero Han proposes a fixed party. First party composition, Han, Jenna, Aaron. Second party composition, Eddies, Asher, Dika. Tips/sometimes heroes make suggestions like this. It's up to the master to accept or reject them. Make wise decisions. Closing the door behind me, I entered the room. The message I had just sent would be displayed when the master logged in. Ultimately, the proposal was accepted. I had wondered if they would harbor resentment and refuse, but it seems that wasn't the case. Chapter 31, DPS. The following day arrived. After diligently clearing the weekly dungeon, Mkina led Party 2, with Eddies at the helm, to the 4th floor. However, when we attempted to venture to the 6th floor as our trio, the dungeon refused to open its doors. Warning, re-entry to this dungeon is prohibited. I warned you not to lose focus, Master. Once the stream is initiated, re-entering the affiliated dungeon becomes an impossibility. It might be achievable with specialized skills, but given the circumstances, it was simply unattainable. Jenna scratched the back of her head, voicing her frustration. Why aren't the master giving us any instructions? Just be patient. After pondering for a brief moment, Mkina reached a decision. Main dungeon, the current challenge lies on the 7th floor. The door will open in 10 seconds. Prepare yourselves. It's the 7th floor. Get ready. Brother, we have fewer members in our party, we have enough. Re-entering the 4th floor has become useless due to our higher levels, resulting in diminished experience gains. The 5th floor is off-limits, and re-entering the boss stage is likewise an impossibility. The path to the 6th floor is obstructed, leaving us with only 2 options from the master. Either return us to the plaza or undertake the challenge on the 7th floor. I yearned to put my skill, frenzy, to the test, and luckily, an appropriate stage presented itself. A radiant light enveloped the fabric of spacetime, and we found ourselves transported to an unfamiliar realm. The field appears to be plain, but there's something peculiar about it. Pitter-patter. Within this vast expanse, heavy raindrops descended, drenching us without mercy. Jenna, shivering, couldn't help but complain. What on earth is this? It's quite refreshing, isn't it? Drawing my sword from its sheath, I marveled at the way the raindrops scattered along the path of my blade. And there they stood, our opponents. 7th floor, mission type subjugation. Objective obliterate the enemy. Goblin level, 8x13, through the torrential rain, their crimson eyes gleamed with malevolence. Large goblins, donning armor and wielding weapons, bellowed with fury. Aaron confidently brandished his spear. Thank goodness, Hyung Nim, we can handle this challenge. Swiftly, we formed our battle formation. Our party consisted of 3 members, a swordsman, a spearman, and an archer. The composition was perfectly suited for maintaining balance in combat. We had practiced formations to the point of tedium. I positioned myself at the forefront, with Aaron in the middle rank, and Jenna, the skilled archer, taking her place in the rear. Kia. The goblins, too, assumed their designated positions, strategically dividing themselves between the front and the back, depending on the weapons they wielded. Within the deluge of rainfall, both our party and the enemy split into two factions. No words were necessary. The combat ignited with a flurry of arrows from both sides, signaling the beginning of the battle. I used my shield to deflect bolts heading towards Jenna. Lowering herself to the ground, Jenna let loose a volley of arrows. Direct frontal attacks were risky against enemies armed with shields, so she aimed for the lower parts. One of Jenna's arrows pierced through the leg of the leading goblin. Seizing the momentary distraction, my sword and Aaron's spear claimed lives. Unleash it. As I struck a goblin's face, exposing its menacing fangs, memories of a similar sensation surged through me. Han has entered a frenzy state. My sword shattered the goblin's shield, cleaving the creature in half from head to midsection. A spray of blood mixed with rain dispersed in all directions. Slaughter and carnage ensued. A wave of exhilaration washed over me. With each swing of my sword, goblins were torn asunder. The metallic taste of blood filled my mouth. The rain, seeping through gaps in my armor, failed to quench my body's heat. Before I knew it, I stood amidst a pile of goblin corpses. Only one foe remained, a solitary figure brandishing a broken sword. Jenna took aim with her bow. I raised my hand, motioning for Jenna to hold her fire. Hold on, don't shoot. Why? I am drenched, and I want to wrap this up quickly. The battle neared its end. If that was the case, it was the perfect time to assess this stage. Considering the previous mission was an exploration, there was a high chance that this mission was part of a linked quest. I surveyed our surroundings. First notable detail. Rain continued to pour relentlessly. Second detail. A river flowed nearby. Kayak, a goblin wielding a broken sword, swung it vigorously, charging towards me. I swiftly struck the creature's cheek with my shield. Kayang, moving past the fallen goblin, I approached the riverbank. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The river, cutting through the plain, surged and overflowed due to the incessant downpour. Crossing it seemed impossible. Even a slight misstep would sweep me away in an instant, leading to a watery demise. I edged closer to the riverbank, my curiosity piqued. Has the dam collapsed? I spotted the scattered remnants of rocks and soil near the water's edge. A quick scan of the surroundings revealed nothing particularly eye-catching. With precision, I thrust my sword into the fallen goblin's back, delivering the final blow. As I finished off the enemy, a subtle rumbling sensation reverberated through the ground, causing it to tremble ever so slightly. Stage clear. Aaron has leveled up. Rewards 10,000 G, 2x iron ore C, 1x leather C. MVP Han, we returned through the rift of space and time. Our soaked bodies seemed to be recognized as objects in need of restoration, as the rain had all but evaporated. Jenna squinted her eyes and ran her fingers through her red hair. Once the tremors signaling our ascent to the next floor ceased, we emerged into the bustling plaza. In the heart of the plaza, Eddies huddled with the party members near the fountain, engaged in earnest conversation. It seemed they were analyzing their previous battle. Jenna waved her hand enthusiastically. Sister, oh, you all made it too. Opa, is today's schedule complete? Can I go now? Feel free to go. Yay, I turned to Aaron and inquired. What about you? It's getting late. I plan on heading to the training grounds. Take it easy. Don't overexert yourself. I strolled towards our lodging. There was no need to linger around unnecessarily. Just as we did on the 6th floor, it was crucial to document the information we had gathered this time. Preparing for battles didn't solely entail relentless training. Through the plaza's entrance, I entered our comfortable abode. Casting a fleeting glance backward, I noticed that the door to the summoning portal remained ajar. I stepped back outside. Aaron had already readied his spear, poised to depart for the training grounds. Aaron, hold on, don't go. Yes. What's the matter? I gazed upwards, captivated by the dazzling radiance that bathed the sky. Before long, a control panel materialized in my mind's eye. If you have any desires at this moment, make your payment promptly. Mobus supports the master's choice. You have selected the newbie potent double package. Package contents 5,000 gems, 100,000 gold. All of this for just 90,000 won. This amount will be added to your next month's phone bill. Are you sure you want to proceed with the payment? Yes, select/no. It marked Mkina's third transaction. Payment completed. The items have been delivered to your mailbox. Please verify the contents. I quickly looked around. And there she was. Jenna appeared to be engrossed in a conversation with Eddies. So, when Opa is asleep, he talks in his sleep in Jenna. Huh, you're still here? Forget the nonsense. Bring me that thing from my room. It should be on the table in my room, the one we drew last time. What a hassle. Grumbling, Jenna headed towards the lodging. Eddies asked, curious, what's going on? I think we're getting new recruits. People like you. Chapter 31. DPS. I thought we might recruit some new members. With parties of 3, it was only natural that we needed to fill the vacancies. However, in our current state, there weren't any suitable candidates to join our party. While some individuals in the training grounds showed potential, they needed time to grow. In that case, recruiting was inevitable. Even though there are people who never made any purchases, there isn't a single person who has only made one purchase. I chuckled, recalling a well-known saying widely shared on the official forum. Mkina must have also learned a lesson from the previous incident. One shouldn't recklessly indulge in paid summons, although it may be partly my fault. Nevertheless, there were principles and methods even when it came to paid summons. If you mindlessly summon excessively just because you have an abundance of gems, you'll incur 100% losses. In Pick Me Up, it was crucial not to forget that each hero had unique characteristics and individuality. Take it slow, and step by step. Master, advanced summoning begins. You have selected 2 consecutive advanced summons. A total of 1,000 gems will be consumed. Do you wish to summon? Yes, select/no. With 2 people, Eddies and I could each have one. It seemed like he finally grasped the efficient method of summoning. Master, advanced summoning begins. I'm excited to see which heroes will appear. Thump, 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 clang. Rare. Master Mkina has acquired the hero Roderick. Rare. Master Mkina has acquired the hero Ialka. A brilliant light emanated from the summoning portal. The gaze of me and my companions converged on the entrance. After a while, a man and a woman emerged, one from each side of the summoning portal. The man wore chain armor with a spear strapped to his back, while the young woman wore an exquisite dress. Why is she dressed like that? What are your names? The man in armor asked, glancing at us. I couldn't help but notice the middle-aged man's sturdy build beneath the armor, his hair silvered by age. That can wait. Do you remember why you're here? I inquired, hoping to jog his memory. He furrowed his brows, lost in deep thought. The woman beside him seemed equally perplexed, her head tilted with confusion as she stood at the threshold of the summoning portal. Suddenly, the summoning portal abruptly closed, knocking the woman off balance. Oh my, she exclaimed, tumbling to the ground in surprise. At the same time, Jenna made it to the square. Opa, I brought you the lot, huh? New people have arrived. What are the names of the 2 of you? Roderick Sazin, the man in armor, introduced himself. And what is that sister doing lying down like that? Mind your own business. I am sure she'll get up on her own, I replied, brushing off her concern. I'm going to ask again, what are your names? The old man inquired. I am Han, and this is Eddies and Jenna. I introduced us. Turning to Roderick, I inquired about how he ended up here. As I expected, he couldn't recall the details. He mentioned serving as a guard in a city and then finding himself in this unfamiliar place, accompanied by a persistent sense of duty. It feels like there's something I must do. Almost like being in a trance, he explained. Roderick was aware of the core concepts including master, summoning, and synthesis. However, he did not know concepts such as levels and skills. It was the same with Edith. At this point, the characteristics of 3-star heroes were established. I didn't even need to ask that woman. So, we have to face unknown enemies here. Roderick summarized, seeking confirmation. I nodded, affirming his understanding. Roderick let out a disheartened sigh. The remaining woman lay on the ground, unable to rise. Could it be a disappointment? There are rare instances when a high-ranking hero is summoned but fails to live up to their potential. It's like being cursed with unfortunate luck. Aaron, in his unassuming manner, approached the woman and helped her to her feet. She stumbled, her head spinning. Thank you. I feel a bit dizzy. It's nothing. She's of noble birth. Eddie's whispered, her voice intended for me alone. A noble? You'd know if you've spent enough time as a mercenary. She seems inexperienced, like an innocent young lady. How did she end up here? Now that I think about it, except for me, everyone else is from Townia. Regardless, it was time for the draft. The master also seemed aware, as he hadn't assigned the two of them to a party yet. We have 2 lots. If you draw the red one, take the gentleman. If you draw the blue one, take the woman. Any objections? None. Jenna, bring the lots over here. Yes, sir. Oops. Jenna tripped over a protrusion in the square. Swiftly, she rolled her foot and regained her balance. In the process, the container of lots she held shook up and down. The right one is red. The left one is blue. While I could check their status windows, I didn't want to resort to cheating even in a place like this. Even without looking, it was clear whom I should choose. A seasoned guard with a wealth of experience and an inexperienced noblewoman. Eddie's, too, had her gaze fixed on the right swallow. She had deciphered the order, just like me. Well then, here we go. Jenna placed the container between me and Eddie's. Even if our current sub-abilities were inferior, we wouldn't hold back. I chose the right one. Having Roderick, who wielded a spear, in our party would fortify the middle line. And at that moment, whoosh. Flames erupted from the woman's hand. She's a mage. Left. As lightning quick as our hands moved towards the left lot, they converged. Chapter 32, DPS. Are you going to let go of my hand? I asked, my grip on the lot firm and determined. Eddie's, too, reached out and clasped my hand, showing her unwavering resolve. Our hands intertwined, crossing paths in the middle. Meanwhile, I turned my gaze towards the woman and exclaimed, "You, are you referring to me?" She blinked, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Yes, you. Are you a magician?" I inquired. "If I may introduce myself indeed, I am," she replied, her palms swelling with a grand display of flames. The entire square was momentarily engulfed in a wave of heat, leaving no doubt in my mind. Only a magician could perform such feats. Without hesitation, I summoned the status window. Ialka Rivel Strasher, level 1x0/10, class Magician, strength 7/7, intelligence 31/31, stamina 8/8, agility 7/7, skills intermediate flame magic level 2. It's certain, I concluded, acknowledging her true identity. Having a magician in our party would significantly broaden our tactical options. Eddie's understood this, which explained why she refused to let go of her. In Pick Me Up, warriors and rogues could be trained and promoted from their initial ranks, but magicians were different. They were rare talents that could only be obtained through paid gacha draws. The chances of acquiring magicians were quite slim. Come on, let go. If we add that woman to our party, the balance will be greatly improved, I proposed. Do I appear so easily swayed? Eddie's retorted, challenging my suggestion. As we deliberated over the lot, Jenna approached Ialka with sparkling eyes. A magician? I've never seen one before. I've only heard rumors about people like you, Jenna exclaimed with excitement. But where are we? This is the waiting room. It's where summoned individuals like us gather and reside, Jenna explained. The waiting room. Ialka furrowed her brow, gently touching her forehead. It feels strange. This is the first time I've experienced something like this, Ialka confessed, her expression reflecting a mix of wonder and confusion. Don't rush. Take your time to think. We still have plenty of time, Jenna reassured her. And what are these two up to? Aloka said, her curiosity piqued by our interaction. By the way, did you two sneak a peek at the pouch? That's cheating. It's a game of chance, Jenna scolded, maneuvering herself between us and retrieving the lot pouch. With a quick twist of her body, she turned away from us and vigorously shook the pouch from side to side. I'll shuffle them again, but this time don't want look. What are you two up to? Aloka was still puzzled. It's simple. We're determining where y'all end up. What? You seem slower at grasping the situation compared to the gentleman beside you. Being suddenly dragged to a strange place and expected to understand the situation, how absurd. Ialka's voice rose in discontent. Roderick, with his arms crossed and eyes closed, mumbled under his breath. Take a moment to think. Ialka squinted her eyes, deep in thought, and then furrowed her brow. Do you get it now? It feels unpleasant. I agree. Roderick nodded. Jenna placed the pouch of lots between us, having thoroughly shuffled them. No cheating this time. Let's do it fair and square. All right, all right. No matter who gets picked, there should be no hard feelings. Of course, I'll go first. Eddie's took a deep breath and drew one from the left side. Red. A smile played on my lips. Don't hold a grudge, I chuckled, while Eddie's pressed her lips together. Having Roderick wasn't a bad option either. Edda's party consisted of 2 closed-ranged heroes and a thief, lacking a mid-range hero. Of course, having a magician would be preferable. Nevertheless, the results were in. Iolka joined Party 1, while Roderick joined Party 2. I recalled the feeling I had when I displayed the dual request message. Han requests the inclusion of Iolka in Party 1. Will you accept? Yes, select/no. Iolka has joined Party 1. Roderick has joined Party 2 along with Eddie's. The party distribution was complete. Afterward, Master touched the synthesis menu. Pick up a hero. As expected, 2 of the 1-star individuals, eager to learn skills by attaching themselves to a support group, were drawn to ISL. T/N. Support group/crafting group. Among them was the young man who had tearfully sought my advice before, hoping for survival. Mr. Han, you said we can survive if we work hard, didn't you? This is too much. It's too much. He couldn't learn any extra skill. Silently, I turned my head. After cramming the 2 men into the synthesis room, Isel spoke up. Iolka Rivel Strasher, you're a magician, right? We needed one, and it's perfect timing. Head to the synthesis room because there's an offering for you. An offering? For now, just go in, unless you want something terrible to happen to you. Taken aback, Iolka entered the synthesis room with a bewildered expression. A moment later. Synthesis complete? Jan and Jenin transform into light and vanish. Iolka leveled up. Next was Roderick's turn. The wary 1-star individuals, sensing something was off, barricaded themselves in their rooms, locking the doors. However, Isel tore off the doorknob and emerged, dragging them along. In the end, all 4 victims turned out to be aspiring members of the support group. Some of them barely managed to acquire skills, evading the synthesis. Whether it was a matter of talent or effort, I couldn't say for sure. Roderick, stepping out of the synthesis room, murmured with a rigid expression. It's horrifying, ahaha. It's okay. If you work hard, you can survive, Jenna chuckled nervously. Aaron and Dika kept their heads lowered. The masters who completed the synthesis proceeded to the next step. Iolka added to favorites. Roderick added to favorites. Open, the rift of time and space. Creak. The front door of the square revealed its interior. This is their testing the newcomers. It seems like you guys are up first. Party 2, enter the rift of time and space. Commence. As always, Isel appeared. Eddie's let out a sigh and stood up from the bench, and Dika and Asher followed suit. Let's go. Yes, sir, you're coming with us too. You're the protagonist of this battle, after all. Eddie's turned around and said. Roderick's face stiffened. He drew the spear from his back and then entered the rift. The door closed. Chapter 32, DPS. With an indifferent expression, I spoke to Iolka, who was staring at the ground. Hey, are you talking to me? Who else is here besides you? Well, I am here too. I tapped Jenna's forehead hard and continued. What kind of magic can you use? Why are you asking me that? Why do you think I'm asking? Don't you want to fight? Iolka's voice faltered as she spoke. Why am I here? Aren't you here to fight? It's unpleasant, being forced to fight for unknown reasons in an unfamiliar place. You have to fight. Otherwise, you'll end up like those you just devoured. Though her memories seemed muddled, Iolka didn't appear entirely clueless. She slumped down on the bench beside me. Let me ask again. What kind of magic can you use? Fire magic. I can use fire magic up to the 3rd tier. From her status window, it was evident that she used fire magic. I already knew that. What about other magic? Can you use additional magic like teleportation? Those types of magic are classified as 3rd tier or higher. So you can't use them. Do you have any complaints? If I were to demonstrate my magic, you'd be astounded. It's a bit disappointing. Supplementary magic offered more versatility than offensive magic. I inquired because there was a possibility of her having hidden abilities, even if they weren't listed in her skill window. However, it seemed that wasn't the case. Nonetheless, she was still a magician. From now on, y'all have to fight alongside us. Do you understand that? I understand, though it doesn't feel good. Do you have experience battling monsters? Of course, my nickname used to be the Witch of Rebellion. Regardless, Iolka had mastered fire magic and had experience fighting monsters. She appeared to feel more discomfort than fear in this situation. That was a positive sign. It seemed she would be able to unleash her full potential as a 3-star immediately. There was still some time before Party 2 returned. During that interval, I inquired about Iolka's knowledge of pick-me-up. She hesitated before responding. The basics were similar to Eddie's. She had a grasp of summoning and synthesis. However, she wasn't familiar with specific concepts such as levels and grades. Why are you asking about my magic usage? Do you have any knowledge about magic? Not really. I don't know much about it. It wasn't an inaccurate statement. Magic, being a fantastical element, didn't exist on Earth. While it was possible to categorize and classify physical class heroes in pick-me-up, magicians were different. Each individual possessed such unique characteristics that it was impossible to assign them to specific types. Without first-hand experience, it was difficult to determine how to utilize their abilities. Handling magicians posed one of the most challenging problems for beginners. Of course, having witnessed and analyzed hundreds of different types of magic, I had managed to grasp some understanding of it. After a while, Party 2 returned to the plaza, unharmed. They must have conducted a cautious exploration of the lower levels as part of the test. Eddie's seemed satisfied with the outcome. Roderick's strength exceeded expectations. Now it was Party 1's turn. Following Isel's summons, we entered the rift, venturing into the unknown. Aaron, absent-mindedly twirling his spear, voiced his thoughts. Seeing a magician for the first time, huh? I always thought they were creatures of imagination. Are magicians really that rare? I asked. Don't you know, Hyung? Despite my travels, I've never encountered a magician before, Aaron replied. I am in the same boat, chimed in Jenna. Being confined to the forest, I've missed out on such encounters. As we proceeded, my attention shifted to Iolka, who was calmly observing our surroundings. Although she didn't appear particularly amazed, I couldn't help but notice her distinctive clothing. The true test results would soon become apparent. Directing my gaze to the mirror on the left, I read the inscription, "Climb the tower, save the world." Main dungeon, current climbing floor 7, I guess we'll head to the 4th floor, I mused aloud. The floors above were inaccessible, requiring further progress to unlock. If we were to evaluate her magic, the 4th floor, where harpies and goblins coexisted, would provide an adequate challenge. But first, I needed to determine the nature of her magical abilities. While fire magic typically leaned towards offensive capabilities, the manner of its implementation varied based on an individual's characteristics. This meant we had to adapt our party's formation accordingly, deviating from the traditional concepts of melee classes. Turning to Aaron and Jenna, I initiated the conversation. When the battle begins, we'll take a step back. Why? We need to see what kind of magic she uses. What does that mean? Iolka overheard us. After all, the 3 of us can handle the 4th floor on our own. Iolka may only be level 2, but she's still a 3-star. That should be enough. Don't you have confidence? You said they would be amazed when you show them your magic. Well, yes, I am special, you know. Special? Well, y'all be pleasantly surprised, I promise, I chuckled. Since coming here, I've witnessed countless incredible scenes. Seeing a woman summon fire from her hands won't surprise me anymore. All right then, let's go. Hand fighting? Isel's figure slowly faded away. A beam of light emerged from the left mirror. The current challenge floor is the 8th floor of the main dungeon. The door will open in 10 seconds. Get ready. To my surprise, I still composed my expression and spoke up loudly. It's the 8th floor. Everyone, draw your weapons. But you just said we should step back enough with the noise. This guy testing on the 4th floor seems too trivial. I hadn't expected back-to-back climbing. I unsheathed my sword and secured my shield with my left hand. As the light enveloped us, we were transported to an unfamiliar location. Before us stretched a vast grassland, and in the distance, we could see the city walls we had observed on the 6th floor. Jenna raised an eyebrow. That looks familiar, but where have I seen it before? Thump, thump. We heard the sound of footsteps shaking the ground. From behind, everyone, watch out. Jenna quickly leaped to the side, followed by Aaron. Iolka stood there, seemingly lost in thought, gazing ahead. Don't freeze. I embraced Ialka and rolled to the side. For a brief moment, her dress obstructed our view, and within that obscured vision, a blade swung. Using my right arm to shield Ialka, I deflected the attack with my shield. Floor 8. Mission Type Subjugation. Objective: Annihilate the enemy. Goblin Rider Level. 9x27, Chapter 33, DPS. Key. Goblin riders zoomed past us on their wolves, kicking up a swirling cloud of dust that briefly concealed their presence. There were approximately 27 of them. When you count the goblins and the wolves separately, the total comes to 54. The goblins, clad in sturdy iron armor, brandished crossbows and blades, while the wolves were massive creatures, almost resembling horses. Looks like we've got some troublemakers on our hands. Dealing with just one or two wouldn't be an issue, but facing nearly 30 of them was akin to a full-fledged cavalry charge. The goblin riders, who had been thundering by, abruptly changed course and charged directly towards us. What should we do? Simple: take him down. Quick as a flash, Jenna notched an arrow and let it fly. One of the leading goblins toppled from its wolf companion, crashing to the ground. Of all the places, it had to be an open plain. I couldn't help but frown. We were left completely exposed to the stampeding onslaught of the 20 goblin riders. Dust billowed around them as they raced forward. Krrrr, Kia. The wails of the wolves mingled with the goblins' cries, creating a dissonant symphony. We'll need a different approach here, something unlike our usual tactics. Aaron, when you come face to face with them, sidestep and strike. Can you handle it? I'll give it my best shot. As for you, I turned my gaze towards Ialka. We'll deal with you later. Suddenly, a bolt whizzed through the air, aimed directly at my forehead. Swiftly, I deflected it with my shield and spun around, unleashing a sweeping arc with my sword. The foremost goblin's upper body twisted grotesquely as it was severed from its lower half. Rolling swiftly to the ground, I evaded the charging path just in time. As the goblins raced past me, their blades swung perilously close. I parried with my shield, retreating a few steps. Aaron, ready. With a piercing thrust, Aaron impaled a goblin with his spear, piercing its chest plate. At that very moment, a bolt flew towards the defenseless Aaron. Reacting swiftly, I cleaved it in half with my sword. Jenna's well-aimed arrow sent another goblin tumbling to the ground, lying motionless. Using my shield, I deflected a bolt hurtling towards Jenna and spoke urgently. Ialka, cast your magic. Magic? Don't make me repeat myself. Aren't you a magician? Wipe them all out. I need some time. How long? 1 minute. The goblins launched a second charge. This time, a ferocious wolf lunged for my face. Reacting swiftly, I dropped to the ground, thrusting my sword into its gaping maw. With lightning reflexes, I rolled once more, narrowly avoiding the trampling fury. Cast it now. Ialka frantically shook her head, her eyes closing. La Grande Cetus. A deep, resonant low note flowed from Ialka's lips as if it were expanding through the air. A single thread of fire ignited beneath Ialka's feet, steadily growing thicker and twisting upward like a coiling serpent, enveloping her entire body. This is magic. The warmth radiating from Ialka's figure tickled my cheeks, a tangible testament to the power surging within her. Given our limited range and maneuverability, Aaron and I lacked the means to launch a preemptive strike. It was up to Jenna, the skilled archer, and Ialka, the proficient mage, to make their mark. Aaron, shield Jenna from incoming bolts. Let her focus on her shots. Yes, sir. With a swift motion, Aaron deflected the bolts with his spear. In the meantime, Jenna's arrow pierced through one of the goblins, finding its mark. Just 1 minute. Time is running short. We had to endure until the enemy passed us by and circled back, a process that would take at least 30 seconds. Kia Kaya, one of the goblin riders, realized the unfolding spell and rallied the others, charging recklessly towards Ialka. Stepping forward, I positioned myself in front of her, intercepting their path and cleaving through their ranks with my blade. Mages, whether allies or adversaries, were always the primary targets for elimination. I could buy us some time, but completely halting the charge of 30 goblin riders was an impossible feat for me alone. Can't you make a shield while casting? Mages, during their incantations, typically fortified themselves with an additional barrier to withstand any interruptions or impact. Can't you answer? Or perhaps she can't hear me. I turned my gaze back, catching sight of Ialka's unceasing muttering, her eyes flickering with a fiery glow. It would take approximately 10 seconds for the riders to reach us. Despite Jenna's expert marksmanship, bringing down another goblin mid-charge, their momentum showed no sign of faltering. The goblins swung their swords overhead, forcefully kicking their wolves with their hind legs. If you remain there, you'll be swept away by their charge. Can't you cast your magic while on the move? Opa, it's getting too risky. Uog, acting swiftly, I grasped Ialka's arm and rolled to the side, narrowly evading the swinging blade that passed perilously close. A scorching heat tingled through my limbs, evidence of the searing flames that had nearly caught us. What are you doing? You're quite the nuisance, aren't you? If there had been a shield barrier, I wouldn't have been able to reach out and grab Ialka's hand. In the end, she was casting her spell completely exposed, without any protective measures. A nuisance, you say? Well, this magic, do you know difficult it's to convert mana into fire? Enough. I clenched and unclenched my hands, the lingering warmth of the flames still tingling through my fingertips. It was uncomfortable, but I could still move. Having completed their third charge, the goblin riders now aimed for a fourth, hurtling towards us with one goal in mind: Ialka. If their target had been me, Aaron, or even Jenna, we could have lured them in, evaded their charge, and launched a counteroffensive, wiping them out. But Ialka was different. With her clumsy attire and lacking both stamina and agility, there was a real risk of her being swept away and killed in an instant. Well, if I could come up with a plan, I could use Ialka as a decoy and eliminate the enemies. I scanned our surroundings once more. Chapter 33, DPS. Well, if I could come up with a plan, I could use Ialka as a decoy and eliminate the enemies. I scanned our surroundings once more. Though we were currently on a plain, there was a forest not too far away. Let's change our location. See the forest over there? Let's head inside. But won't we get blocked by the transparent wall? We'll deal with that when the time comes. I dashed forward, thrusting my blade into the foremost goblin rider, forcing them downward. As the wolf beneath them opened its jaws, I swiped its forehead and swiftly sidestepped. Ah! Ialka, positioned directly in the path of the goblin rider's charge, ran desperately, her dress billowing behind her. The horde of goblins rushed past her, gradually moving farther away. With the end of their charge, an opening presented itself. Now, run! Jenna and Aaron sheathed their weapons and swiftly made their way towards the forest. Can you go through? I shouted, I think I can go through. As expected, this area formed a linked field, where the forest and plain coexisted side by side. I grabbed Ialka's trembling hand and led her deeper into the forest. Once we're inside, cast your spell immediately. Our entrance where you're going to aim your magic. My hand, it hurts. I need some time. Do I need to repeat myself? No. Good. I tightened my grip on her hand and pulled Ialka further into the forest. The horde of goblin riders, having circled back, now aimed their crossbows at us. Get inside. I stepped forward, intercepting the bolts with my shield to protect Ialka. She clutched her right hand, tears streaming down her face. What are you doing? Get inside. I pushed Ialka, urging her forward. To treat me like this, you can complain after you survive, okay? Grumbling, Ialka made her way into the forest. After a moment, a crimson glow ignited from within the depths of the woods. I found myself alone on the vast plain. Due to the limitations of cavalry, they would have a difficult time targeting me effectively within the forest. I silently began to count down from 60. Hyung, come in. It's dangerous out there. I'll be there soon. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. Han has entered a frenzy state for the second time today. A brief dizziness overwhelmed me, but I managed to endure it. I tightened my grip on the sword, readying myself. The goblins, realizing I was alone, circled around me instead of charging head-on, unleashing bolts and swinging their blades. I deflected the bolts with my shield and parried their attacks with my sword. Don't come out. If you do, they'll scatter. Once all of them gather up and we'll go in together. I warned Aaron, who was attempting to leave the forest. The encircling goblins closed in, their attacks growing fiercer. I crouched down, biding my time. Approximately 15 seconds remaining. I filled my lungs with air, gathering strength. 3 swords swung simultaneously. I lowered my body, using the momentum to swing my sword in a wide arc. The blades deflected, causing one goblin to spray blood and collapse. I must clear a path. I raised my shield, swiftly piercing through the encirclement. From that point onward, there was no need for further contemplation. I sprinted with all my might into the forest. Inside, the crimson glow intensified. The goblins lined up and pursued me. Jenna, who had been concealed near the edge of the forest, called out, "Opa, careful." Okay, it seemed that everything was ready. Just before entering the forest, I dropped to the ground, pressing my stomach against the earth. 20 wolves and goblins dashed right behind me. In that moment, ignite. Like a raging tempest, flames erupted from between the trees, engulfing my field of vision. The flickering inferno consumed the charging goblin riders from the front, leaving no survivors in its wake. It doesn't seem like it's over yet. I quickly moved out of the range of the flames, assuming a defensive posture. A searing sensation ran through my back as if it were scalded. Raise up, boom, boom, boom. With a deafening blast, shockwaves swept through the area. The flames that engulfed the horde of goblin riders exploded simultaneously. Charred goblin corpses soared high into the sky, propelled by the force of the explosion. Sublimate, a towering pillar of fire shot up from the ground, reaching several meters in height. The fiery column, swirling with powerful currents, spun like a hurricane, scattering burning bodies in every direction. Stage cleared. Reward 20,000 G, Iron Ore B X3, Wolf Leather X5, MVP Ialka, Aaron, Ialka, leveled up. We returned through the rift in space and time. Aaron muttered with a bewildered voice. What in the world just happened? More than 20 goblin riders were wiped out by a single spell. That was amazing. Haha, this is the true power of fire. Didn't I promise? I said you would be astonished when you witness my magic. I am Ialka Rivel, the witch of the Rivel Barony. Ialka, who had been laughing confidently, suddenly collapsed to the ground. Sister? This woman is something else. During the 1-minute casting, she was unable to do anything, and her party members had to protect her unconditionally. She couldn't even use support magic, and her strength, stamina, and agility are all below rank 1. I've summoned and used countless mages before, but this is a rare type. It's not the first time, but it's close to being the first. If I were to compare her to a tank, it would be like tearing off the treads and armor plating of an infinite tank and transforming it into a form that focuses solely on firepower. Nevertheless, her power alone is worth acknowledging. It seems like we have a lot of work to do. Chapter 34, Prepare for Battle. The following day arrived. As soon as the master logged in, his first task was to construct a dedicated facility for wizards. Constructing facilities. Please touch the type of facility you desire. You have chosen the Magic Research Lab, an auxiliary building of the training ground. Would you like to expand this building? Yes/no. A gentle vibration ran through the entire waiting room, accompanied by the appearance of a message. The people in the training ground seemed accustomed to such vibrations and continued with their tasks undisturbed. The Alchemy Lab, an extension of the training ground. The Library, an extension of the training ground. The Magic Research Lab has been completed. Research is now available. The Alchemy Lab has been completed. You can now synthesize various items. The Library has been completed. Mages can now hone their knowledge on their own. Great! The 3 auxiliary buildings of the training ground, the Magic Research Lab, Alchemy Lab, and Library, have combined to create a new facility called the Hall of Magic. Why am I also doing this? Among the trainees running along the track, there was a young woman with brown hair, Ialka Rivel Strashur. She was the hero who had impressively defeated 20 goblin riders the previous day. Ialka couldn't help but grumble incessantly as she ran. Why do elite individuals like me have to endure such mindless training? Just keep running. I am a talented person who relies on my intellect. Then maybe you should just eat potatoes from now on. Arg, seriously. Ialka gritted her teeth and continued running. This was the task I assigned to her. Her stamina was remarkably low. Even though mages prioritize intelligence, having stamina is crucial on a battlefield where swords and spears clash. She was currently wearing Jenna's spare dress. Ialka's original dress was a specially crafted magical item made by her family. It enhanced the power of fire magic. After verifying it, I realized that her statement wasn't unfounded. Why me? Why do I have to go through this? You're grumbling too much. It wasn't as if I had ordered a particularly challenging menu. Just 3 laps around the track per day. She hasn't had to carry a sandbag. The pace was slow. Compared to what I am used to doing, it was enough to make me yawn. Ialka's incessant grumbling prompted me to issue an amusing order to Chloe. If she doesn't stop complaining, feed her nothing but potatoes for all 3 meals. As I trailed behind Ialka during her run, I gazed upward, taking in the breathtaking sky. The sky was an enchanting shade of azure, reminiscent of deep mysteries. It had been quite some time since the master logged in during the morning hours. Mkina seemed captivated, quietly observing the training ground without issuing any commands. Since I am incredibly busy, please find something else to occupy yourself with. I can't pretend to keep doing training. There were other tasks that demanded my attention at this point. With the 10th floor fast approaching, luck was on our side. We had managed to recruit a magician, and the magnificent Hall of Magic had been unveiled. The warehouse eagerly awaited my touch, filled to the brim with a myriad of materials I had diligently collected. The recent opening of the Yslat mine allowed us to acquire a diverse range of materials from the 3 distinct dungeons. The time had come to craft consumable items, including potions. Originally, this was considered high-level content, reserved for skilled apothecaries and alchemists. However, by utilizing the same approach I employed for equipment crafting grellying on engaging mini-games, I could manufacture items even without the required expertise. Of course, it was crucial to keep such scenes hidden from Mkina's watchful eyes. If he were to witness the game's hero creating items through a mini-game, he would undoubtedly trigger a bug report. After a satisfying round of observation, Mkina seemed content and gracefully logged out. Without hesitation, I ceased my running and made my way towards the exit. Jenna, please keep a watchful eye on her to prevent any escape attempts. Yes, of course. Sis, let's keep running with determination. We can do it. I never expected things to turn out like this. Stepping out onto the plaza, I called out loudly. Ysel, Loki's trusted subordinate Ysel, makes her grand entrance. What's happening? We have important matters to attend to. We must create valuable items. Ah, I see. I'll open it up right away. The warehouse doors swung open slowly, revealing a treasure trove of materials. I swiftly loaded them onto the cart at the entrance. Life grass, mana herb, crispy mushroom, highland water, goldstone, azurite. Although we lacked variety in ore, we managed to make the numbers work. I had relinquished my focus on gathering elemental stones and instead directed my efforts towards collecting resources. As we neared the ascent to the 10th floor, the priority shifted from advancement to item creation. Pulling the cart behind me, I returned to the training ground. Ialka, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath, yet her eyes conveyed a sense of eagerness towards me. Ignoring her, I entered through the newly fashioned door on the left side of the training ground. Hall of Magic Level 1, the room was shrouded in darkness, with bookshelves on either side adorned with books emitting a nostalgic aroma. I randomly plucked one and attempted to read its contents. However, it was filled with cryptic formulas and intricate diagrams that were beyond my comprehension. Guiding the cart forward, I proceeded towards my intended destination, a secluded corner of the hall, where a room draped in curtains awaited. The alchemy cauldron. As I nudged the cart beside the cauldron, I envisioned the scene of pharmacy concocting potions. Pouring highland water into the cauldron, igniting the stove, and setting it to a vigorous boil. Then delicately adding finely ground life grass in precise proportions. Too much hassle. With a flick of my finger, Ysel promptly presented the item synthesis window, as if she had been patiently awaiting my command. From the cart, I retrieved a glass bottle brimming with highland water. I carelessly flung it into the cauldron, paying no mind to the shattering sound that ensued. Crispy mushroom, goldstone, life grass were all haphazardly tossed in, their ratios and proportions disregarded. The potion creation window materialized before me. Ignoring the successive messages warning of potential penalties, I proceeded. The minigame employed for item crafting and enchantment entailed tapping the keys in sync with the rhythmic beats. Amazing success. Han has successfully crafted a low-grade health potion. Amazing success. Han has successfully crafted a low-grade health potion. Amazing success. Han has successfully crafted a low-grade mana potion. The newly forged items emerged from a recess beneath the cauldron. I transformed all the materials in the cart into consumable items. Admittedly, this might arouse Mkina's suspicion, but there was no alternative. It was wiser to put them to use rather than let them languish in neglect. The fruits of my labor, 6 health potions and 2 mana potions. I returned the potions to the warehouse, knowing they would prove invaluable on the 10th floor. Chapter 34, Prepare for Battle. That very night, I summoned my party members to the lobby. Jenna, Aaron, and I gathered together, ready for discussion. Ialka, however, remained in her room, recovering from the effects of dehydration incurred during training. Since the upcoming conversation pertained to the 3 of us, Ialka's absence did not pose an issue. I placed the prepared stove in the center of the lobby. Within the stove, flames flickered and danced, radiating warmth. I addressed my companions. We have officially welcomed a magician into our party. Yes, that's to be expected. It goes without saying, Jenna replied. Now our responsibilities will shift accordingly. Do you understand the significance of me bringing this stove here? I asked. I'm not entirely sure, she responded uncertainly. Observe closely, I declared, raising my right hand. A surge of doubt washed over me. This is utter madness. What a reckless endeavor. Suppressing the rising tide of negative thoughts, I refocused my mind. It had to be done for the sake of necessity and progress. Taking a deep breath, I plunged my right hand into the heart of the roaring flames. Oh, Hyung, what are you doing? Aaron cried out. Aaron, what's happening? Jenna asked, her voice filled with concern. If Ialka is an expert at using fire magic, then we must become immune to it, I explained. My vision blurred as pain enveloped my hand. I clutched my right hand with my left, desperately enduring the searing heat. Despite my efforts, blisters formed, and the pain intensified. After counting to 10, I withdrew my hand from the scorching blaze. My right hand displayed a fiery red hue, but as fresh skin gradually appeared, the pain began to subside. Ialka isn't the only one who will harness the power of fire. We will fight alongside her. If we don't grow immune to the flames, we will become toasted before our enemies, I stated firmly. Are you suggesting we should do something like this? Jenna's eyes widened in fear. Aaron closed his eyes momentarily, then spoke with curiosity. How many times do we have to do this? We must persist until we develop resistance, I replied, hinting at acquiring the flame resistance skill. While it was possible to create accessories imbued with flame resistance, it necessitated a plentiful supply of materials and proper facilities. Nonetheless, acquiring elemental resistance proved advantageous, not just for Ialka, but for the entire party. Remember the 5th floor. We can't afford to let our guard down again, I warned Aaron, his gaze fixed upon the stove. He raised his right hand, preparing to plunge it into the flames, but I interjected. Do it where I can't see. I have no desire to witness your suffering. My actions were merely meant as an example, I clarified. I understand, he acknowledged, accepting my guidance. How about you? I looked at Jenna. I am not sure if I can, Jenna hesitated. In that case, allow me to bear the burden with you. If we hold hands and face this challenge together, the flames won't feel as scorching, I reassured. That's not necessary. Jenna blurted out, her face flushed with embarrassment. Are you going to keep running away whenever Ialka uses magic? She can't create shields or use teleportation spells. If we can't keep her protected by our side, she'll be defenseless. But we don't have any other choice. Jenna's gaze lowered slowly, and with uncertain words she nodded. I sighed deeply, then said, next. Do we have another task? Aaron, I am sorry to ask, but there's one more thing you need to do. Okay. I reached out my right hand towards the ground. From Jenna's waist, I drew a dagger and placed it on my upturned palm. What's this for? Pain resistance. My hand tingled uncomfortably, but I managed to speak. I won't force you to do it this way. Find your own method. It's about building your resilience to pain. I slowly withdrew the dagger with my left hand. The wound healed quickly. Clenching my right hand, blood staining my palm, I looked at Aaron. Sweat drips formed on his forehead. He must be feeling terrible. I felt the same. I knew it was necessary, but personally going through with it felt maddening. Yet it was necessary. While health potions could heal wounds, they came with intense pain. To endure and fight, pain resistance was an essential skill. Do I also need to? Jenna looked terrified. You don't. Phew. But it's something y'all have to face eventually. Please, let it be later, much later. Okay, but you need to do something else. After practicing with the dagger, you become a switcher. A switcher? Yes, it means you can use both a bow and a dagger. Make it possible for you to switch between the two weapons quickly. You must be able to fight at both close and long range, wherever and whenever. But I prefer using the bow. From now on, things will be different. It may not be your natural preference, but there will be times when the two of us won't be able to protect Ialka. At those times, Ya'll need to take on an additional defensive role. It felt like protecting a true princess. However, to truly harness Ialka's potential, there's no other choice. Considering the formidable firepower we witnessed on the 8th floor, its versatility will surely come into play. From now on, we'll form a triangular formation centered around Ialka. We'll commence training from tomorrow. We have a colossal cannon on our side. However, this cannon lacks any defensive mechanisms. Therefore, our only option is to position it along external defense forces. Thus, we create a single tank equipped with turrets and armor. Although Ialka's endurance may be lacking, we can compensate for it by reducing firepower and utilizing mana potions. After all, the effectiveness of any weapon ultimately depends on how it's wielded. If only we had one more support-type magician. In that case, the double magician system would be complete. It was widely acknowledged as one of the most efficient party compositions in Pick Me Up. Anyway, the next challenge awaits on the 10th floor. If we want to survive, we must put these tasks into action. Yes, understood. While the 9th floor still remains, our chances of venturing there are slim. To gain experience in climbing the tower, 2 parties will embark on the 9th floor. Given the collaborative quest, having a single party is insufficient. This knowledge is practically common among players, and Amkina is likely aware of it too. After the 10th floor, missions will require cooperation between 2 or more parties. Hints have been provided during this stream, and we might end up with one on the 10th floor. Subjugation, survival, escort, breakthrough, assassination, defense, siege, pursuit, escape. I compared the multitude of mission types with the information I've gathered. Although I had some speculations, reaching a definite conclusion proved elusive. Action can only be taken once we're in the midst of the actual mission. Our work is far from finished. Returning to the room, I set about creating a detailed plan. Chapter 35, Prepare for Battle. I took a deep breath, drawing it in and exhaling gently. Phew. Beside my bed, a brazier with firewood emitted a flickering warmth. It had become a ritual, countless times of self-inflicted pain. I stuffed a rag into my mouth and reached my hand into the brazier. A torrent of profanities automatically echoed in my mind. Counting to 10, second by second. Beyond the pain, my senses began to fade away. Instead of the searing agony in my flesh, an unfamiliar sensation trickled through my fingertips. Han has acquired the flame resistance skill. At last, I hastily withdrew my hand. The faint scorch mark caught my eye. As I turned my head and waited, the numbed sensation gradually receded. Now, it was time to test the difference before and after acquiring flame resistance. This time, I managed to endure for over 30 seconds. I swiftly extinguished the fire by placing a water jug beside the brazier. I couldn't bear to witness it any longer. Just as the flames dwindled completely, a new message materialized. Aaron has acquired the flame resistance skill. He did it. Aaron had extraordinary patience. It was as expected. But there was one individual who posed a slightly different problem. Shortly after, Jenna entered my room, her eyes glistening with tears. I can't do it. I can't put my hand into the fire. She decided to have the fire resistance skill too, but she couldn't gather the courage to go through the process. You could ask Ialka to burn you, but only to the point where you want perish. I don't want to do this. If I had known, I would have begged to have that old man instead. Help me. I reignited the fire in the brazier. Jenna approached me, her voice choked with sobs. She sat on my knee, shielding her eyes with my shoulder. I put the rag in her mouth, ensuring she wouldn't bite her tongue from the ensuing pain. Before her mouth was filled, Jenna whispered softly. Why me? Why me, huh? We were brought here, compelled to fight without understanding the reasons behind it. Perhaps those who instantly synthesized, without even comprehending the situation, may be happier than us. At least they were spared from experiencing any torment. Jenna had fainted numerous times before finally acquiring the flame resistance skill, and the following day arrived. Eddie's party ascended to the 9th floor. Currer. The entire waiting room quivered leisurely. The vibrations were more profound than during the facility's construction, a sensation peculiar to ascending floors. It didn't take long before Party 2 emerged, and Eddie's seemed rather unsettled. Dika and Asher wore strained expressions. With a grin, I spoke up. Did they chop off your limbs or something? Both of them hurled, unable to provide an answer. Roderick came to their aid, supporting them as they made their way back to the lodging. So, what was the mission about? We were tasked with conquering the goblin lair. There were approximately 50 of them. Anything else? Asher and Dika besides that. Did you notice anything peculiar about the place? If there was anything strange, spill the details. Eddie's narrowed her gaze and responded. The floor was like a pool of mud, as if a torrential rain had just passed. A mud pool. Was that it? I am not sure about anything else. Understood. Eddie's wearily retreated to the lodging, appearing exhausted from the intense battle, lacking the energy for further training. As Party 2 left, Ysel, with an air of authority, summoned the next members. Han, Jenna, Aaron, Ialka. I am already here. Oh, really? Party 1 had gathered instantly. We ventured into the rift of space and time. Are we not filling the 5th spot in the party? We were nearing the 10th floor, yet I couldn't comprehend Mkina's strategy. If he intended to fill the spots, he should have done so earlier. Bringing in recruits from the training camp at this point doesn't seem doable. They simply can't adapt now. As the mirror on the left began to enshroud the room, I spoke up. Ialka, what's the matter? You remember what I said last time, right? Only use the first tier until I say otherwise. But what? Do you understand? Or should I say it again? Yes, I got it good. Through my conversation with Ialka, I gained a rough understanding of how she employed her magic. Currently, Ialka is classified as a 3-class mage, and that simply means that she has 3 tiers of magic. The first tier involved invoking flames. The second tier involved igniting the flames explosively. The third tier involved spinning the explosion into an updraft. As the tiers increased, the consumption of magical power intensified. Floor 4, Mission Type Subjugation, Objective Annihilate the Enemy. Goblin level, 4x3, Harpy level. 6x2, it was a familiar forest that we had traversed many times before, to the designated location. Following my instructions, the party members scattered. I took the front position, Aaron on the left, Jenna on the right, and Ialka in the center. We formed a triangular formation, emphasizing the protection of the central figure. The goblins and harpies eyed us warily, well aware of the significant difference in power. They cautiously started to encircle us, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. I stood firm, my sword and shield at the ready, observing the unfolding scene. Kia! Finally unable to contain themselves, 2 harpies swooped down, launching their attack against me. As I deflected their sharp claws with my shield, I stole a quick glance behind me. Ialka was in the midst of casting her spell. Flames danced from her feet, reaching up to her head. Now, ignite. I swiftly sidestepped, evading the onslaught. In an instant, the billowing flames engulfed the 2 harpies like a crashing wave, leaving nothing behind. The remaining 2 goblins met their demise swiftly, courtesy of Jenna's well-aimed arrows. They even put up a fight. We can't practice our formation this way. Stage clear. Ialka leveled up. Reward 2000 G, Iron Ore C Zone, MVP Ialka. Through this battle, Ialka reached level 4. It marked the highest level attainable on the 4th floor. I am at level 10, Jenna's at 8, Aaron's at 6, and Ialka's at 4, decreasing by 2 with each level. We have raised our levels as far as possible. Party 2, led by Eddie's, experienced the same growth. Especially Eddie's, who quickly rose to the challenge after her initial defeat against Jenna. Her low-level dagger skill soared to level 4. Now, in their dagger duels, she could win 6 out of 10 matches against Jenna and even managed to secure victory in 7 out of 10. The 10th floor drew closer and closer. Chapter 35, Prepare for Battle. We significantly intensified our training, devoting ourselves from morning till late at night. No one was exempt. We reduced our rest time, focusing almost all our available hours on training. Shoot. As always, we engaged in arrow deflection training. Initially, I used a shield to block the arrows. However, at some point, I discarded the shield and added more challenging conditions to the training. Lately, we have reduced our sparring sessions. Our primary focus has shifted towards arrow defense training. If we had emphasized weapon mastery, I could have reached level 6 in low-level swordsmanship much earlier. However, that wasn't the right path. Awakening new skills proved more beneficial for increasing overall power than enhancing the level of the obtained skills alone. In this journey, there is a skill I must acquire, or rather, a skill I have been striving to obtain for quite some time. Arrows fly from above and below, each heading in a different direction. The moment they are released, my instincts kick in, allowing me to anticipate their trajectory. Naturally, my sword smoothly rotates in the direction that deflects the arrows. Han has acquired the projectile defense skill. Han's low-level swordsmanship has reached level 6, projectile defense. It is a skill that greatly enhances defense against projectile weapons, including arrows. Acquiring this skill was challenging, but I persevered in training and had already mastered its techniques. It can be seen as a delayed awakening, rather than a recent discovery. Furthermore, since projectile defense falls under the category of weapon skills, I can simultaneously advance my proficiency in low-level swordsmanship. By incorporating a few additional skills, I can elevate my modest weapon mastery to an intermediate level. Opa, you're becoming more impressive with each passing day. Jenna murmured with a hint of frustration in her voice. No need for praise. Did you practice your weapon switching? You mean like this. Jenna shot an arrow at a wooden statue 10 meters away, seamlessly transitioning to her dagger and swiftly striking down a scarecrow positioned next to her. The fluidity of her weapon transformation was akin to the graceful flow of water. Checking the status screen, I confirmed that the switching skill had been successfully acquired. For a thief who values adaptability in various situations, this skill proves exceptionally useful. However, it is undeniable that her learning speed is far from ordinary. Despite having an innate rank of 1, she possesses tremendous untapped potential. If I had been dragged into this world without knowledge of pick-me-up, I would have lagged far behind Jenna. At best, I might have reached the level of an average rank 1, like Aaron. Although he has elevated his low-level spear mastery to level 3, that is the extent of his progress. Aaron has been absent from the training grounds for a while. He is likely secluded in his room, honing his pain tolerance. Ialka, on the other hand, is engrossed in magic training at the specialized facility within the magic hall. My request to her was to reduce the firepower while minimizing the consumption of magical energy. Employing rapid and successive spellcasting proves more manageable than unleashing single, forceful bursts. As for Party 2, led by Eddies, they are currently engaged in formation training, occupying the left side of the training grounds. No matter where you go, a fight is a familiar concept, much like the force of gravity. Under the experienced guidance of Eddies and Roderick, Asher and Dika poured sweat. And then, in a corner, there were others training aimlessly. Their stances lacked finesse, and their strength was meager. These were the recently promoted rank 1 individuals. Despite leveling up a few times in the lower floors, their skill levels were still low. Are we supposed to babysit these guys? Fortunately, there were only 2 of them. Mkina seemed disinterested in recruiting new heroes. She had used up all the gems to create the magic hall. Mkina appeared to be fully engaged in preparing for the ascent to the 10th floor. With the operation of the equipment production facility, the party's gear had significantly improved. The shabby E-rank leather armor had been reinforced to D-rank, with the addition of metal plates. Aaron and I also received daggers as secondary weapons. Furthermore, the 2 individuals from the training grounds joined me and Eddie's party. The rank 1 individual who joined our party was named Shern. Although we tried to include him in formation training, he often struggled to keep up. He couldn't even acquire the fire resistance skill that I had requested. If we had more time, I would have forced him to learn it, but judging by Mkina's actions, our departure to the 10th floor was imminent. It would be better to focus on training the core members during that time. Ideally, I wanted them to level up before we set off. Coincidentally, it was the weekend when all the weekly dungeons were open, so I visited the mine, but I couldn't find any rare monsters. That night, Aaron also developed pain tolerance. The preparations were complete. Seated at the desk in my room, analyzing the dungeons from the 6th to the 9th floor, I was interrupted by the fluttering sound of wings. It was Yslat. "What brings you here? Looking for me?" "No, I just wanted to check how the preparations are going. So Loki, how's it going? Have you finished predicting the mission? Can we blitz through it?" If that were possible, it'd be a god. You certainly are one. If I were, I would have conquered the 100th floor a long time ago. Master of masters, it's true that I am among the top players in Pick Me Up. But even with that reputation, I haven't managed to fully clear Pick Me Up. After 2 years of struggle, I only made it to the 88th floor. Countless parties have been wiped out by unpredictable random patterns and brutal trap designs. In Pick Me Up, masters grow through defeat, and I am no exception. Amkina still remains oblivious to defeat. If we were to continue in the current state, the moment he experiences defeat would be my demise. The more I think about it, the more it drives me to the brink. To succeed in every mission without a single failure up to the 100th floor, it's a daunting task. Anxiety is a luxury I can't afford. Just because the odds are against me doesn't mean I'll give up. I cleared my mind, erasing any stray thoughts. I must calm my racing thoughts. Based on my estimation, tomorrow is the day we climb to the 10th floor. Yes, tomorrow. It will be the second boss stage we encounter since arriving here. Chapter 36, Mission Type Defend. The following evening arrived, and a gathering took place in the bustling square. Every member from both Party 1 and Party 2 assembled, including Han, Jenna, Aaron, Ialka, and the belated arrival of Shern. The rest of the group consisted of Eddies, Roderick, Dika, Asher, and an unidentified person. "You there?" "Yes," a young man with closely cropped hair replied promptly. He appeared to be in his early 20s, towering in height but with a lean physique. A quintessential underdog. When the battle commences, find a suitable position and hold your ground. Understood? If you're looking for death, feel free to tag along. However, he was at level 3, possessing only a fundamental sword skill at level 1. It was evident that his presence would be more of a hindrance than a help. "I can fight too, is that so? Why do you treat me like this, pushing me around? We're comrades, aren't we?" "I am not pushing you around." He joined the party at a rather late stage. Had we been given just a week, we could have managed to assign him a specific role. Mere numbers filling would not suffice. It was a matter of whether he could carry his own weight within the party. Otherwise, he would become nothing more than a lackluster presence. But seriously, what are we doing here? The little fairy didn't summon us, did she? She will summon us soon, so don't doubt it. And you again, acting as if you have all the answers. I raised my gaze to the sky. It gleamed brilliantly, the Ancona connection established 30 minutes ago, silently observing the waiting room without issuing any commands. He's contemplating. Should we challenge the 10th floor, or should we allow ourselves a little more time? Certain aspects remained incomplete. The newest member had yet to adapt to the party dynamics, and despite my level being 10, the pinnacle of a 1-star ranking, I had not achieved promotion yet. I hoped my predictions would prove incorrect. If he rushed the process, the situation would become complicated. However, if he waits for about a week, I could upgrade my skills to the maximum level achievable for a 1-star rank. It would be wise to conclude one research endeavor before proceeding. That way, we would be better prepared to face the challenges of the 10th floor compared to our current state. Yet, Amkina's nature, as observed thus far, suggested otherwise. In the end, whether we perished or were utterly annihilated, it would pose no problem. Nevertheless, for the Master, it was merely a gamia realm where heroes could be reselected and nurtured once more. To us, it was reality, but to the Master, it was far from it. At long last, the control window of Amkina came to life, initiating movement. Yslat materialized, gracefully circling the bustling square. "Oh, everyone is here. This means I don't have to raise my voice. Party 1? Yes, here. Party 2 were present. Open the rift of time and space." With a creaking sound, the grand gate at the forefront of the square swung open wide. A sense of tension emanated from the gazes of the crowd. Though I refrained from making a fuss, whispers had already spread, hinting at the events that had transpired on the 5th floor. "Take a deep breath. Relax. We can do this." Jenna placed a hand on her chest, controlling her breathing. It was all because of this master. Attention! This mission requires 2 parties for a medium-sized operation. If your party is lacking members, use paid or free summoning to recruit additional heroes. Tips / by utilizing the auxiliary facility of the spatial rift, known as the tactical headquarters, you can issue tactical instructions to the heroes participating in the mission. The tactical headquarters, He has no clue how to make proper use of it. For novices, it was a rather intricate system. But before that, just a moment, Ysel? Yes. Head to the warehouse and fetch the items we prepared. Ysel nodded and vanished into thin air. Before long, a message appeared. Master, there are unused consumables in the warehouse. Please equip them with the heroes. The heroes will use these consumables at the appropriate time. Tips / you can craft consumables at the alchemy lab or the magic hall. Materials can be obtained from the daily dungeons. Consumables, one of the shortcuts to victory, it's the pathway to becoming a consummate master of pick-me-up. Understood. Ysel emerged from the warehouse, pulling along a cart. The cart contained potions and a variety of items that I had recently crafted. Give Han a low-grade health potion to carry. Ysel tossed a glass bottle filled with a crimson liquid toward me. I caught it and securely fastened it to my belt. Give Jenna a low-grade health potion to carry. Give Aaron, give Eddies. There were a total of 6 health potions. Divided equally, each party would receive 3. The mana potion was reserved exclusively for Ialka. Ialka shook the glass bottle containing the fluid that shimmered with a tranquil blue hue. This is quite an expensive item. Where did you get it? Don't bother asking. It's better left unsaid. Ialka playfully flicked his tongue and discreetly tucked the mana potion inside her garment. She seemed to have found a clever way to store it. Turning to Eddies, I inquired, are we all prepared? It's all over. Are these your final words? If you're kidding, then it's really a bad joke. Eddies chuckled and stepped forward, entering the spatial rift. Dika and Asher respectfully nodded to me before following Eddies, while Roderick and the remaining individual joined them inside. The spatial rift remained open, eagerly awaited our entry. Chapter 36, Mission Type Defend. The spatial rift remained open, eagerly awaited our entry. The time has arrived, Hyung, it seems so. I'll put my trust in you, just like I did on the 5th floor. Don't burden me. Confirming that the potions securely adorned my belt, I proceeded toward the spatial rift. The others, with various expressions on their faces, followed suit. My attention was captured by a mirror positioned to the left of the spatial rift. Climb the tower and save the world. Main dungeon, current floor 9. Once I verified that all 10 of us had entered, I addressed them. Eddies, yes. There's a possibility that we may get separated. In such a case, we must reunite as swiftly as possible. Reunite how? Head straight toward the center. If you find yourself uncertain of the location, ascend to higher ground and survey the surroundings. Eddies nodded, grasping the plan. Just as Ysel zoomed in at the last moment, the spatial rift sealed shut. Ysel let out an exaggerated sigh and placed both hands on her hips. You lot, make sure not to trouble Han. I'll keep a close eye on things. Ignore her. Really? What? Absolutely. Grrrrrr, I couldn't help but burst into laughter at Isel's exaggerated expression. Don't worry, I'll ascend the tower as planned. Ysel smiled. I know, good luck, and don't you dare die without my permission. Ysel clenched her fist in front of me, transforming into a beam of light and vanishing. Opa, who exactly are you? What secret do you possess that makes that audacious fairy obediently follow your orders? Are you hiding something? And what if I do? Arg, lowering my voice, I addressed Eddies. Eddies, reuniting is our top priority. Head toward the center, no matter where you find yourself on the map. Got it. We will discuss matters once we're inside. The mirror on the left side began to emit an increasingly radiant light. The light slowly rippled, swallowing the entire spatial rift. I surrendered myself to the embrace of the light, closing my eyes. When I opened them again, the light receded, revealing the surrounding scenery. Amidst it all, a plaintive voice reached my ears. We're all going to die, every single one of us. In front of me, a man huddled on the ground, muttering to himself. We can't win, we're doomed to perish. Men, women, children, no one will be spared. We're trapped here, I nudged the man's back, urging him to stand. He staggered up and turned his gaze toward me. Who's there? Who's there? Are you a ghost? A ghost you must be. Though I stood right before him, the man blindly groped the air, searching for my presence. Jenna approached. Oh, this gentleman, it seems like they can't see us. I recalled the tutorial stage, where people fled from beyond the field. I attempted to engage them in conversation, but they disregarded my presence, passing by as if I were invisible. Excuse me, can you see us, sir? Jenna waved her hand in front of the man, but he remained in a state of confusion, oblivious to our presence. Is he an NPC? I surveyed our surroundings. A row of houses, constructed with logs and bricks, people crouched in fear, their faces etched with terror. Armored soldiers swiftly traversed the streets, seemingly preoccupied with their own tasks. They displayed no interest in us, the sudden arrivals in their city. How bizarre. In missions, encounters with NPCs were quite common. No wonder cooperation was proving to be challenging. It appeared to be designed this way. Focus. Let's gather together for now. As I spoke, the party members who had been observing their surroundings assembled. I smiled and remarked, this city feels oddly familiar, doesn't it? Ialka and Shern wore expressions of bewilderment, while Jenna and Aaron's countenances stiffened. It was only natural since the two of them were absent during the 5th floor. Come to think of it, Hyung, I've been here before. It seems different, yet there's a sense of familiarity. That's right. We've been here already. This is the ruined city that served as the stage for the 5th floor. The only difference is after a brief survey of our surroundings, I continued speaking. It hasn't been destroyed yet. Hold on for a moment, Opa. The timeline seems a bit off. It's all mixed up, isn't it? How often has it not been mixed up? Let's worry about the small details later. The important thing is that we've been summoned here, and in order to survive, we need to succeed in our mission. Our mission, Ialka murmured, her voice filled with uncertainty. The mission hasn't started yet. It seems like we have some time to spare. It would be wise to gather information from our surroundings. Listen up, everyone. I'll give you 5 minutes to thoroughly explore the area and then regroup here. Don't be late or we'll leave without you. Yes, Ialka, you stay here. What? Why are you suddenly saying that? I am telling you not to waste your energy unnecessarily. It seems like Yaol play a crucial role in this mission. Ah, I understand. Ialka nodded, her expression filled with bewilderment. The 4 of us, including myself, scattered in different directions. Our objective was to assess the enemy's positions, their numbers, the status of our allies, the condition of the battlefield, and the mission's goals. Conveniently, there was a bell tower nearby. It was the same place where Jenna had climbed up and spotted the goblins on the 5th floor. I ascended the stairs at the entrance. The location where we had been summoned happened to be at the heart of the city. Although I couldn't see where Eddie's and the second party had landed, I knew they would soon join us here. At the top of the bell tower, a soldier was gripping his head, moaning in distress. First, I glanced up at the sky. Thick clouds loomed ominously, saturating the air with moisture as if a torrential downpour was imminent. I slowly redirected my gaze downward. To the north of the city lay a vast forest. There, thousands of green dots writhed and squirmed. Goblin level. X-2213. In the distance, although not clearly visible, it appeared that numerous siege towers were being pulled towards us. These must be the siege weapons, I thought. Turning my gaze towards the east, I saw the river flowing, the same river we had encountered on the 7th floor. Goblin level. X-899. There, too, hundreds of goblins were advancing towards the city, but this time without any siege equipment. It seemed they were attempting to join forces from the east, heading towards the northern gate. Next, I surveyed the city. Armed soldiers were stationed in the outer fortifications that encircled the city. Human soldier level. X-353, the enemy outnumbers us at least 10-1, if not more. As I scrutinized the northern forest, it became apparent that forces were lurking within. I had anticipated this, that the situation would unfold in this manner. There was no escaping the predicament it presented. But if it's a survival mission, the details of the mission were not fully defined. If we could hold out for a certain period and trigger another survival mission, it would prove to be much more manageable than the 5th floor. We had plenty of NPCs we could utilize as decoys, and most importantly, the key aspect of regional defensive mage was in place. I tightened my grip on the sheathed sword hanging from my belt. Beneath the bell tower, the party members who had completed their scouting began to gather. In the distance, I could see Eddie's party advancing to join us. And now, the wheel of fate spins. Warning, 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 a triple warning message indicating a higher difficulty level. Taking a deep breath, I read the mission details that appeared below. Floor 10, Mission Type Defense, Objective Prevent the City from Being Captured. Chapter 37, Mission Type Defend. The mission had been set in stone, leaving no room for idle moans. With a sense of urgency, I descended from the towering structure and joined the waiting members below. The combined forces of Party 1 and Party 2 amounted to a total of 10 individuals. To support our ranks, we were accompanied by approximately 350 allied NPCs, bringing the total fighting force to around 360. Though my face betrayed a hint of worry, I managed to conceal my emotions. In the realm of this game, even seemingly impossible missions had a path to victory. Such was the rule of pick-me-up. Gathered at last, I spoke, my words encompassing the attentive gazes of their comrades. Now, all eyes were on me. It was time to move forward. After compiling all the information, let's delve into the specifics of our mission, objectives, and individual roles. Let's go in order, starting from the left. What did you observe? Well, I can start, Jenna offered, breaking the silence. She began recounting her attempts to communicate with the people within the city. Alas, no responses came their way. It appeared that although she could see and interact with the villagers, the reverse was not possible. Communication was a frustratingly one-sided affair. Isn't it easier to leverage the NPCs this way? Next in line was Aaron, who shared his findings. According to him, the refugees were converging in the city's central district. However, escape routes seemed scarce, with no gates to the south or west, leaving the northern and eastern gates vulnerable to the relentless goblin assault. Aaron concluded his report with a somber expression. If the city falls, everyone here will meet their end. One after another, the reports continued. From atop the city walls, I beheld a disconcerting sight: a horde of thousands of goblins swarming outside. The city's defensive forces were vastly outnumbered, and the residents were in fear. Morale among the defenders had plummeted. The situation seemed dire, lacking any notable silver linings. Nevertheless, from my vantage point atop the tower, I had already gained a comprehensive understanding of the circumstances. Finally, it was my turn to address the gathering. With unwavering clarity, I told them the mission's task. This time, our mission is to defend. Defense? Eddies inquired, seeking further clarification. I nodded in affirmation. Indeed, our objective is to safeguard this city from enemy invasion. It's unlike our previous encounter on the 5th floor. We can't simply hunker down in one location and hold our ground. This time, we must fight to save the city too. But it's strange, isn't it? Goblins have never breached the boundaries of the human territories before, let alone with siege weapons. Strange or not, we can ponder that later. If we fail, the mission, thoughts of what fate awaited the heroes in the event of their failure crossed my mind. Will all perish, even if we manage to escape the city? Yes. No matter where we are, the moment the mission fails, our lives will be forfeit. There are no exceptions. That's a harsh reality. Roderick's complexion stiffened. I believe the condition for success is the complete annihilation of the invading army. On the other hand, the failure condition looked next to the tower. Beside the tower stood a small cathedral, its courtyard adorned with statues crafted from plaster. These statues emitted a radiant crimson glow. What are those luminous statues? Two winged girls embraced each other, their eyes fixed upon the heavens. They were known as the twin goddess statues, objects frequently encountered during specialized missions when I was a master. I offered an explanation. If those statues fall, the mission is deemed a failure. That's unbelievable. It may defy reason and logic, but if we wish to avoid meeting our demise, we have no choice but to confront this challenge. But how did you come to possess such knowledge? You just understand that my experience in mission execution far surpasses yours. That's all that you need to know. If I have to explain this to you, we will need a whole night. I see now, moving on. With a swift motion, I sketched a grand circle on the ground. Within the encompassing circle, I delineated a smaller one, placing a dot within its confines. The larger circle represents the outer defenses, The smaller circle symbolizes the inner defenses, and the dot signifies the goddess statues. While the number of allied NPC troops may be modest, our defensive structures remain steadfast. The city walls stand resolute, and the gates are securely locked at an encouraging sight, to say the least. With a deft stroke of my sword, I sketched circles to the north and east of the city. These indicated the advancing goblin forces. Within the northern circle, I etched a ladder-like figure. After ascending the tower and surveying the surroundings, I discovered that although the goblins may possess superior numbers, their siege weaponry is limited to ladders. Moreover, such equipment is exclusive to their northern forces. Therefore, if we can impede their ladders in the north, we will have ample time to delay their advance. But didn't you mention this is different from the 5th floor? That we cannot rely solely on buying time? Indeed, you're correct. Merely stalling will not lead us to victory. Being aggressive could be an answer. But this is not just a game. Well split into groups. Luckily, we have 2 parties available. One group will head towards the outer defenses in the north of the city and provide support in the defense efforts. Give priority to disabling or removing the ladders placed against the city walls, I explained, glancing at Eddie's. Are you assigning us that role? If anyone has any objections, feel free to voice them. But we're just 5 people. Even if we add ourselves to the 300 soldiers, it doesn't seem sufficient to protect the entire city, Eddie's expressed her concerns. You're right. When objectively comparing, the heroes were far more powerful than the allied NPCs, even at a lower level. It all comes down to the differences in stats and skills. However, being powerful didn't mean they could effortlessly handle 100 or 1,000 enemies. Even with Eddie's party joining the defense, they would merely contribute to a force of around 50 soldiers in terms of human resources. Of course, it didn't mean that 100-to-1 or 1,000-to-1 victory was impossible, but that would come later. I continued with my explanation. The only means of breaching the city walls are the ladders. Moreover, the walls are high and narrow. If you can secure the most perilous positions on the walls and hold your ground, it will significantly improve the efficiency of our defense. Is that what you mean? Eddie's sought clarification. Are you implying that although we can buy time, we cannot secure victory? She further inquired. I chose not to respond, yet my silence spoke volumes. I understand, I interjected. Even if both parties stuck together, the outcome would remain the same. They could withstand the onslaught for a longer duration, but ultimately, the enemy would break through their defenses. There existed a considerable power disparity between the enemy and allied forces. Hence, my plan unfolded. You need to delay the enemy for as long as possible. If the outer defenses are breached, you'll retreat to the inner defenses. Secure the gates and hold your position. If necessary, you can use soldiers and villagers as decoys. You must hold your ground until we return. Until we return? Are we going somewhere else? Jenna questioned, seeking confirmation. Yes. I see, Eddie's nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Understood. Well, hold our ground for as long as we can, she pledged, rallying the other 4 members. Once the group of 5 was assembled, Eddie's led them towards the northern avenue of the plaza. Even without providing intricate details, they comprehended the essence of my instructions. Resourceful, indeed. Oh, did you forget about me? What's our role in all this? Asher, the remaining member, spoke up. Prepare yourself. We're heading to the eastern gate, I replied. Hing, why are we going outside? There are thousands of goblins out there. It's too dangerous, Aaron expressed concern. Is there any hope for a solution if we stay entrenched here? I raised my gaze, met by a clouded sky. Raindrops fell, lightly caressing my cheeks. No matter how you look at it, staying here would only result in total annihilation. The odds were stacked against us, with a power imbalance of over 10-to-1. Even if we intervened, the odds would merely shift to 10 against 2. Recalling the frenzied onslaught we faced on the 5th floor, it seemed unlikely that the enemy would retreat due to temporary setbacks. Logically speaking, it was an insurmountable battle. However, there was a clue. Towards the east of the city, there lies a river. Let's think back to the 7th floor, I prompted, seeking Jenna's attention. Are you referring to the river on the 7th floor located to the east? Jenna pondered, trying to grasp the connection. Exactly. From the 5th floor up to the 9th floor, All the diverse fields we encountered merged into one on the 10th floor. Just before we left the 7th floor, do you remember hearing any peculiar sounds, Jenna? Give it some thought. Jenna furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. Then, a spark of realization ignited within her, and she clapped her hands. Come to think of it, do you understand now? I do, I got it. What did you realize? It was the sound of hoofbeats. I heard the echoing gallops of horses from across the river. On the rain-drenched 7th floor, the collapse of the dam caused the water to overflow, creating a flood. Our task is straightforward. We need to exit through the eastern gate, break through the ranks of goblins, and prevent the collapse of the dam, I elucidated. Then we'll get reinforcements. Unsheathing my sword from its scabbard, I secured the strap of the shield around my left arm. What? I am completely lost, Aaron admitted, seeking clarification. I'll explain it to you on the way. Chapter 37. Mission Type Defend. As we swiftly emerged onto the main road to the right of the plaza, the opened gates of the inner defenses came into view. A lengthy procession of villagers stretched beyond the walls, their faces unified in gloom. The commanding soldiers raised their voices, attempting to restore order. Form straight lines, no pushing, enter one by one. Nevertheless, their commands fell on deaf ears. People clamored and jostled, attempting to enter the gates simultaneously. How bothersome. I furrowed my brow, then firmly pushed my way through from the side of the gate. Oh no. An elderly woman was pushed and stumbled, losing her balance. Disregarding her plight, I forged ahead, creating a path against the tide of refugees. I'll clear a path. Follow my lead? Yes, the response echoed from a distance. After successfully penetrating the inner defenses, we wasted no time and made our way directly towards the outer gate. The faces of the countless people we passed by were etched with despair, and among them, some trembling soldiers crouched in the corners of the alleys. Ialka murmured, "This feels weird." "Don't worry, y'all get used to it. In the future, y'all find it boring," I reassured. Before long, the city wall and the gate came into view. Adjacent to the gate, a massive winch responsible for its opening and closing loomed before us. Jenna, climb up the wall and assess the situation outside. Roger. Aaron, prepare to operate the winch. Yes, sir. Ialka, your role is casting. Once the gate opens, unleash a second-tier fire spell outside. You mean an intense blaze, right? Understood. So, he's also here. Shern stared at me with a stiff neck, silently observing. Jenna, who had been keeping watch from atop the wall, shouted, "Brother, there are goblins gathered outside the gate." It seems like they'll surge in all at once when the gate opens. I expected as much. Return immediately. Roger that. Aaron, start turning the winch. Aaron approached the winch and pulled the rope. Creak, creak. Gradually, the gate began to open, swinging from side to side. One of the soldiers standing guard on the wall exclaimed, "What's going on? Damn it. The gate is opening. What? Have the goblins breached the defenses?" "No, it's opening on its own. It's moving on its own." "What? Stop it right away." The soldiers on the wall hurriedly moved towards the stairs. "Prevent them from coming down." "Got it." Jenna tripped the soldier attempting to descend the stairs. Ouch, ah! The soldiers tumbled and intertwined, forming a chaotic mass on the ground. Some wore expressions of despair, while others cowered in the corners of alleyways, trembling with fear. A man clad in splendid armor, bearing the air of an officer, unleashed his fury. "What is this madness? Are these evil spirits attacking us? Stop them. Defend at all costs, even if it means sacrificing your lives." "Kie, kie." The cries of goblins seeped through the cracks of the open gate, adding to the tension. "Ialka, I am on it, la gran integio." Ialka closed her eyes and began chanting a spell. Flames enveloped Ialka, emanating from her very feet. Ping! A crossbow emerged from the gap in the gate, and a bolt was launched towards Ialka. I caught the bolt with my bare hand and sent it back, deflecting its path. Jenna, stop the soldiers advancing. I swiftly moved towards a soldier charging forward with a winch, striking him in the abdomen. "A ghost? Is it a ghost? Where are you, you fiend? I won't let you have your way." Another soldier, fueled by anger, swung his sword. I sidestepped the attack, evading the blade with ease. Taking advantage of the opening, I delivered a powerful blow to the back of his head with my shield, rendering him unconscious. Is the goddess abandoning us? In that crucial moment, just as the officer was about to leap forward Jenna struck the back of the officer's neck with force. The officer collapsed, joining the ranks of the fallen soldiers. Kiaralala. Outside the gate, hundreds of pairs of crimson eyes flickered ominously. With each turn of the winch by Aaron, their eyes glowed even brighter, as if fueled by anticipation. The rain. Finally, raindrops began to descend from the sky, gently at first. Your flames won't be extinguished by mere rain, will they? Ialka didn't respond directly, but a smile curled on her lips, revealing his unwavering confidence. And then the gates swung open wide, revealing the path ahead. At that moment, dozens of goblins rushed forward in unison. Blow them away, ignite! A flame with a diameter of several meters erupted, sweeping through the goblins. Eek! Don't destroy the gate. Let the explosion take place outside. The flames surged out like a living entity, engulfing the area beyond the gate. All that remained in their wake were charred goblin corpses. Engulf, crack, crack, boom. Kaya! A powerful blast swept over, causing the terrified screams of goblins to echo outside the gate. The bodies of those directly hit by the explosion soared dozens of meters into the air above the wall. Aaron, standing by my side, murmured, "Every time I see it, I can't help but be amazed magic's power is truly astounding." Near the gate, a fiery inferno raged, undeterred by the intensifying rainfall. We can reflect later. The battle starts now. Yes, you're right. Outside, hundreds of goblins were likely preparing for a gruesome reception. Jenna, Aaron, we're ready. Well, go first. Jenna drew her dagger and leaped outside into the flickering flames. Aaron tightly gripped his spear and followed Jenna's lead. Ialka took a deep breath. We still have a long way to go. Can you handle it? I can. Don't underestimate me. Ialka retrieved a mana potion from within her clothes and took a sip. I can unleash 100 more shots. Good, go ahead. Ialka also disappeared beyond the gate. What remained was me and the young man who had been observing us from the corner. Do you plan to follow? I pointed toward the raging flames outside the gate. Shern feels fear. All attributes reduced by 30%. Shern couldn't utter a word. He trembled uncontrollably. I chuckled and spoke. Go to Eddie's. She'll tell you what to do. If you survive after this battle, then I'll take care of you. Oh, I understand. I understand. Shern screamed and hurriedly departed. Kia! Outside, the cries of the goblins echoed through the air. I'll kill you all. I smirked, twirled my sword, and threw myself into the fiery depths. Chapter 38. Mission Type Defend. Outside the castle gate, a vast plain awaited us, teeming with hundreds of goblins. Kia! They watched us from a short distance beyond the flickering flames. Their eyes glowed with an ominous red hue as they swung their swords threateningly. Creak, creak. The gate behind us began to close. One of the soldiers, who had recovered from injuries, pulled the lever. It worked as planned. Our escape route was sealed off. Our only choice remained to push forward. Take your positions. Yes. Emerging from the fiery inferno, a fearless goblin sprang forward. With a swift slash of my sword, I decapitated the goblin. We quickly established the formation, a triangular arrangement centered around the mage. I stood at the apex, Jenna on the right, Aaron on the left, and Ialka in the center. Though the encircling flames prevented the goblins from approaching easily, we couldn't recklessly charge out either. We needed to carve a path through their ranks. Ialka, use Tier 1. Focus less on firepower, but disperse the flames as widely as possible. Understood. With closed eyes, Ialka commenced the casting. Keep the goblins at bay. The initial blaze ignited by the first spell gradually weakened. The intensifying downpour played a role. Some goblins managed to slip through the wavering flames and infiltrate our defenses. A swift thrust of my blade pierced the goblin's throat, painting the rain-filled air with spurts of blood. Aaron gripped his lance, methodically dispatching them one by one. Although his skill level wasn't the highest, his extensive training shone through. His thrusts displayed flawless precision. Kjærrr! The crossbow goblin's gaze flickered. Bolts shot forth from 3 crossbows. Their target, Ialka. 2 bolts were deflected by the shield, while one was expertly parried by a sword. Simultaneously, I threw a stone, sending it hurtling toward one of the goblins. The frontmost crossbow goblin staggered, blood mingling with his pained exhales. 20 seconds. As the heat reached its climax, the scorching sensation reached us from behind. Reversal. We swiftly shifted from a triangular formation to an inverted triangle. I took the left flank, Jenna occupied the upper right, and Aaron positioned himself below. Clearing the front, we created a firing lane for Ialka. La Gran Integio, woo-wash, flames surged forth from the opening. The flickering inferno danced and dispersed in all directions. Kaya, the acrid smoke and the scent of burning flesh assailed my nostrils. Breakthrough. We swiftly reverted to our initial triangular formation and surged through the blazing plain. The goblins were thrown into chaos, desperately struggling amidst the engulfing flames. Although we felt the scorching heat seep through our leather armor, we could endure it to a certain degree. We hadn't needlessly thrust our hands into a raging furnace. Goblins are vulnerable to fire. They possessed an instinctive fear of flames. Having Ialka on our side turned out to be a stroke of luck. If it had been just us, breaking through the encirclement would have been a far more grueling task. But of all weathers, it had to rain. Before long, hundreds of goblins surrounded us once again. Scattered traces of fire lingered, but the pouring rain swiftly dampened their vigor. Ialka swept her wet hair aside and nervously bit her lip. Shoot again. One shot, one sip of mana. Conserve and savor it. I know. Ialka took a swig from a vial of mana potion, promptly swallowing it. Then, she chanted the incantation once more. Goblins surged forth from areas where the fire hadn't fully spread. They emerged near Jenna's position. Aaron, provide support on the right. I'll handle this side alone. Understood. Despite the left side being engulfed in intense flames, goblins still sprang forth. Some of them were ablaze from head to toe, yet they fearlessly charged at me. Their attack patterns were well within my grasp. I deflected their swords with my shield, piercing their hearts. Bolts were deflected, spears evaded. With the edge of my shield, I crushed skulls and tore through necks. Another 20 seconds. Reversal, woo-wash. The second barrage was unleashed. A temporary gap appeared within the encircling horde of goblins. We seized the opportunity, dashing forward with the flames serving as our backdrop. Though our bodies tingled as if singed, there was no time to hesitate. Once the breach was created, it swiftly closed up. We had to cover as much ground as possible within that fleeting opening. Kira, Carrero. On one side of the plain, a goblin stood atop a towering rock, vigorously waving a flag. Draped in iron armor and adorned with a crimson cape, it was a goblin commander. Jenna, target acquired. I am on it. Jenna swiftly plunged her dagger into one goblin's forehead, then swiftly drew her bow and released an arrow. The arrow found its mark, accurately piercing the goblin's brow. KKI, Kiki. Two goblins appearing as bodyguards stood nearby, uncertain of how to proceed. Jenna swiftly dispatched the goblins, sending them to the realm beyond. Ping. Ping, ping, ping. The crossbow goblins focused their shots on Ialka. Don't you dare interrupt her. As the bolts were released from the crossbows, my mind swiftly calculated their trajectory, speed, and the optimal way to deflect them. It was as if I had a computer in my head, analyzing the situation. This was the effect of the projectile defense skill. My body moved accordingly, and the shattered remnants of bolts fluttered in all directions. Woo-wash, the third barrage. This time, we covered an even greater distance. The absence of their commander seemed to have thrown the goblins into prolonged disarray. Their original goal was likely the northern gate, not us. Out of the flames, a spear suddenly thrust forward. I deftly sidestepped it and then pulled the goblin toward me with my left hand. The hapless goblin was engulfed in flames, turning into a charred spectacle. There was no need to mention the state we were in. It was utterly filthy. The rain poured incessantly, burdening our leather armor. The flames, stubbornly refusing to be extinguished even by the downpour, left burn marks scattered across our bodies. The combination of raindrops and smoke obscured our vision, and the mudded ground impeded our movements. One moment it was scorching, the next bone-chilling. It's enough to drive anyone mad. With a swift stroke of my sword, a goblin's forehead was cleaved in two. It was time for the fourth barrage. With a swift sidestep, I evaded the flames sweeping through the front. Aaron gasped for breath as he broke through the wall of fire. If we hadn't followed your instructions, we would have been roasted by now. That's precisely why it's important to follow orders. Understood. Aaron swung his lance vigorously, striking down two goblins. The flames engulfed them, consuming them from head to toe. It's about time. Chapter 38, Mission Type Defend. It's about time. Although they appeared unscathed, both Aaron and Jenna were nearing their limits. Not only they were lacking oxygen, but the surroundings were a blazing inferno. While the flame resistance skill enhanced our resistance to fire, it didn't grant complete immunity. To make matters worse, the rain made movement arduous. Now, it's time for Tier 2. Ialka nodded, her complexion pale. The first mana potion was nearly empty. As I tore off the arm of a goblin wielding a sword, I shouted Jenna, Aaron. When Ialka unleashes the spell this time, we'll charge straight toward the river. Don't stop, keep running. Yes. Emptying the mana potion in one gulp, Ialka began the incantation. I tightly gripped the empty glass bottle of potion and hurled it at the face of the goblin standing before me. Crash! Ouch! The goblin clutched its face, screaming in pain, and I swiftly pulled it towards me, placing it right in front of Ialka. Thud, 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 the goblin became a shield, absorbing the relentless barrage of crossbow bolts before collapsing. 40 seconds. Get down. Yes. Unleash. The flames, previously lingering around Ialka, shot forward in a straight line. I quickly dropped to the ground, feeling the metallic thud as bitter mud entered my mouth. Ignite. Boom. Countless raindrops poured down in unison, as if each carried the force of a pounding fist. The impact engulfed me from head to toe, while the goblin's agonized screams echoed amidst the chaos. I rose to my feet and spat out the mud, feeling Ialka staggering with exhaustion. Sheathing my sword and securing the shield on my back, I lifted Ialka with both hands, supporting her. This is don't say a word. Ialka nodded slowly, then entrusted her body to me. Jenna, Aaron, by my side. Let's run towards the river? Yes. Joined by the other two, we sprinted past the lifeless goblin bodies. As I held Ialka, I couldn't wield a weapon. Jenna and Aaron ran ahead, one shooting arrows and the other thrusting his spear from both sides. The sound of the rushing river grew closer. The horde of goblins was slowly retreating. Although they glared at us from a distance, baring their teeth and attempting to intimidate us, they didn't pursue us relentlessly. Their focus shifted towards advancing further to the northern city wall. We made it through. Phew, that was close. I thought we were done for. On one side of the river, there stood a majestic tree, providing a refuge from the rain. Jenna and Aaron sought shelter beneath its shade, taking a seat. I gently placed Ialka down, though her gaze remained sharp. I wish you could be more gentle. Sorry, the circumstances don't allow for it. I chuckled and replied. Take a moment to rest. Apply the healing potion to your burns and take a sip. Remember, we only have one, so don't use it all at once. Understood. Whoa, this is quite potent. Jenna furrowed her brows as she swallowed the potion and lightly dabbed it onto her exposed brown skin. Aaron followed suit, and after taking a sip myself, I applied it to my burnt marks. A tingling sensation coursed through my entire body. I stepped outside the tree, to the north of the city. Though it was distant, I strained my eyes to catch a glimpse of the ongoing situation. Dozens of siege towers clung to the city walls, ferrying goblins upward. Arrows and bolts crisscrossed between the upper and lower levels of the wall, and as most goblins reached the top, they promptly plummeted to their demise. The outer defenses hadn't been breached yet. It seemed like Eddie's party was putting up a good fight. And then, there was the river, the very reason we had come here. Rain poured relentlessly, causing the river to surge forcefully. A substantial dam spanned across the river, positioned between its upstream and downstream. Although its stone construction didn't exude an air of sturdiness, it appeared capable of holding for the time being. Beyond the river stretched a sprawling forest. On the 7th floor when we checked this place, the dam lay in ruins. It wasn't a natural collapse. There were telltale signs of something forcefully breaking it, such as scattered bricks and upturned piles of dirt. It suggested that the goblins, anticipating the arrival of reinforcements, deliberately demolished it. It's strange. Both the 5th floor city and the 7th floor dam were in a deplorable state of disrepair. These small goblins lack the means or strength to completely obliterate the city walls and buildings. At best, they managed to assemble siege towers to scale the walls. Then how? Opa, what are you doing out there? Y'all get soaked. Come inside. What's the matter? Everyone come out, our guests will arrive soon. Footsteps echoed from somewhere. I wanted to rest a bit longer. Jenna complained as she emerged from the tree. Aaron followed suit, and Ialka, having caught her breath, drank about a third of her mana potion and stood by my side. Well, hold on until reinforcements arrive. Thale attempt to demolish the dam. We must stop them at all costs. Yes, amidst the falling rain, the enemy revealed themselves. Unlike the previous group of goblins we had encountered, these guys had set their sights on the dam. I checked them through the curtain of raindrops. Goblin level 9x19, they were armed and prepared like elite special forces. Donning iron armor and wielding weapons, some even brandished picks and hammers, seeking weak points to break through. And then thud, thud, thud. Each step sent tremors reverberating through the ground. Standing approximately 3 meters and 50 centimeters tall, they made the goblins by the side appear small like some rats. Their tightly muscled bodies rippled beneath their pale green skin. Clad in sturdy plate armor that shielded their vulnerable areas, they hauled colossal iron hammers in their right hands. I had a feeling it would be you. The creature let out a resounding roar. Gurgh, ogre level 23, chapter 39, mission type defend. Aaron's mouth gaped in astonishment. What the heck is that? Never seen a monster before. Truth be told, this was my first too. I drew my blade across my shield, and the piercing sound of metal split the silence. Don't be afraid, everyone. It's just a beast like us. It has a brain and a heart. If it has a heart, it means it can die. Keep thrusting your weapons and it'll fall. Well, it's better than facing a swarm of goblins. Ping! In a swift, graceful motion, Jenna said, then released an arrow. Twirling through the air, it found its mark deep within the ogre's belly. Qa! The ogre roared, drool flying from its mouth, yet it continued its approach steadily. Each heavy footstep disturbed the earth beneath. Jenna, smiling, scratched her cheek nonchalantly. Or perhaps facing goblins is better? Well, find out once this one's down. I cast a glance over my shoulder. My party was tense with uncertainty, yet their faces betrayed no fear. This was promising. If each held their ground, victory was within our grasp. Get hold of yourselves. We're splitting responsibilities. Ialka, you're to create a wall of fire near the dam, a wall of fire. To bar the goblins from advancing until backup arrives. I can manage that, but what about that monster? I'll handle it. Aaron, your job is to shield Ialka. Jenna, depending on how things unfold, assists either Aaron or me. Trust your judgment. Understood. All right, everyone to your positions. As Ialka sprinted toward the riverbank opposite the dam, she started her spell casting. Aaron followed in a swift stride, warding off any projectiles aimed at Ialka. Jenna, entrusted with the center position, observed the unfolding scenario, her arrow poised to strike. I hurled a stone from the riverbank straight at the ogre's grim face. The ogre scowled at the unpleasant surprise and advanced towards me. I readied myself, drawing my sword and raising my shield. Quu, with a deafening shriek, the ogre swung its formidable iron hammer. I nimbly rolled aside to evade. The ground trembled under the mighty force of the hammer, flinging dirt and mud high into the air. One hit could spell the end. A shield is only as good as its ability to withstand the force it's meant to deflect. I vaulted backwards, deftly avoiding the erratic arc of the plummeting hammer. Ping! Jenna's second arrow pierced the ogre's right shoulder. Kaya! At the same time, goblins began to surge towards the dam in a frenzied rush. Ignite! Whoosh! Fire seared a path between the goblins and the riverbank. The flame's menacing wall caused the goblins to falter momentarily. A pause, Aaron seized to spear through a goblin's skull with deadly precision. Ialka, her eyes closed, continued to recite her spell unyieldingly. Her purpose wasn't to shoot fire, but to sustain it. Even in the relentless rain, the flames roared upward, their fury undiminished. The ogre, after retrieving its iron hammer, nonchalantly shrugged its shoulders. An arrow lodged in its muscular crevice slipped out smoothly. Jenna, who was readying her third arrow, grumbled a curse under her breath. What a beast. Aim for vital spots or don't bother. We can't waste arrows. And where the hell are these vital spots? That's for you to figure out. Whoosh! As if about to leap in, I rolled forward. The place where I once stood was demolished by the iron hammer. I sprang to my feet and swung my sword in a wide arc, causing a spray of blood from the ogre's right arm. The ogre, unaffected, swept its hammer sideways. I evaded narrowly. Cutting deep is tough without a proper stance. I snuck a glance sideways. Aaron was giving his all, yet there was no assurance of how long he could shield Iolka. The goblins, having assessed the situation, had shifted from close combat to long-range attacks. They fired bolts, the ones without crossbows resorted to hurling stones. Whether bolt or stone, a single hit could disrupt Iolka's balance. I must take the risk. The ogre upheaved its hammer and thundered it down. I semi-bent my knee and moved in closer to the ogre. As the hammer's tail end threatened to shatter my skull, I yanked my left hand back, lifting my shield in a deflective block. Caw-caw-cack. A bone-warping shockwave rattled my left hand. I shrugged off the pain and, with a slippery move, slid under the ogre's feet and tightened my grip on the sword hilt. With my right hand, I drove the sword tip into the ogre's groin with all my might. A sensation of crumbling filled my hand. Ow, so he's a male. Blood gushed between its legs as I yanked out the sword and swiftly wriggled free. Q-woo, the ogre howled, brandishing its hammer aimlessly in an unhinged frenzy, a desperate act to override its agony. I established a safe distance between myself and the gigantic beast, ensuring I was just a few meters away. An agonizing sting surged from the deep recesses of my left arm, the sensation akin to a broken bone. Still, it wasn't incapacitated, and with some effort, remained functional. Kaya, roared the ogre, slamming its iron hammer down with brute force, painting a gruesome picture as a handful of goblins were crushed into a bloody pulp. In an electrifying moment, an arrow from Jenna's quiver found its mark, piercing the ogre's left eye with deadly precision. The ogre lost control, dropping its hammer and thrashing wildly, jumping and spinning chaotically. Taking a quick breath to steel myself, I moved in for the attack. With a nimble step back, the ogre's tree-trunk-like fist grazed past my nose in a swift miss. I plunged back into the fray, noticing the ogre's back arching over. The ogre's armor, covering its left chest, showed a visible gap. With a firm grip on my sword hilt, I lunged, aiming directly for the beast's heart. The ogre's muscular chest put up a fierce resistance against my sword. Undeterred, I twisted my blade, plunging it deeper until I could sense the pulsating beat of its heart through my weapon. With a swift pull, I withdrew my sword. Blood, thick and red, erupted from the gap in the ogre's chest plate. With a heavy thud, the behemoth's body collapsed face-first into the muddy sludge. The rain, now tainted with the ogre's blood, splashed wildly, soaking me to the waist. Stunned by the spectacle, the remaining goblins hesitated, their confidence shattered. Spitting out the rainwater that had slipped past my lips, I pressed on towards the petrified goblins. The first one didn't even react to my blade, and just as I was about to engage another, Jenna's urgent voice rang out. "Opa, what's wrong? I think there's another one." Chapter 39, Mission Type Defend. "Opa, what's wrong? I think there's another one." As Jenna's words faded, the ground trembled beneath us. I smashed another goblin's head with my shield and retreated. Amidst the pouring rain, a hulking figure emerged. "Stay composed. Handle it just as we did the previous one. But this one seems different." "Different how?" The new ogre studied the corpse of its companion for a moment before shifting its gaze towards the dam, where a fiery wall blazed brightly. "He's aiming for the dam. Got him." With another swift motion, Jenna launched an arrow that lodged itself into the ogre's armpit. In response, the ogre let out a defiant roar and turned to look at Jenna. "Excellent. Now it's focused on me," but then the ogre hunched, launching itself in a sprint towards the dam. "Damn it! Block its path." With a twang, a second arrow struck the ogre's calf. Undeterred, the creature continued its relentless charge. The goblins, crowded on its route, were squashed or catapulted into the air. "Has he lost his mind?" I gasped. Our fiery barricade might hold off the goblins, but it was powerless against the resilient rush of an ogre. Dropping my shield, I clutched my sword and lunged forward. Yet my stride seemed painfully slow. I couldn't get close enough. "Aaron, prevent it from reaching the dam," I cried out. Unfazed by the spear skewering his knee, the ogre let out a tormented roar and bulldozed past Aaron. Is it hellbent on destroying the dam, dead or alive? An unpredictable threat had joined the fray. Jenna, quick as a whip, ascended the ogre's armor-plated back. With her dagger in a reverse grip, she repeatedly plunged it into the creature's trapezius, where the neck and shoulder converged. Thunk, 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 erg. The ogre roared in pain. "Who on earth is that?" Ialka's voice echoed in disbelief as she opened her eyes after she hastily ended her spellcasting and ran. Ignoring goblins, boulders, and flames alike, the ogre remained fixated on the dam, dashing towards it without any hesitation. I am too late, I realized. Get off it, Jenna. In a graceful midair somersault, Jenna disengaged from the ogre. It then plowed into the dam, sending out a spiderweb of fractures. With a deafening crack, a gaping hole appeared, and water gushed out uncontrollably. The river level began its upward surge. The distant thunder of hooves trampling the ground echoed from the 7th floor, growing louder with each passing second. Cairo, in one swift motion, I plunged my sword into a goblin's mouth. The blade emerged from the back of its neck, having sliced through its tongue. It was the last one. The ogre, its task fulfilled, was swept away by the river's swift current, vanishing from sight. Kicking the lifeless body of a goblin at my feet, I muttered, "We've failed. So time to head back. We need to come up with a second plan." A second plan, huh? I briefly pondered this prospect. Without any backup, the daunting reality was clear. 370 of us would have to hold back a horde of over 3,000 goblins. I gritted my teeth. A reckless wildcard had thrown our mission into chaos. But surrender wasn't an option. We had to find a solution, whether one existed or not. Retrieving my shield, I slung it over my shoulder. The horse's hoofbeats grew louder and more urgent. However, the river, now a threatening force, was swelling at an alarming rate. This timeline makes no sense, I wrestled back a sigh, desperate to claw its way up my throat. Suddenly, Ialka broke the silence. "Hold on. What?" drast Suretis. A luminescent blue flash sparked in Ialka's eyes. Suddenly, a riverside rock levitated into the ether. "Move!" Guided by Ialka's gesture, the rock took flight, sealing the ruptured dam's breach. Water, once freely flowing through the gaps, halted abruptly. Ialka tossed her soaked hair back, chuckling with self-satisfaction. "Hey, you, how telekinesis? It's the most basic of magical arts. Surprised, aren't you? Why on earth didn't you say could do something like this sooner?" I shouted furiously. "Why are you angry? I just saved a mission that would have failed without me." Staggering, Ialka wavered on the brink of collapse. Aaron dashed forward, steadying her. "Appreciated, you do have manners unlike some." I aherg. Ialka's cheek was suddenly in my grasp. "Who told you to hide your powers, huh? I was clear, tell me all the spells you could use." "You ouch. This spell was too basic." "Enough." As I released her cheek, Ialka shot me a grumpy frown beneath her teary eyes. "Anyway, we're alive thanks to you. Gratitude is due. Everyone, regroup and take sips from your potions." Retreating to the tree-shaded spot from earlier, we dusted ourselves down and drank our potions. Ialka, paler than a ghost, looked ready to retch, struggling with her mana potion. "I wish this rain would ease." Jenna wrung out her dress, a cascade of water spilling from its folds. Suddenly, the sound of approaching hooves filled the air. A knight at the forefront waved a crimson flag bearing a lion's emblem. Trailing him, a cavalry of hundreds thundered out from the forest. Clad in shining plate armor, their sturdy steeds maintained their speed, unperturbed by the mud. "All forces, advance. Demonstrate the valor of the Iron Lion cavalry." "But Captain, the river, do I look like I care?" "Nothing can stop us today. Cross it." "Yes, sir." Everyone charge. One by one, knights began plunging into the river. The river's fury was no match for the cavalry's relentless onslaught. Human knight level? X458. The Iron Lion Cavalry NPC allies have joined the battlefield. Chapter 40, Mission Type Defend. The cavalry numbered around 500 brave souls, preparing to face their formidable foes. Even with potential reinforcements, the allied forces couldn't surpass 1,000. Numbers alone were not in their favor. But it was the quality of these soldiers that set them apart. Clad in heavy armor and wielding sturdy spears, their majestic steeds armored for battle, the cavalry exuded an air of determination. Their appearance was a stark contrast to the city's defenders, clad in shabby armor and trembling in fear. Though a few were carried away by the river's strong current, most of the troops successfully completed the perilous river crossing. A man, likely their commander, observed the surroundings near the riverbank. "What are these monstrous corpses?" Our eyes briefly met under the tree's shade, but he quickly averted his gaze. Instead, he drew his sword and pointed it towards the northern part of the city, where the battle raged on. Form up and charge. Let's sweep away the enemy all at once. The horses snorted, and the sight of hundreds of cavalry lined up in the rain was truly impressive. Jenna couldn't help but whistle in admiration. Wow, that's impressive. It feels like our part in this mission is done. Can we just lie down and watch now? I wish that were the case. The main problem was resolved, but it wouldn't be surprising if the difficulty level rose beyond 3 stars. I glanced at the horses wandering near the riverside, their owners swept away by the current during the river crossing. Can you ride a horse? Horse? Sure. What about you two? Aaron shook his head quietly, and Ialka, struggling to reply, gulped down a mana potion. Do you know how, Opa? I don't. It doesn't seem very useful if only one of us can ride. Just bring one over for now. The cavalry was getting ready to charge. Jenna climbed onto a horse without an owner and took hold of the reins. The horse was startled at first, but soon calmed down as Jenna gently stroked its neck. After a moment, the horse Jenna rode trotted over towards us. Is this enough? I looked up at the sky. Amkina must have been watching everything unfold. In essence, the master couldn't directly interfere in the battle, but their influence could be felt. I recalled the anti-fear potion I had drunk during the tutorial. So, are you gonna help or what? Skillbook request, intermediate mounted magic. Han is requesting the skillbook, mounted magic. Upon purchase, the hero will acquire the skill. The cost is 500 gems. Would you like to proceed with the purchase? Yes, select/no, a shimmer of blue light in the air emitted, and suddenly an old book descended. I grabbed it and unfolded the pages, and a rush of knowledge and experiences about mounted magic flooded my mind. Ding! Skill awakening. Han has acquired mounted magic. What was that just now? A magic book. Mounted magic. One of the skill books available at the Pick Me Up Battle Shop. While direct acquisition of combat-related skills wasn't possible, supportive techniques could be learned through these skill books. I mounted the ownerless horse, gripping the reins. From mounting and holding the reins to changing direction, moving forward, stopping, and accelerating tips, and know-how about mounted magic came naturally to me. The horse I rode joined Jenna's side. You said you couldn't ride. Now I know. I chuckled, affirming my new skill. Well, follow their lead and disrupt their plans. Disrupt their plans, you mean? Do you think it'll end here? Aaron, get on behind Jenna. Ialka, you ray with me. Without a saddle, it might be uncomfortable, so hold on tight to my back. With Jenna's assistance, Aaron settled in behind her on the horse. Next, Ialka approached, looking pale. Although she had replenished her mana with a potion, the mental fatigue seemed inevitable. I helped Ialka onto the horse's back. Up ahead, the cavalry was finalizing their charge preparations. Prepare for the charge. Get ready. Charge. Charge, charge, charge. Responding to the commander's orders, the soldiers raised their weapons and shouted in unison. On the northern plains, the goblins, alerted to the situation, positioned their spears against the charging cavalry. We watched the scene a few meters away from the front line. Don't join the charge. You might find yourself in a tough spot. Slip towards the forest and assess the situation. Aaron, hold on tight so you won't fall. Sure thing. The cavalry commander swung his steel sword over his head, taking aim at the goblins. Charge together. Show those rascals the fiery might of the iron cavalry. The commander's white horse galloped across the plains. The horsemen with their red flags led the way, followed by a thundering charge of hundreds of soldiers and horses. The resounding cheers of the soldiers and the rhythmic pounding of hooves in the rain filled the air. Let's go. With a firm grip on the reins, I urged the horse forward. The horse exhaled and picked up speed. Faster. Each nudge resulted in more vigorous strides. Surprisingly, just by reading a book, I gained the ability to handle a horse. It seemed unreal, but there was no need to be astonished or overjoyed. I warned Jenna, who was trailing behind, move to the side. Get out of the arrow's range. Ping. Pew, 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 ping. Dozens, even hundreds of bolts flew from the goblin's side. Most bolts either missed their targets or got embedded in the ground. However, a few found their mark. Arg! An unfortunate soldier was struck and fell from his horse. The soldiers behind trampled him into the ground. I lowered my head slightly. A stray bolt barely grazed past my head, causing Ialka, holding onto my waist, to let out a small scream. Get away. As I pulled the reins to the right, the horse turned. The cavalry's main target was the goblin force stationed at the north gate. We swerved to the right and headed towards the forest, with Jenna close behind. Soon, the cavalry's vanguard clashed with the goblins. Hundreds of goblins, impaled on spears and crushed under the hooves, were turned into a lifeless heap. They were smaller creatures than humans, unable to withstand the destructive force of several hundred kilograms of a horse. The cavalry spread out like a wide broom, swept through the goblin forces with ease. As the wind gradually lessened the impact of raindrops on our faces, I kept a watchful eye on the surroundings while riding through the forest. Faint growls echoed between the trees. Goblin rider level, X211, as I suspected. They had been lurking in the forest, preparing to ambush the cavalry. The moment the cavalry's momentum waned, they would strike from the sides. Wolves lacked the necessary breakthrough power to face cavalry head-on, and measures were in place to suppress the cavalry's momentum. Ogre level, X23, Kraa. Ogres burst forth from the dense forest. Having broken through the first line of defense, they charged at the cavalry, which was regrouping after the initial clash. In the distance, the cavalry commander raised his sword once more, and the second clash ensued with a symphony of clanging metal and resounding screams. I turned to Iolka, who was riding behind me, and asked, "Iolka, do you have enough mana?" "I'll manage somehow," she replied. "You saw it too. It'll be troublesome if those goblin riders join the fray." As the rain ceased, a renewed sense of urgency filled the air. I raised my right index finger to determine the wind direction. A northerly wind. I made a decision from now on, we'll ride through the forest. You ignite the flames. Iolka nodded. "I can do that, but the firepower might be weak. Just make sure they can't come out. Better yet, disrupt their formation. If the goblin riders managed to strike the cavalry's flanks simultaneously, the consequences would be dire. We didn't need to eliminate all of them. The main objective was to prevent them from coordinating effectively." Iolka understood the plan. "Jenna, you and Aaron dismount from the horse. When the flames spread, pick off one or two of them at a time." The two dismounted, each clutching their bow and spear. Although magical combat skills would be ideal, we had to work with what we had. Their determination was evident. "Let's do this." Iolka closed her eyes and began chanting a spell. My gaze shifted towards the north gate. The cavalry and ogres clashed fiercely. Most of the original goblin forces lay dead or incapacitated. A few desperate goblins attempted to scale ladders and breach the outer walls, but retreated in failure. No need to pursue them all the way to the inner walls, I muttered to myself. With a swift tap of my heel on the horse's flank, we surged forward. The horse picked up speed, and I locked eyes with the goblin on the far left of the forest. His hands caressed the fur of a wolf mount, and his eyes glinted with defiance. Iolka raised her right hand. "Ignite!" F-whoosh. A torrent of flames erupted from behind the horse, quickly catching on branches and leaves, spreading like a blazing inferno. The rain had subsided, and the wind carried the fire towards the surrounding trees. The horse's path scattered embers, spreading the flames in all directions. The fire rapidly engulfed the area. Kaya. Finally, the goblin riders burst out of the forest, met with a wall of fire and chaos. Most of the human cavalry were focused on killing ogres, while a few of the goblin riders followed us. Direct confrontation with the ogres wasn't worthwhile, so I swiftly turned my horse and increased our pace, setting the forest ablaze as we raced through it. The flames were not exceptionally strong, and casualties were minimal, but that wasn't our main aim. We wanted to scatter the goblin riders and instill fear of the fire they wielded. When the goblin riders formed a united front, they became a formidable force, but when dispersed, they were like scattered needles. The Iron Cavalry showed no sign of losing their momentum in their fight against the ogres, while the goblin riders struggled and wavered. In the forest, Jenna and Aaron took up positions, engaging with a few of the goblin riders, their weapons blazing. Finally, we completed our circuit around the forest. Dismounting swiftly, I thrust my sword backward, piercing the wolf lunging at me, and impaling both its brain and the heart of the goblin rider on top of it. They were the ones who had chased me relentlessly. I withdrew my sword. The wolf and goblin fell silent and lifeless. Hee, the horse neighed and shook its back. Iolka, who was on top of it, trembled precariously, barely managing to keep her balance. The horse that had dismounted Ielka didn't even spare a glance and ran off in the opposite direction. "Are you all right?" "Yes, you did well." It was a horrifying sight. Ielka's complexion had turned deathly pale. If she used more magic here, she risked a magic overload. Excessive use of magic posed a dangerous risk for magicians. Chapter 40, Mission Type Defend. Part Wo. Supporting Ielka, I walked slowly towards the plain. The battle on the plain was winding down. The goblins had been depleted, and only a few ogres remained, swinging their maces and bellowing, although their roars would soon subside. Of course, our side had also suffered significant losses. There are about 100 soldier survivors. The city defense forces had already sacrificed many before the cavalry joined the fray. Half of the cavalry had perished while facing the ogres, and the majority died when the remaining goblin riders joined the battle. If we hadn't used fire, they would have been completely wiped out. The forest behind us was still ablaze. At this rate, it might all go up in flames, but that didn't matter. It might even be for the better. After all, it was a major goblin habitat. If it burned down completely, the goblins would be eradicated as well. Jenna and Aaron joined us from a distance. Both Jenna and Aaron looked in a mess, their leather armor stained with rain, blood, and scorch marks. Jenna quickly wiped the blackened soot off her nose, her expression weary from the relentless battle. The last remaining ogre was putting up a fierce struggle, but its strength was waning. Dozens of arrows were embedded in its massive body, and its swings with the mace were gradually slowing down. The plain was a grim scene of carnage, strewn with bodies of humans, goblins, horses, wolves, and ogres. Limbs were missing, and the gruesome aftermath was covered in a mix of blood, mud, and rainwater. Aaron's face showed a mix of disgust and sorrow. Finally, the last ogre fell to the ground, defeated and lifeless. As the city's north gates swung open, a white horse-riding cavalry leader removed his helmet. He engaged in conversation with a man who seemed to be the defense captain. The distance was too far for us to hear their words, and honestly, we were not in the mood to care about their discussion. Eddies, standing in a secluded corner of the outer wall, waved at us, signaling that everyone appeared to be unharmed. It seemed that no casualties had occurred among us. Surprisingly, there was no message indicating our return to the goddess embrace, which usually followed successful missions. "Thank goodness no one seems to have died," Jenna said with relief. "We're definitely in a different situation from the 5th floor. But why isn't the stage ending? Shouldn't the mission be over?" Aaron questioned, his curiosity mixed with frustration. "Perhaps we need to put out that fire," Jenna suggested, looking at the still burning forest. Aaron sighed, feeling clueless about how to accomplish that task. How on earth do we do that? As the two of them followed me, I couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. Something's odd. We had already dealt with all the monsters that plagued the plain. Only the remnants of human forces and us were left. However, the stage-clear message didn't appear, leaving us puzzled. Surveying our surroundings, we saw a grim sight of lifeless bodies scattered across the plain. The city walls stood tall and strong, but the siege tower was now in ruins. There was nothing to do anywhere. Now loading. Suddenly, the sky darkened, making us look up with concern. Restoring. An error occurred in the server and the connection was lost. Please wait a moment. Next to me, Jenna and Aaron appeared to be having a conversation, but their words halted and they froze in place. I glanced around once more, taking in the strange stillness that enveloped everything. Aaron and Jenna remained frozen mid-discussion, the officers atop the wall stopped in their tracks, and the soldiers attending to the wounded were motionless. Everything seemed to be frozen in time. I found myself alone, the only one in motion. "Look behind you," I turned around, and there it was the burning forest. Amidst the swirling smoke and dancing flames, a presence watched me intently. Their features remained obscured, making it impossible to discern their form, yet I knew without a doubt they were there. Hovering above their head, a message revealed their enigmatic identity. SSSH level 999. You bastard. Beside them stood an eerie figure draped in black robes. Black priest level 15. The enigmatic figure gave me a brief glance before vanishing deeper into the engulfing inferno. An unsettling voice reverberated in my mind. "I will be waiting for you. Restoration complete?" reconnecting to the server. We apologize for the inconvenience. The sky brightened once more, and time resumed its relentless march. I remained rooted to the spot, unable to locate those scary guys anywhere. I clenched my teeth in frustration. The Black Priest, a fearsome monster that had never been reported on the lower floors. Its distinct characteristics, its features. Hyung Nim, is something amiss? Aaron inquired. I scanned the surroundings. The plain was now strewn with various corpses. City walls, ground level, entrance of the gate, and inside it all marked with the grim aftermath of battle. I spoke firmly. Listen closely, all of you. Yes, make your way straight to the city, to the same place where we first emerged. Pay no heed to what's happening around you. Stay focused on the task at hand. Understood? What do you mean? Our mission isn't over yet. My gaze was fixated on the gate's entrance. The cavalry leader and the defense captain, who had been conversing before, were now drenched in blood. With a weakened grip, the leader tried to speak. Roar. What came out of his mouth wasn't a triumphant roar, but rather a wailing sound that seemed to come from the depths of his chest. The soldier he had been carrying on his back suddenly had a hole in his chest. The one who had been dead until a moment ago was now writhing and crawling out. What is this? There were no hints. It was a completely random pattern designed to mock the masters. Yet, there was one thing I could never forget it. The voice of the mastermind who lured me into this nightmarish realm. Corpses littered the ground, and they were stirring to life. Living corpse level. X2436, Chapter 41, Mission Type Defend. A human soldier with his lower body missing dragged his upper half using his two arms desperately. A goblin with twisted bones staggered to his feet. An ogre turned into a hedgehog with arrows, wriggling as it rolled in a puddle. Arg! One of the soldiers on the plains screamed in terror and ran away. However, hands emerged from the ground beneath and grabbed him. The corpses began to devour the soldier's entrails. Crunch, arg, gulp. The soldiers among the corpses became prey without being able to resist. Thousands of gory corpses lying on the plain rose together. Their limbs dangled, guts sprawled, emitting unpleasant moans. Ielka's complexion turned pale as she watched them, before the message of terror came up. Thwack! I struck the nearby rock loudly with my shield. Regroup for now and return to the city for reassembly. Hyung Nim, what the heck are those? Parasite nymphs carrying udon noodles instead of brains. I smashed the head of an approaching human corpse with my shield. The creature fell face down into the puddle, silent. Don't aim for their arms or legs. Crush their heads. None of them replied. Fear was evident on their faces. I grabbed Aaron by the collar and lifted him up, then shook him forcefully. Will you come back alive with me or become those bastards' prey? Those monsters. Aaron. Startled, Aaron came to his senses and tightly gripped his spear. I'll go back with you. Good, I'll carry Ielka. Run for the city gate, understood. After lifting Ielka, I ran straight ahead. Aaron, holding a spear, followed on the left, while Jenna, with a dagger, stuck to the right. They are slow. Don't engage them one by one. Stick to the city wall. Aaron impaled the head of a whimpering goblin corpse in front of the wall with his spear. Thousands of gory corpses slowly approached the city wall. Living corpses. Monsters resurrected from the dead under specific conditions. Though they lose much of their pre-death skills and physical abilities, their appetite for flesh increases abnormally. They will continue to act as long as their heads remain intact. The monsters that could appear on the 10th floor of the tower were by no means ordinary. The difficulty was abnormal. Close the door, shut it. At the urging of the officer inside the gate, the soldiers turned the lever, sweating profusely. The gate gradually narrowed. Jenna pulled out an arrow and aimed it at the lever. The arrow pierced the soldier's forearm who was turning the lever, and he clutched his arm in pain. The officer, who was screaming in agony, took over the lever. Aaron rushed to the gate and wedged the iron bars into the gap. He braced himself against the bending bars. Why won't it lock? What's going on? The officer screamed, letting go of the lever and kicking the corridor. I pushed Ielka through the gap in the gate. The two followed inside. Aaron, holding the lever inside the gate, said, "Come in, I'm not going. Close the door." What? Go inside the inner city. Join eddies and protect the statue of the goddess. If you lock the gate, you can hold out. Opa, why aren't you coming in? The corpses were closing in from behind. There was no time to explain. Do I look like an easy prey? But outside, trust me. Jenna said firmly. Y'all come back, right? I smiled and said. Are words not enough? I understand, I'll close it. Hyung Nim is still outside. He must have a plan. Trust him like always. Aaron's spear was retrieved and the gate began to close. Just before the gate closed, Ialka whispered. Don't die please, same to you. Yuwu. I stepped back from the gate. Thud. The ogre's iron mace struck the gate forcefully. The gate shook briefly but didn't collapse. Thump, thump, thump. The ogre continued to pound the gate with the iron mace. Wood splinters fell to the ground. They lack the intelligence to use ladders, so we might be able to hold them off for a while with the gate. Uug. A soldier's corpse pierced the gate. After blocking it with a shield, I beheaded it. Next to it was a goblin. As the beheadings continued 3 times, the severed necks of the corpses poured out putrid blood as they fell. I pressed my shoulder against the city wall and jumped sideways. These creatures move according to 2 main principles, the first being the destruction of the goddess statue, and the second being their appetite for the living. Therefore, among the thousands of corpses, only a few dozen followed me, while the majority clung to the gate. Suddenly, I heard a scream. Arg! A soldier who was climbing the ladder must have slipped and fell down. Poor guy, luck wasn't on his side. It's easier to deal with those standing still than the ones running around. Therefore, the chasing corpses headed for the screaming soldier with their limbs twisted. Crunch. Chomp. As I kept running, I heard the sound of flesh being chewed and bones being crushed, but I couldn't do anything to him. After all, he was already as good as dead. I moved to a position where I wouldn't get surrounded and smashed the heads of the approaching creatures. I gazed at the burning forest. My target was inside it, the Black Priest. They mostly appear on the middle floors. Their level isn't high, and their combat power isn't exceptional, but they have one special ability that makes them a pain in the neck for masters. It's the resurrection of lions. They can raise the corpses around them and turn them into zombies. The stronger they were in their previous life, and the more corpses around, the more troublesome they become. In missions like this, they can be quite a hassle, but there's also a strategy to deal with them. If I had to face thousands of corpses one by one, it'd be buried in bones here. I'll go down if I deal with the spellcaster. I considered bringing Jenna along but ultimately decided to go alone. There are also corpses inside the city. I looked up at the city wall. Eddie's was piercing the forehead of one of them with her dagger. 2 parties were lined up next to her, sweeping away the corpses one by one. My eyes met with Dika's. Hyung Nim, stay strong. Dika nodded firmly. There's no sign of fear. No one had died. Even in this situation, they were showing their combat prowess. Edda's leadership seemed to be better than I had expected. With the other 3 joining her, they would do well even without me. I knocked down the creatures blocking my path and continued forward. The target was not far away. Hee-hing, a lost horse. Corpses were swarming around it. I leaped and shattered the back of one of them. As I swung my sword in a semicircle, 5 upper and lower bodies were sliced diagonally. Once the encirclement was broken, the horse immediately tried to turn its head and run away. I swiftly approached, grabbed the reins, and mounted it. The horse bucked, trying to throw me off. I patted its neck and said, "Don't worry, you're safe with me." After a while, the horse became quiet. I kicked its flank, and the walking horse started to accelerate. To get to the forest, I had to break through thousands of corpses. I needed the ability to break through. Fortunately, the cavalry's horses were well-bred war horses, large in size and well-trained. The essential requirement for war horses is not feeling fear even in front of spear blades. The horse, gaining enough acceleration, smashed through the corpses as it moved forward. Of course, there were obstacles to avoid as well. I quickly turned the reins to the left, and the horse's head turned. Ogre's iron mace just missed us. From behind, corpse wolves that had risen belatedly rushed towards us. One of the wolves, about to bite the horse's rump, took an arrow in the head and fell over. Looking back, I saw Jenna aiming her bow from far atop the city wall. Every time she pulled the bowstring, a wolf rolled over. That crazy girl, Chapter 41, Mission Type Defend. One of the wolves, about to bite the horse's rump, took an arrow in the head and fell over. Looking back, I saw Jenna aiming her bow from far atop the city wall. Every time she pulled the bowstring, a wolf rolled over. That crazy girl, boom. A loud noise followed the collapse of the city gate. The lead ogre began to enter the city. Jenna quickly descended from the city wall. I want to split my body into two. Above all, the priority was defending the goddess statue. If the outer gate collapsed, they had to immediately retreat to the inner city and build barricades inside the gate. If they utilized the experience from the 5th floor, they should be able to hold out for a long time. So I decided to tune out everything else. It didn't matter how long they could hold on over there. The real issue was how quickly I could deal with the priest. The warhorse trampled and crushed the corpses as we ran toward the forest. Before I knew it, the heat from the burning forest could be felt on my skin. I dismounted from the horse. Go, hee-hing. The horse raised its front hooves and disappeared into the western plains. Behind me was a horde of corpses trying to feast on my flesh, and ahead was the inferno. The fire was burning fiercely as if trying to engulf the entire forest. The trees near the plains were charred black, and behind them, the sound of burning leaves and branches swayed as they were engulfed in flames. The corpses of humans and goblins staggered towards me despite the fire being right in front of them. I uncapped a health potion and drank it in one go, then sprinkled the remaining liquid over my head. Then I stepped into the flames. Kaya, as soon as I entered, a goblin corpse tried to hit me. The whole body was burning. I twisted my body to the side and it fell over, still burning, and stopped moving. I lowered my upper body to avoid inhaling too much smoke. Even so, my steps were quick. The heat was scorching and the air was scarce. I can endure this much. It didn't take long before I reached the edge of the map. An impassable transparent wall. The fire continued to spread beyond it, but I couldn't go any further. I know you're here. The fact that I couldn't pass through the wall means the enemy can't either. Since I didn't see anyone coming out of the forest, it means they are confined in this small space. Didararan, skill awakening. Han, flame resistance has increased to level 2. Ignoring the skill level up notification that appeared in my field of view, I unsheathed my sword. I just need to kill one person, just one person. Meekin is panicked. All attributes reduced by 50%. Shern is terrified. All attributes reduced by 30%. They were the two who joined mine and Edis' party at the last moment. Meekin has returned to the goddess embrace. His spirit will be remembered forever. Edis is bleeding. Her health decreases at regular intervals. Dika is terrified. They're getting close to their limit. I moved the messages to the corner of my vision. A black shadow moved from the ashes. I grasped my sword tightly and leaped towards it. A crimson arrow shot out from between the burning branches, and I blocked it with my shield. The projectile pierced through my iron shield as if it were butter and penetrated my left arm. Though weak in terms of combat power, the priest is still a mid-level monster. And since we're in a low-level floor, it's a bit different. The second magical arrow came flying. This time, it's aimed at my right chest. I tried to dodge, but there was nowhere to hide. I bit my tongue hard, drawing blood. Han has entered a frenzied state. Kikigagek, the clash of sword and magical arrow resounded. The spinning arrow grazed the sword and took a chunk of flesh from my shoulder before disappearing. I immediately leaped forward and hit the ground. The third arrow grazed above my head. If I didn't have the projectile defense skill, I would have been done for. The situation isn't favorable. Regardless of flame resistance and everything else, my surrounding is on fire. Each time I take a breath, acrid smoke mixes with the air and enters my lungs. Blood belatedly started oozing from the hole in my left arm. Han is bleeding. Health decreases at regular intervals. There's no time. Before my mind gets clouded, before the party is wiped out, you want to play, a eerie voice echoed from inside the forest. Play? Sure, what kind of play? You and others. I stood up abruptly and threw my sword in the direction of the voice. I drew my second weapon, the dagger, as I kept running. Keying, a black arrow flew towards me. I extended my left arm to block it. My left arm was torn off completely and flew away. My vision turned red. I gripped the dagger in reverse and aimed for the hooded figure's face. The second black arrow pierced through my right chest. Han is in a critical state. Thunk, the dagger was plunged into the hood. I pulled it out and thrust it in again. Without caring, I kept thrusting. The black priest, who had been writhing and trembling, eventually stopped moving. Kulk. Blood spurted from his mouth. Is it a stage clear? I dragged my right arm and leaned against the tree trunk. Is it not over? If that's the case, it's the end. I don't know anymore. I'll probably die before the statue of the goddess shatters. Shern has returned to the embrace of the goddess. His spirit will be remembered forever. Damn it. There's no hellish death worse than this. To be dragged to an unknown place, suffer like a dog, and then die. When I was about to lose my grip on my sanity, a message popped up. Stage clear. Jenna, Aaron, Ielka leveled up. Eddies, Roderick, Asher, Dika leveled up. Reward 70,000 G, Lesser Fire Elemental Stone. MVP Han, congratulations, Master, on clearing the 10th floor. The waiting room's name will be fixed as Townia. The exploration dungeon has been unlocked. Collect rare materials, including the descent stones. Among your heroes, there are heroes waiting to be promoted. Once you've gathered the materials, combine the promotion stones and recover the fragments of forgotten memories. Light enveloped my whole body, but I didn't even notice it, and I closed my eyes quietly. Chapter 42. Prologue. I opened my eyes. A gloomy, ashen sky greeted me. As I turned my head, I noticed the familiar bed. It was my room inside the lodging. I rotated my left arm, the part that had been torn off by the Black Priest's magic. It moved properly. There was no trace of the hole that had been in my right chest too. I survived. I had thought I might not make it back, but it seems I was a step ahead. I got up from the bed and checked the clock. It was 3:45 in the morning. Everyone in the waiting room would be asleep by now. I laid back down and closed my eyes, but my mind was sharp. Eventually, I gave up and went to the lobby. Aaron was sitting on the lobby sofa, bowing his head. I took a seat next to him and said, "You look horrible." "Oh, Hyung Nim." Aaron looked up at me. There were dark circles under his eyes. "I am relieved you're safe. We were all worried." Worried my foot. "Anyway, what kind of tremendous struggle were you going through to look so grim?" I was thinking about the reason we fight. The reason we fight? After you left, the city was flooded with corpses, and Aaron's expression darkened. I didn't need him to say it, I could already guess. Inside the city, numerous civilian NPCs resided. Even if they sought refuge within the city walls, there was a limit to how many could be accommodated. The massacre caused by the corpses must have been devastating. Jenna, Aaron, Eddies, and they must have witnessed it all vividly. I looked at Aaron, who was merely sipping water with a frown. Has his stress level spiked? If a hero repeatedly engages in combat and training without rest, their stress can accumulate excessively, leading to depression. Alternatively, witnessing large-scale massacres or the death of close comrades during a mission can also trigger depression. Depression was one of the leading causes of sudden death. Aaron, who had been sipping water for a while, stood up from his seat. "I'll go inside first." "Rest well, Hyung Nim. Will you come out with that same expression tomorrow?" Aaron let out a bitter laugh and replied, "I'll recover by tomorrow." "All right, go ahead." "Yes." Aaron bowed his head to me and returned to the lodging. I sat alone in the dark lobby and drank my water. I couldn't help but think of the guy who had brought me here. Even this time it was the same. Due to the mosaic around him, I couldn't see the bastard's face properly. Only the unpleasant voice, scratching like metal, remained in my mind. Did he say he would wait? If I had the leisure, I would have asked the Black Priest, who seemed like he wanted to talk to me, but I killed him. That day, until Chloe appeared in the early morning, I couldn't fall asleep. I had spent the night wide awake. Now that a major battle was over, I needed to take measures to reduce stress. Originally, it was Amkina's role, but since that guy couldn't do his job properly, there's no other way. I spoke to Chloe, who was preparing ingredients in the kitchen, after giving me a greeting. "Bring out all the ingredients. Cook the best dishes you can." Chloe hesitated for a moment, but soon nodded and brought out all the ingredients from the storage. The new baker who followed Chloe's lead in the kitchen also began to display her skills. The morning meal is where everyone in the waiting room gathers. On the table were various grand dishes like meat, bread, salad, soup, and more. Jenna, the first to come out to the dining area, blinked her eyes in surprise. "What's all this? It's so fancy for breakfast. Why, don't you like it?" "No, it's always welcome if it's like this." Jenna smiled and took a seat. Soon, the members of the waiting room came out one by one. They were surprised once when they saw the food and twice when they saw me. It was understandable. I rarely appeared in the dining area. The meal began. I grabbed some bread hastily and observed my party members' faces. Jenna seems fine, as usual. Aaron is doing well too. Ialka looks good. They didn't seem to be in good moods, but somehow they were holding it together. I observed the members of the second party. The 2 3-star members seemed fine. Asher was managing somehow. There was no need to look for Shern and Meekin, the 5th members of each party, because even though I weren't there with them, I knew they were already dead. It was somewhat expected. Both of them joined late, and their levels were too low. Dika was puking. Eddie stood up and supported Dika, leading him away. Mental management of the party members was also one of the leader's roles. The battle was fierce, but there weren't many casualties. That might be the reason why we're currently all right. Even so, it's definitely not in perfect condition. Stress was accumulating, whether we were aware of it or not. And on that day, in the late evening when everyone returned to the lodging. "Welcome to Pick Me Up," Emkina logged in. "Loading is complete. TOUCH. Select." The sky lit up. I was sitting on a bench in the square. I knew Emkina would come. The low-grade fire elemental stones were given as the 10th floor's clear reward. In the warehouse, I stored the water and wind elemental stones that we had collected from the weekly dungeons. With a cheerful sound, an alert popped up. "Master, there is a hero waiting for promotion. Promotable hero, Han. Tips/to promote, you need the Annex Building Promotion Hall in the Synthesis Center." Emkina's operation window appeared. The facility tab was touched. "You have selected the Annex Building Promotion Hall for the Synthesis Center. Would you like to build it?" "Yes, select/no curer." A faint vibration shook the waiting room. "The promotion hall has been completed. From now on, hero promotion is available." Next, the item synthesis window appeared. Inside the synthesis window, red, blue, and green stones were rotating in circles. Starting item synthesis. Selected materials: low-grade fire elemental stone, low-grade water elemental stone, low-grade wind elemental stone, completed item low-grade promotion stone, success rate 87%, synthesis method automatic. Would you like to proceed with the synthesis? Yes, select/no, cuting tang, fairy power. Good, synthesis complete. You have obtained the low-grade promotion stone. As the warehouse door opened, a cell popped out. She held a rainbow-colored stone in her arms. "Congratulations on your upcoming promotion, Master Loki." Chapter 42, Prologue. "Congratulations on your upcoming promotion, Master Loki." I wordlessly accepted the rainbow-colored stone that Ysel threw to me. "With this, you can graduate to 2-star. From here, you'll climb all the way to 7-star. Crush the tower and conquer. Woohoo! I don't know if I can make it to 7-star. Haha, who will push to 7-star if not Loki?" If that were the case, Saris would have already been a 7-star. I made efforts in all directions, but I couldn't promote her to the level of a 7-star hero. "Master, let's start the promotion." Creak. The door of the synthesis center opened. I held the promotion stone in one hand and walked slowly inside. Inside the synthesis center, with a violet magic circle drawn, another door opened. I entered the second door. The promotion hall had a structure almost identical to the synthesis center. Instead, the magic circle was red, and in the center of the room, there was a small altar big enough to place a stone. I placed the promotion stone on the altar. A faint red light emanated from the promotion stone. Bang! The door of the synthesis center slammed shut loudly. The door of the promotion hall closed immediately afterward. Promotion. It was one of the areas that the master couldn't see. When a hero and the materials were put into the promotion hall, the hero would come out in a promoted state after a while. The master couldn't know what happened inside. A red light sprayed out from the entire magic circle. Similar to the light the spatial rift usually emits, but somehow it felt more attached to the skin. It was like sinking into deep water. The red light enveloped my entire body. When I opened my eyes again, darling, a narrow and humble room made of wood. A middle-aged woman sat on a rocking chair, holding a newborn baby in her arms. Good boy, who are you?" No response. This woman seemed to be in a similar state as the NPCs on the 10th floor, but she was a bit different. Tong. I reached out to the woman, but my hand bounced back midway. Can't even touch her. I looked around the room. It was a place less than 10 square meters. The furniture was old and shabby. The woman with black hair and black eyes gently caressed the baby and said, "You will become an amazing person." Her touch was filled with affection. I intuitively grasped the baby's identity. Han Yslat. It's not me. I have no family or anything of that sort. The one who should have been here instead of me was over there. I recalled my first visit to the waiting room. Han Yslat from the Hame Peninsula. Ysel called me that name. I looked at the window in the corner of the room. Beyond the window, an unknown darkness lurked. Good boy, I don't have time to waste on something like this. Conveniently, there was a door on the right wall leading outside. I grabbed the doorknob. This time, it didn't bounce back. I opened the door and rushed outside. As I came out, it was the square of the waiting room. However, this square was open, devoid of any decorations. It wasn't Mkina's waiting room. I couldn't tell what this place was. The sky had no lights on. I walked slowly through the empty waiting room. There was only one door in the square in front of him. There was no dormitory, warehouse, or training center. I looked behind me, and the door I had come out of had disappeared. I looked ahead, and the nameplate on the door read the rift of time and space. Squeak. The door opened with an unpleasant sound, and something sprayed out with light. 2 pairs of wings sparkling with stardust. That black dress and that unique cute face. Is this Ysel? No, she's different. This little one was about the size of a fist. Ysel is not this small. The fairy fluttered around me and giggled. Then, with her tiny finger, she pointed to the inside of the spatial rift. You want me to go in? Nod. Suspicious, but staying here won't change anything. I took a deep breath and stepped into the spatial rift. In the center of the circular room, there was only one mirror. Is this? Bang! The door leading back to the square closed. The fairy kept buzzing around me. Blacklight began to seep out of the mirror. The pitch-black light wrapped around me without any resistance. And then, I found myself standing alone in a dark space. Dudung, the astral dungeon is now open. Warning, warning, warning. Instantly, a crushing pressure enveloped my entire body. I dropped to one knee. It felt like someone was pressing me down from above with a mechanical press. My vision blurred. I couldn't breathe. If I let my guard down even a little, I felt like my whole body would crumple and become a handful of minced meat. Han feels terror. All attributes decreased by 30%. I drew my sword and stabbed it into the ground. I couldn't tell if it was the ground or something else. It was just pitch black. I clung to the hilt of the sword and desperately endured. My body trembled and blood oozed from my clenched teeth. At this rate, I'll lose consciousness. I need to do something. So in the heat of the moment, I cut my left palm with the sword. Blood dripped from the edge of the blade. At that moment, I could feel the sensation of breaking through something. Han has entered a frenzied state. Han is no longer under terror. Hoo-ha. I slowly took a breath in and exhaled, regaining control of my body. I stood up, and she stood in front of me. SSSH level, 999, Chapter 43, Prologue. I immediately drew my sword. I didn't know who it was even though that person was right in front of me. I couldn't properly recognize their appearance. But one thing I could assert was that this bastard is directly related to the reason why I am here. Finally, we meet. An unpleasant voice, like scraping metal, pierced my ears. I tightened my grip on the sword in my right hand. My knuckles turned white. I want to kill her. The blood and sweat I shed, and the hellish battlefields I experienced, they were all because of this bastard. Though I couldn't see its face, the voice remained clear in my mind. I took out a shield and placed it on my left arm. I took slow breaths, assessing the power I had, desperately calculating my next moves to kill her, comparing my level and skills to its abilities. Suddenly, a strong headache struck me. Damn it, I couldn't see any way out. Currently, I am level 10 at 1 star. Just a hero with 6 low-tier skills. On the other hand, her power was immeasurable. I vividly remembered how it wiped out my second party, consisting of 6 6-star and 5-star max-level heroes, in less than 10 seconds. I corrected my distorted vision. It was close to me, but its figure was obscured by a strange mist. The part that seemed to be its mouth suddenly wriggled. Aren't you going to rush at me? You must resent me. If you're going to spout nonsense, then you can just FCK off. Hee, good, very good. Indeed, if you didn't have that much restraint, you would have died already. Its arms swayed as it applauded. The headache intensified. I took a step back, assuming a stance to swing my sword at any moment. Is this how all hero promotions are done? Of course not. You are a special existence. This place is a gift for you. It's a stage that I've prepared for you, the master who was once the glorious ranker of pick-me-up. The fog covering the field dispersed. Beyond the fog, it revealed itself a woman. No, she was more like a young girl than a woman. Her features and figure were close to perfection, resembling a doll. The girl, wearing a flowing black dress, walked slowly towards me, with a fairy fluttering around her, the one that brought me here. I didn't know how to introduce myself to you. I'll just think of you as a damn beach. That's a bit harsh. The girl smiled like a painting and flicked her finger. An exquisite leather-covered chair appeared. She sat on it, directing her gaze at me. Looking closely, she resembled Yslat greatly. I felt that if Yslat would grow up, she would eventually look just like her. The girl noticed my stare and giggled softly. I don't look like Yslat. Yslat looks like me. That child is nothing more than my clone. The 147,900,000th one, to be precise. Well, isn't that number somewhat similar to Pick-me-up's download count? What do you mean? Think about it. The girl chuckled and took out a business card from her pocket. As she casually tossed it, the card rotated in the air and landed in my hand. The name field was filled with special characters. Are you playing games with me? I don't have just one name. I change it depending on the situation. I crumpled the business card and threw it to the ground, then stomped on it. Pardon me? I etched her true form into my mind so that I wouldn't forget. Then I spoke. Are you the one that brought me here? Probably. I almost jumped involuntarily. The girl squinted her eyes, seemingly aware of my state, and smiled. Don't hate me too much. Even for me, it was unexpected that you would be summoned to Mobius. It was an accident, a kind of mistake. I don't care about your circumstances. If you don't want to die, send me back. Thinking of killing me, a mere one-star hero? Your ambition is quite grand, isn't it? The chances of that might change as time goes by. In that case, killing you right now might be the solution. A reddish light flashed in the girl's eyes. Simultaneously, a black shadowy lance shot up from under her feet, aiming at my chest. I didn't avoid it. Your courage is impressive. The lance stopped right in front of my heart. As the girl gestured with her hand, the lance returned to her shadow. She still has no intention of killing me. I could tell from the situation. Though I couldn't precisely gauge the extent of her power limit, it was undoubtedly formidable. She directly intervened in a mission stage enclosed by a transparent barrier and even delved into the promotion process. There must have been several opportunities for her to eliminate me. However, she chose to overlook that and summon me here. It meant she had a different purpose. I desperately suppressed my boiling thoughts. What do you want? Nothing much. I just wanted to have a conversation with you. A conversation? Yes, Loki. The 5th-ranked master in the world and the undefeated master. I am your fan. While monitoring, I've lost count of how many times I've marveled at your gameplay. Your powerful Niflheimer is also the top priority of our headquarters surveillance. How can I not treat you properly? The girl giggled and stood up from the chair. The chair vanished as if by magic. I've come here to reveal the truth of this world to you. Chapter 43, Prologue. I've come here to reveal the truth of this world to you. Loki, what do you think about the story of mobile games? In gacha games, the story is one of the aspects users don't pay much attention to. Instead, they focus more on the content. I am the same. Frankly speaking, the story of Pick-me-up is a bit outdated. The world building is nothing special, and most masters don't even know if there is such a thing as story progression. The girl flicked her finger. As if the stage of a play had changed, the dark-covered field transformed into a different location. It was a familiar place. The secluded city that served as the main stage for the 5th and 10th floors. However, there was a difference. I looked around. The river to the east had completely dried up, and the once lush forest to the north now had only roots and branches remaining. The plain that used to be covered in the grass was split, revealing a red subsurface. The city, needless to say, was now just a ruin, and above all, the sky was pitch black. It wasn't because it had become night. If that were the case, I wouldn't be able to see anything at all. It was an extremely unfamiliar sight. Do you know where this is? I don't really want to know. I am sorry about that. I tend to be a bit too playful. This place is the city of Nelsa on the Taunia continent, Haim Peninsula. As you can see, it's completely destroyed. The girl flicked her finger again. The location changed once more. Here is Sylpia, Kaya, Edora. With each flick of her finger, the stage transformed. The backgrounds were different, but they all had one thing in common. Not even a single human, let alone an animal or an insect, was noticeable. Every place had turned into ruins. Fiona, Mardian, Icardia, Rilja, Halcya, Arantia, Cisnia, and even Bardashia. This is the current state of all regions in Townia. After giving a significant smile, the girl continued speaking. Do you think Niflheimer is any different? Unfortunately, no. Every continent belonging to Mobius is like this. Over 100 million worlds were annihilated. The field returned to its initial darkness. It's a book with a predetermined ending, a very bad ending. Everything comes to an end. The characters in the book hope to change the ending, but they can't do it alone. What should be done? The answer is simple. We need to bring in new characters from outside the book. We have to rewrite the story. Even if the setting and consistency fall apart, even if the spatial and temporal axes intertwine and collapse. Higher dimensional beings can distort causality just by observing. That's why Pick Me Up was created, Master Loki. After making such a grandiose story, she looked at me with widened eyes, and I said so. So, what's the reason for telling me all this? I am asking for your cooperation. Cooperation. Together with me, save the world. I took out a dagger from behind my belt and threw it. Thump. The dagger neatly pierced through the girl's forehead. Black blood splattered from between the cracked forehead. I was getting curious, but you just blabbered nonsense and got yourself in trouble. Think carefully, Loki. Is your answer a yes or a no? With her forehead split, the girl chuckled leisurely. I replied, FCKU. To suddenly call me to this miserable place and then ask for cooperation? I've had enough of dealing with lunatics. I assumed a combat stance and muttered under my breath. I want cooperate with you. You beach. If you want to kill me, go ahead, but I want fall without fighting. You're quite harsh with your words. It hurts. Hee ha thump. The dagger stuck in the girl's forehead was pulled out on its own. The black blood flowing from the wound stopped, and the wound was healed instantly. The blood on the floor merged with the girl's shadow. I suppressed the urge to rush at her and tear her apart. I slowly expelled the boiling heat from my mind. I have a skill called composure. Even my initial rage subsided to some extent, allowing me to calmly assess the situation. I can't kill her right now. I am just a 1-star. My level is only 10. My skills are mediocre, and my class hasn't even been unlocked yet. Not just yet. If I were to kill her, I need to become stronger first. No matter how powerful she is, there's always a strategy to defeat the boss. I closed my eyes and opened them again. My head became clearer. I said, I don't want to have any conversation with you. Send me back. This is a bit disappointing. I've used a lot of energy to bring you to this place. The girl spoke with a nonchalant expression. Loki, I highly appreciate you. Truly, more than any other master in Pick Me Up. Even the top ranker is nothing compared to you, like a firefly in front of the moon. Do you know why? It's because you, as a master, achieved a unique accomplishment. The girl flicked her finger again. A holographic text appeared in the center of the field. Master, believe in your bond with the heroes. You should know where this sentence comes from, right? I do. It's part of the guidance that appears after clearing the tutorial. You were the only one who truly embodied the meaning of this sentence among the 100 million masters. Only you. What are you talking about? The girl flicked her finger again. The scenery changed once more, and within the unfamiliar background, holographic text slowly appeared. Floor 80. Mission type complex. Objective unknown. Do you know where this is, Loki? The girl smiled cunningly. This is the 80th floor stage of Niflheimer, 6 months ago. Chapter 44, Prologue. I furrowed my brow. I had seen this message somewhere before. No, it was a message I could never forget. It had brought me immense frustration. Floor 80, among the 1 billion users of Pick Me Up, it was the worst and most challenging floor that only 5 people, including myself, conquered. It was the original conquering type, not revealing any objectives. In Pick Me Up, every player has a different experience with the game, a different world, different characters, and different missions and floors to conquer. You can say that the experience with Pick Me Up and the pace at which you will complete stages in the game was random, and the difficulty varied depending on luck. but every ranker who attempted floor 80 had miserably failed. Thus, the highest floor reached among rankers was floor 79. Floor 80 was called the Wall of Wailing among the rankers. I was no exception. 6 months ago, I confidently challenged floor 80 after reaching floor 79, but most of my forces, excluding the main party, were wiped out in a devastating defeat. How does it feel to see this with your own eyes instead of on the screen? Quite grand, isn't it? The girl said, appearing on a leather chair out of nowhere. She held a glass jar containing black liquid in her hand. What's the purpose of showing me this? It's simple. I want you to watch this scene together with me. The girl took a sip of her drink. Have a seat. Standing might be uncomfortable. A luxurious chair wrapped in fine fabric appeared behind me. I let out a deep sigh and settled into the chair. The fairy handed me a drink, but I pushed it away with my hand. The Niflheimer field on floor 80. Even after analyzing countless types of fields, I couldn't define this strange field. Floating platforms dotted the area, with rivers of boiling lava flowing below. It was more like a sea than a river, as the lava covered the entire land. In the distant mountain range, volcanoes constantly spewed out fiery rocks. The wind, mixed with sulfur and ash, swirled in a sinister gray hue. Hell, that was the only word to describe it, an extreme space where no living beings could survive. Floor 80's stage was right here in front of me. As you can see, the situation is like this, but you don't need to worry. The environment here can't affect you. It's just replaying the records of the past. There was a massive island right in front of me, easily spanning hundreds of meters. From one side of the island, light emerged and a group of people walked out. I stood up from my seat. The party that emerged from the light consisted of 5 individuals. Each of them was equipped with different colored outfits and weapons, much more realistic than I remembered, but I recognized them. It was unforgettable. At the forefront of the group, a blonde woman walked forward. Adorned in silver armor, she wielded a crimson sword emitting a red aura. The engravings on the scabbard shimmered in golden light. Ceres Agentheim. She was the top ranker of Niflheimer, the submaster, and the leader of the main party. The other 4 there was no need to observe them. Ranks 1 to 5. All the individuals who could be considered the strongest in Niflheimer were gathered here. I sat back down on the chair. I gulped down the water from the cup the fairy handed me in one go. It's the footage of when I conquered floor 80. Correct. Why are you showing me this? I already know the clearing process. It's meaningless. Just watch and see, would you? The girl smiled lightly. I furrowed my brows and turned my gaze back to the main party. They were huddled together in one place, not saying a word, each silently waiting for something. Swoosh, swoosh. Something strange emerged from below the floating island. They didn't have a specific form. Fluid and elongated like tentacles, they wriggled about. Their numbers were uncountable. They sprouted from dozens, hundreds of floating islands all at once. Fragment of chaos level. 113x 2755, fragment of despair level. 108x 3164, fragment of determination level. 121x 2348. These non-attribute monsters appear in large numbers on the upper floors of the tower. Commonly known as the Fragment series, they were the culprits that turned floors 80 and above into hellish difficulties. Grrrrrrrrrrr. Simultaneously, a distant roaring sound could be heard. Crystal of Chaos level, 322x13. Crystal of Despair level, 315x11. Crystal of Determination level, 311x15. Amidst the sulfur and ash-filled mist, a colossal form emerged. Huge monsters, each reaching several hundred meters, appeared as individuals. They glared at the heroes with red eyes flashing. Do you know, the difficulty and pick-me-up varies for each account. The summoning probabilities are also vastly different. The surface of the floating islands was covered with countless fragments. Gigantic monsters that could obscure the sky were approaching them. It's not that you were unlucky and couldn't draw advanced heroes. There simply were no heroes left in Niflheimer. It's the same story with the difficulty. Niflheimer is one of the few worlds that received an S rating from the company's internal evaluation. It was the worst in every aspect, and the hardest to save. You still wonder how you made it up to the 88th floor? The girl looked at me expressionlessly. I ignored her. The 5 individuals remained motionless. The tentacles of the fragments were about to reach Ceres when time stopped. A holographic window appeared before me. It was a gameplay record from when I conquered Floor 80. Effect of tactical headquarters is applied. Facility level. Max, creating a map of the stage. Displaying tactical screen. You can give tactical instructions to heroes through touch and drag. The screen showed a 3-dimensional map of the stage's terrain. Almost every part of the map was covered with red dots, to the point where one could mistake the entire map for being red. In contrast, there were 5 blue dots representing allies. Various tactical tools and a list of parties that could be deployed were displayed on both sides of the screen. Memories resurfaced vividly. The cursor indicating manipulation began to move on its own. The blue arrows were drawn on the holographic map. The arrows crossed and advanced, covering the screen. It was the strategy I had spent countless nights crafting, to seize various support objects on the floating islands in perfect order while subduing the enemies. Easier said than done. Any slight misstep or flaw in the formation would lead to total annihilation. I reviewed and overturned the strategy hundreds of times to eliminate any gaps. In the center of the Ceres party, a circular table rose up. A map was placed on the table, the same kind as shown on the screen. As I moved the cursor, arrows were drawn on the map on the table, and the heroes gazed at it intently. It's about to begin. The girl casually sipped her drink, a relaxed smile on her face. Watch closely how they behave and what you mean to them. That's the reason you're unique, Master Loki. I didn't respond. I simply leaned back in my chair. As the tactical instructions approached the end, a man with an emotionless expression, wielding 3 different swords, spoke up. The orders from our master? As always, impeccable. A woman with waist-length white hair said, "Failure is not tolerated. That's only natural, for us and for our master. Unless we kill at least 1,000, we won't make a dent in the fortress." A man carrying a twisted lance on his back chimed in. The woman with white hair opened a book she had been holding in her arms. The pages of the book fluttered in midair, emitting a bright light. As we vowed. Snap. A bow held by one of the girls emitted a gleam of light. It was one of the 5 divine artifacts I had painstakingly crafted, Brunek. The king's arrow, Nihaku Guestful. A girl with long brown, braided hair murmured. A yellow light flickered in her eyes. Swoosh. The lance carried by the boy wavered faintly. Likewise, it was one of the 5 divine artifacts, Runin. The king's spear, Muden Nadulk, the boy murmured. The 3 swords the man held twisted and wriggled as if pulsating. Combining the 3 into one weapon, it was Klaus Sola's. The king's sword, Rigen, the man murmured. The book the woman unfolded floated in midair. Countless magical characters were inscribed in the air. The king's eye, Uinit seed, the woman murmured. Lastly, Ceres drew Lebetane. The king's flame, Ceres Agenthime. Ceres murmured. The 5 of them simultaneously brandished their weapons. Time remained frozen, and the tactical arrangements were nearing completion. Time limit ends in 10 seconds. Combat will resume. Get ready. Even with the maximum level of the tactical headquarters, time was tight. Finally, a clear strategy encompassing the entire field was completed. The 5 individuals' focused gazes all turned to the map at once. Excellent work. Uinit's eyes sparkled with admiration. 8-7-6 until mission starts. The table and map disappeared. The 5 members quickly took positions, forming a tight circle. 3-2-1 mission start. Time unfroze. Thousands of enemies charged forward simultaneously. A blaze of crimson flames erupted, engulfing the field of vision. The following events were all ignored from the footage. The video had come to an end. I found myself back in the space shrouded in darkness. The girl held out a glass vial with black liquid swirling inside. Hee, aren't they impressive? They are genuinely pledging loyalty to you. You already know. They are the 6 stars heroes, known as the strongest across all servers, except for the few 7th star heroes. There's no one capable of facing them except for themselves. Trust me, you've raised fearsome beings. And what does that matter? Actually, that's not the crucial point. What matters is how they view you as their master. Heroes climb the tower and go through promotion repeatedly, only to realize the truth and despair. Who would pledge loyalty to a master who treats them as toys or pets? Her voice seemed to whisper directly into my ear. But you were different. You're the only master who truly dominated the waiting room. The girl's eyes narrowed. Loki, you were the king of Niflheim. Chapter 45, Prologue, the title of a king. It was not a laughable statement. They are still desperately searching for you, the heroes of Niflheimer. They even know that you've fallen here. The girl spoke. Think about it. Would any hero in the world relentlessly search every dimension for months just because their master disappeared? Would you do that? Would the heroes from other waiting rooms do that? The fairy placed both hands on her waist and shook her head. It meant no. Your way of playing is very unique. At the same time, it's worldly wise. I never thought of it. I never expected to encounter a master who doesn't use synthesis. I didn't completely abstain from using synthesis. If it was necessary, I did it. But as the girl said, if I were a different master, it would be true that I would use synthesis more to operate the waiting room, probably synthesizing 2 to 3 times a day. Looking back to before I was summoned, the last synthesis would have been 3 months ago. The same goes for other operations. Before you became known, almost all the masters in Pick Me Up treated the heroes like toys. They played with them until they got bored and then discarded them like consumables. The girl spoke with a confident tone. Did you know that the heroes were actually humans, or did you just feel that it won't be impossible? I feel like you knew. That's my conclusion. I had thought it was a special game. The heroes within were so realistic that it was hard to believe they were game characters created by programmers. Each one reacted differently and had different ways of doing things according to their commands. But it wasn't that I believed they were actual humans. It was just more efficient. Ordinary masters control the heroes through synthesis. If there were disobedient or worthless ones, they would dispose of them mercilessly and operate the waiting room with fear instilled in the others. Even if there were lower-tier heroes who showed potential, they would end up as food for higher-tier heroes. I was different. I never obtained a natural-born 5-star hero. I only had 1 4-star hero. People advised me to give up, saying it was a failed account. But I didn't give up. I was accustomed to irrationality. So I just searched for a way forward, and accordingly, my perspective changed. I had to organize the waiting room with 3-star and lower heroes and carry out all the strategies. Even if their rank was low, I wouldn't discard them if they showed potential. At first, they might seem useless heroes, but they could change later on. If the waiting room was operated solely through fear, it would inevitably crumble. After investigating, I found that in Pick Me Up, there were several ways to control the heroes depending on the gameplay. I analyzed and grasped them to use them appropriately when needed. Proof of value brings rewards. For worthlessness and laziness, punishment. If there were those who went beyond useless and became a hindrance, I utilized them as disposable pawns. The second party that I dispatched as the vanguard for the Advent dungeon was the result of this. Those guys had a tendency not to be suitable for long-term use, causing harm to nearby heroes. I didn't use synthesis unless it was absolutely necessary. That's how Niflheimer was designed. Among the main party, known as the strongest across all servers, there were 5 members. And among them, there were heroes who had started from the 1-star grade. Since I didn't use synthesis, it naturally led to an increase in the waiting room population. As a result, Niflheimer grew to a size similar to a kingdom. However, there is nothing more foolish than misunderstanding the results of my analysis of game efficiency as knowing the truth. So, you do like me too? Yes. I really wanted to talk with you. It's a shame that it couldn't happen on Earth. I feel the same way. If we had met on Earth, I would have wiped you out right away. The girl blinked her eyes. I smirked and spoke. You bought my resentment. Among other things, I'll probably never forget that. I have nothing in my heart for you but hatred. Is that so? Whether it's Taunia or Niflheimer, I don't care about either of them. I am a human from Earth. Don't force your situation on others. Hee, you don't care, huh? Niflheimer's heroes will be disappointed if they hear you say that. Let them be disappointed as much as they want. I couldn't grasp this girl's intentions. If you purely wanted me to help them climb the tower, you didn't have to bring me here. The Niflheimer's party was progressing diligently through the strategies. They had already reached the 88th floor. surpassing the 85th floor and 90th floor. The demonic wall, where the first rank was staying, was right in front of them. But amidst all that, she brought me here. Moreover, she invaded the 10th floor and even brought me here to talk to me about useless things. With such limited information, I couldn't make any predictions. However, there was one thing I could tell, that this girl didn't care at all about others if it was for her own benefit. If I keep that in mind, I can make an efficient judgment. I won't cooperate with you or anything like that. In fact, you better be gone right now before my patience reaches its limit. You could become a hero who saves Mobius, though. The girl laughed. Well, it doesn't matter. There's only one thing I want from you: to safely climb the tower to where I am. If you can do that, I can endure any level of insult. Was it you who made the black priests appear on the 10th floor? And if it was, I clenched my teeth. Don't get too worked up. I won't intervene from the 15th floor onward. Taunia will give you a thrilling welcome even without my intervention. It's an S-class difficulty, just like Niflheim. No matter how well you do, I estimate the probability of the master folding to be at least 90%. Well, it might be different if I am helping you. The girl stood up from her chair. The black leather seat instantly turned into ashes and disappeared. I swear on this one thing. If you achieve the feat of climbing the tower to the very end, I'll send you back to where you were originally. And one more thing, I'll transfer half of my stake in Mobius to you. You'll become a major shareholder of a global conglomerate fighting for control in the world. A major shareholder of Mobius. I don't believe it. The promise of sending me back, the reward. As I climb the tower, more information I didn't know will be revealed. I will return on my own strength. I won't rely on such garbage. Anyway, is the contract established? The girl asked with a smug expression. As long as you don't appear in front of me, you really seem to hate me. Why? Why did you even ask? Well, I pulled out the second dagger and hurled it at the girl's forehead. The dagger pierced through her skull, deeply embedded in its hilt. This is my answer. Hehe. Chapter 45, Prologue. I pulled out the second dagger and hurled it at the girl's forehead. The dagger pierced through her skull, deeply embedded in its hilt. This is my answer. Hehe. The dagger slid out smoothly from her forehead as if time were reversing, and the wound healed. Yeah, if you don't have this level of determination, you can't climb the tower. I forgive your rudeness, I forgive you. A marble door appeared from the darkness. The door opened. Beyond the door, a swirling, iridescent light filled the space. I walked slowly towards that door. I'll show you, the true prologue prepared just for you, who is starting the climb. The real beginning of Pick Me Up. The girl's body scattered into shadows. Curer. A small vibration spread throughout the entire field. With the narration, a message appeared. The land where humans and other races coexist, Taunia. The location changed. A setting sun, an Ankh harvesting in the golden wheat field. It changed again. A village. Children running around with bright laughter. The scenery shifted like a continuous panorama. Scenes of peaceful human worlds. Among them was the city of Nelsar, which I had seen during my mission. I kept walking through the ever-changing landscapes. An unknown enemy invades the continent of peace and prosperity. The location reversed. A burning castle and the field in front of it. Soldiers clashed with monsters. But the outcome was clear. The humans were being slaughtered in a one-sided massacre, to the extent that it was difficult to call it a battle. Battles and fights in castles, villages, fields, forests, and deserts all ended in defeat. I walked through the battlefield filled with blood and screams. In the end, the continent was torn apart by the power of darkness. Somewhere, a grassy field with countless flowers floated in the field. From within it, a loud voice echoed. Do you know why Pick Me Up's difficulty so hard? Because we have to overturn battles that ended in defeat. Reverse fate, Loki. Hope still remains. In an unknown forest, a girl with red hair and scorched skin was holding a bow. I knew who she was. Her name was Jenna Shurai. The scene changed. An unfamiliar city. Aaron, carrying a burden on his back, was haggling with a middle-aged man. Beside him, a young girl held Aaron's hand. It changed again. In a training ground, Shay, holding a sword, training with her fellow knights. Master, if you want to save the world, climb the tower. After that, the daily lives of heroes who had already been summoned and those who would be summoned in the future unfolded. In the faded landscapes, their bodies were shining. Countless heroes will be with you. Lastly, beyond the screen, I was seen using a cell phone. Such a pain, master. Believe in the bond with the heroes. The future of the world lies in your hands. It does. The future of the world depends on you and the master. Countless enemies will stand in your way. The scenery suddenly changed. Various monsters, hundreds of them, were staring at me from behind a transparent barrier. I took a deep breath and continued walking. Powerful enemies hidden in various landscapes, in the depths of the deep sea, beyond the sea of clouds, across vast deserts. Huge and terrifying demons were gathered. Shrouded in mist, their exact appearance was not clear, but I could tell they were incredibly sinister. "Can you climb to the top of this tower, where no one has ever made it before?" Kraya. The monsters roared all at once. The ground itself trembled under the immense sound waves. I glanced back briefly before moving towards the door. The ever-changing scenery unfolded like a comic lens being lifted. Suddenly, I found myself back in the rift that had served as the entrance to this place. Right in front of me was the door leading outside. I stepped my left foot into it. When I turned around, the shadow inside the room's mirror was wriggling. "Climb the tower, Loki. I know, we will." A pair of red eyes flashed within the shadow. "Be waiting for you." Just before entering the door, I responded, "Fuck you, crash." "Congratulations, master." The forgotten memories of the hero were awakened. Han, promotion complete, he became a 2-star hero. Illustrations are updated. Level and skill limits have increased. Blinding light enveloped me. When I opened my eyes, I was standing on the crimson magic circle. It's over. I looked up at the sky. A dazzling light was flowing. From outside the screen, Mkina was looking down at me. As I left the synthesis room, the door closed one after another. Just as I was heading back to the dormitory from the training grounds, I spotted Aaron. When our eyes met, he approached with a delighted expression. "Ah, Hyung Nim. Have you returned? Is everything all right?" "As usual." "Still the same." I couldn't find any trace of the melancholy from the previous dawn on his face. He must have been thinking about the reason to fight. The reason you fight. The reason you were brought here, risking your life to battle enemies. "By the way, what did you go in there for alone?" "I had a promotion." "Y'all be having it soon too." As Aaron and I exchanged some conversation, we headed back to the dormitory. Nina, was that her name? She's Aaron's younger sister. In the illusion I saw, they were holding hands. He said he wants to come back for her. There's no need to mention it. I decided to bury it in my heart for a while. The goal hasn't changed. Climbing the tower, returning to Earth. If there's one thing that has changed, it's that I feel much shitty than I did back then. I won't forget. Whoever you are, whatever your name is, I will definitely repay this debt. When I tried to close the door to the dormitory, unexpectedly, a message appeared. "Welcome to the world of Pick Me Up, Chapter 46, I'll let you know failure." The next day. In the dawn after the day's schedule had ended, while wiping off the sweat on the chair in the training camp, the sky lit up. "Welcome to Pick Me Up. The loading is complete. Touch. Select." It was a familiar login message. However, there was also an alert indicating a new announcement. A few days ago, an unfortunate disconnection issue occurred below that. There was a post apologizing for the simultaneous disconnection that occurred to the masters on the lower floors of the tower, explaining that it was due to a sudden server shortage. It was due to that girl who appeared when we were about to clear the 10th floor. I couldn't grasp the entire situation, but I knew it was related to her. 1. Special reward for all masters. 500 gems will be given. 2. Get rewarded even more. 50,000 gold will be given. 3. There's more. Increase your favorability with the heroes. Gift vouchers will be given. 4. And it doesn't end here. All weekly dungeons will be open for 3 days. Mkina closed the announcement and went to his mailbox to receive the rewards. Then, he started touching the control screen. Ping. Yslat approached, scattering stardust. "Congratulations on your promotion, Loki." Bang. Yslat set off a firework she had brought from somewhere. There was no one at the training camp. Aaron and Dika were here, but they just left. As she sat there quietly, Yslat tilted her head in concern. "You look upset. Is something wrong?" "I met the original." "The original? What do you mean?" Yslat was deep in thought, and then her mouth opened wide in surprise. "Is it the co-representative director of Mobius?" "Why, you must be kidding." I lifted her hanging jaw up. Yslat spoke in a trembling voice. How much did she tell you? I summarized the information I heard from that girl about this world and told her. Ysel nodded seriously. She even looked a bit concerned. I smiled and said, I don't really care. There's nothing to argue about. I'll climb the tower. You just need to help me with that. Ah, got it. So, what's the matter? It wouldn't have been a trivial matter for Ysel to appear like this. Ysel erased her stern expression and burst into laughter with delight. Then, she took out a golden ticket about the size of her body. Do you know what this is? Let's name it a gift ticket. Whatever you want, you can have it instantly. Ysel held the golden ticket in her hand and swayed her body as if she were dancing. A gift, huh? In Pick Me Up, there was a function called Gift which allowed players to reward special achievements or give presents to their favorite heroes. Of course, it wasn't free. Depending on the value of the gift, players had to pay gold, and for high-grade rare gifts, gems or premium materials were required. It was similar to the concept of the clock I had requested during the facility's large-scale expansion. Are you giving this to me? More precisely, to the master? Hee. Even that foolish guy finally recognized Loki's excellence. Ysel extended the golden ticket towards me. I accepted the ticket and examined it. On both sides of the ticket were engravings of fairies, and in the center was the number 10,000. 10,000 gold or less. Gifts were usually paid for, but if you used a rare gift voucher given out during events, you could use the function for free. He really values me highly. The fact that he only gave me the gift voucher meant he considered me the highest among all the heroes here. In a sense, it was obvious, not out of conceit, but because it was the truth. As the main character who had cleared 2 consecutive missions that seemed impossible, even if you watched the strategy screen, you would notice that Eddie's and Ialka's contributions were outstanding. But I was at the center of it all. It must have been fascinating. Despite not doing anything particularly special, the heroes somehow managed to survive. I did struggle a bit on the 10th floor, which went beyond the normal difficulty, but I cleared it. The result was even more remarkable. The main members survived without losing anyone except for 2 one-star heroes. After letting out a sigh, I returned the ticket to Ysel. I don't need it. Give it to someone else. Han refuses the gift. Isel's eyes widened in surprise as she took the ticket. Are you sure? You can have anything you want, delicious dishes, gorgeous clothes, beautiful decorations. You can have it all. I don't need everything. The gift shop had more than thousands of items to offer. Exquisite delicacies made from rare ingredients. Lavish attire suitable for nobles. Artworks exude a nostalgic charm. If you raise the conditions a bit more, there are even items that surpass imagination. Of course, such things cannot be bought with a mere 10,000 gold. I got up from my seat and left the training camp. Then I slowly walked back to my lodging. Ysel followed me eagerly. Why are you following me? I am going to sleep. W8. Ysel turned around in place. Stardust scattered from her wings and a small wooden statue appeared. Using the gift voucher to purchase a warhorse statue. Gifting the warhorse statue to Han. Tips / you can give gifts to heroes you like. Give gifts to increase the hero's favorability. What's this? It's a gift from the master? A noble warhorse with a proud front leg stance was sculpted. I took the statue and examined it from all sides. The craftsmanship was not bad, and the finishing was well done. There would be heroes who would be pleased to receive this. I casually tossed the statue. It hit the side of a fountain and rolled over, breaking the front leg and separating the upper and lower parts. Isel's mouth hung open in shock. I lifted her hanging jaw up once again. Then I closed the door to my lodging and went inside. If you're going to give gifts, give them to everyone. Chapter 46, I'll let you know failure. If you're going to give gifts, give them to everyone. If you give it to only one person, other heroes would become dissatisfied. Although I had the most remarkable performance, it wasn't just my life at stake. Maintaining proper relationships with the heroes was the master's basic duty. But to receive a gift voucher and toss it around carelessly, that was unacceptable. A warhorse statue? Every hero had different tastes and desires. Simply handing them any item wouldn't make them happy. I spent hours just learning the preferences and tastes of the top 100 heroes in Niflheimer. After getting into bed, the sky darkened. Is he startled? Or perhaps he has no thoughts at all. Sleep eluded me. I must climb the tower. There could be dozens of reasons why I will fail. But what I realized was that there are obstacles waiting for me much more troublesome than the low rank I was assigned with and the dirty difficulty of pick-me-up. An internal enemy. Not just any internal enemy. If a hero is giving us a headache, I can handle it. Like the incident with the Wolffang mercenaries a while ago, I can clear it without anyone noticing. But if the master doesn't come to his senses, it's still uncertain. It was a matter of speculation. But my guess seems to be about 90% accurate. The illusory master syndrome. It's a term floating around among pick-me-up users. The wording may sound funny, but the results are no joke. Pick-me-up is called a game of luck and misfortune. One of the reasons is that the early difficulty, where the facilities and content are not open, varies greatly depending on the initial draw luck. If you get good heroes, climbing is smooth and pleasant, but if you get stuck with bad heroes, you struggle and roll through all kinds of hardships. What about Mkina's case? Objectively speaking, he couldn't be considered lucky. He synthesized the initial 4-star hero, and it was never replaced in the following 5 consecutive draws. Does that mean he's unlucky? No. He worked hard in the early stages of the game. He steadily expanded the facilities, nurtured heroes, and crafted items. He was progressing properly following the strategy I wrote. Things changed after the 5th floor. After clearing missions that should have resulted in a total defeat, he began deviating slightly from the right path. He did 5 paid draws without the right conditions, and without properly nurturing the last members, he threw them into the 10th floor. And he made various other mistakes. People called this an illusory master, because some masters will rely solely on their heroes for strategy, which doesn't reflect on their own abilities, and then mistake the hero's abilities for their own. Can I climb to the 100th floor with this kind of guy? Of course not. In the early stages of the game, the master, who repeatedly made countless mistakes, would be much better. My speculation turned into certainty the next evening. Han, Jenna, Aaron, Ialka. Isel's shout calling the first party members rang through the training ground. Jenna, who was nimbly maneuvering through the wooden doll targets with her dagger, turned around and asked, "Oh, are we going on a mission?" It seems like it. It wasn't a weekly dungeon. All 4 members were battle-ready. Jenna frowned slightly, prepared herself, and left. Aaron let out a sigh and followed Jenna. Next to the training camp, as the door with magic runes opened, Ialka popped out. Ialka walked out of the training camp, her dress hem fluttering. Her expression was twisted. She didn't seem to be in a good mood. Of course. The repeated training and battles had pushed her stress levels to the limit. In particular, the intense 10th floor was the detonator. I managed to cover it up somehow, but it was only a temporary breather. To resolve this, the master had to step up and take action. The 4 members of the first party gathered in the square. Open, rift of time and space. The door leading to the rift of time and space creaked open. I took the lead. Well, deal with it quickly and come back out. The 3 followed. The door closed. Is it the 8th or 9th floor? Climbing to the 11th floor in this situation would be a stretch. Although she leveled up, Ialka's level is still low. But since she cleared the 10th floor, the entry restriction has been lifted. It was the right way to level her up as much as possible in the previous stages before attempting to clear the next floor. These were the rules whether it was a 1-star or 3-star hero. Moreover, if you're planning to add 1 more member to the party as a master, then now is the right time. The sooner they joined, the better. It wasn't like they could immediately function as a party just by joining. They needed time to adapt and get along. Climb the tower, save the world. Main dungeon, current climbing floor 10, save the world. So what are you going to do? Whatever it is, I want intervene this time. Leaning against the wall with my arms folded, a message indicating the entry floor appeared before me. Main dungeon, current challenge floor is the 11th floor. The door will open in 10 seconds. Get ready, it's confirmed. I straightened my neck. Then I drew my sword and held my shield. Get ready, it's the 11th floor. What? As Jenna responded in disbelief, the surroundings darkened. A crescent moon hung in the night sky. The fragments of the moon were scattering moonlight on the place where we stood. The field is a graveyard. Memorial stones for the deceased were erected all around. Amidst the eerie and cold air, something creaked and rose with a squeaking sound. Floor 11. Mission type subjugation, objective annihilate the enemy. Skeleton level, 11x14, the skeletons standing in the graveyard bathed in moonlight. It's a sight that would give an ordinary person goosebumps, but the party members didn't even flinch. We had been through worse hellish experiences. Jenna scratched her cheek and said, "Skeletons, huh? They look like they'll break if you just flick them." I smirked. The skeletons surrounded us, their jaw joints creaking. Each of them held weapons like swords, axes, maces, and other military-grade equipment. Creak. The skeleton in the front swung its axe. The sound was a bit crude. I evaded the axe and then struck its cervical vertebra with the edge of my shield. The skeleton, whose bones shattered, couldn't move again. I looked up at the sky. Up there, Mkina was watching us. "First, let's take care of these guys. Take your positions." "Yes, Roger, it's a triangular formation like on the 10th floor. I am at the front, Aaron on the left, Jenna on the right, and Ialka in the center." The fight began in the moonlit graveyard. Chapter 47, I'll let you know failure. Ignite! The flames extended from Ialka's hand and exploded all at once. Skeletons are almost impervious to damage from flames, but it's a different story if it's an explosion. The skeletons that we caught in the blaze were shattered, and bone fragments were scattered around. These skeletons are a pain. Jenna's roundhouse kick struck one of the skeleton's skulls. Aaron, not missing a beat, swung his spear and smashed one of them to pieces. Though not physically strong or agile, skeletons possessed some strong points. They were nearly impervious to piercing attacks. Ordinary arrows or daggers were useless against them. Moreover, they displayed almost immune resistance to elemental forces like simple heat or cold. Of course, their strengths were accompanied by distinct weaknesses. They were exceedingly vulnerable to blunt attacks. I went on breaking through the ones that tried to get close, primarily relying on my shield. Thunk! A skeleton collapsed. When I stomped on its neck with my heel, its entire body of bones crumbled. Initially, they might be a nuisance if they came out mixed with other monsters, but alone, they weren't particularly dangerous. Before long, 14 skeletons lay side by side on the ground. Stage cleared. Han, level up. Reward 30,000 G, Iron Ore C, X3, Fine Bone Dust, MVP Han. It's been a while since I leveled up. Status window. Han Yslat, level 11 xp24/110. Class Novice. Strength 27/27. Intelligence 10/10. Health 25/25. Agility 25/25. Skills. Low-tier swordsmanship level 6. Projectile defense level 1. Flame resistance level 2. Pain resistance level 3. Composure level 3. Frenzy level 1. Equestrianism level 1. Strength increased by 2, health by 2, and agility by 2. Intelligence remains unchanged. Overall growth is 6, reaching the level of a top-grade 3-star. Although the growth won't maintain a steady rate of 6, it's still a remarkable achievement. However, I wasn't particularly happy about it. I returned to the waiting room and headed back to the plaza. Jenna stretched and walked towards the direction of the lodging. I chuckled and asked, "Where are you going?" "I am going to rest for a bit." Jenna stopped not too far away and awkwardly smiled at me. "Ahaha, I'll be back soon." The schedule isn't finished yet. That's true. The training schedule wasn't over yet. We still had sparring and cleanup left. I looked up at the sky with the flames and turned my head towards Jenna. "Today's training is over. Go rest in the lodge." "Really? If you don't want to, you can stay." No, I'll go ahead then." Jenna hurriedly ran to the lodging. Is she worried that I will change my mind? Ialka also cautiously glanced at me and went inside the lodging. My silence was the approval. Usually, I would have held her by the scruff of her neck and dragged her along, but this time, I let it slide. However, Aaron was still heading towards the training ground. "Aren't you going?" "I am fine. I have a sparring appointment with Asher." "I see." I was left alone in the plaza. I sat on a bench in the corner and watched Mkina to see what he would do next. He took out the potential 1-star members and put them into the weekday dungeon. He then gave instructions to process the clearing rewards and materials obtained from the weekday dungeon. Branches were turned into boards, torn leather was tanned, and iron ore was transformed into iron ingots. After placing a few 1-star members in a sub-party on the lower floor, he was done. The action I wanted to see didn't come. After Mkina logged out, I entered my room in the lodge and leaned against the headboard of the bed. Ysel, here, you're quick to come when called. Well, of course. Ysel cleared her throat and pushed her chest out. So, what do you want? I have something I want to know. Something you want to know? What I can answer is, you mean you have limits, right? I've already heard almost everything from that girl. Can't you even provide additional explanations? Well, it's not supposed to be, but Ysel was sweating. I knew that the information I obtained wouldn't be something useful on the 10th floor. But still, what should I do now that I know it? After contemplating for a while, Ysel nodded resolutely. All right, I'll make an exception and tell you. Great. I confirmed that Mkina has the overachiever syndrome. T/N. I changed the name of the syndrome from the illusory master syndrome to overachiever syndrome. However, there might be several unexpected variables. It's necessary to try and stop them in advance. First question, what is her name? Her name, I mean your original. My master has more than one name, over 100 million. Each world calls her by a different name, but if I were to address her in Taoist style, it would be Tel. Tel, different names in each world. There are names in Niflheimer style and other kinds. When you clear the 10th floor, the title assigned to the waiting room is different for each master. Mine was referred to as Niflheim, the 4th place was Ragnar Seed, and the 3rd place was Isga. If the explanation that woman, Tel, gave me is true, it means that each master carries the fate of a different world. The total number of worlds currently exceeds 100 million, and it's still increasing. Strange. I proceeded to the next question. What is Mobius? Mobius? Are you referring to our company? Our company is besides the company. Ysel hesitated for a moment, then seemed to grasp the intent of my question and provided an answer. It's a spiral universe where numerous worlds are connected in parallel. It was an unimaginable tale. But by combining the explanations of Tel and Ysel, I could infer some information. Pick Me Up is not random. Each account has its own missions. Millions of users have drawn billions of times, yet there are no duplicate heroes. Introducing the explanation above, I arrived at solutions for the two puzzles. It's because each master is assigned to a different world. Of course, there are some common points. Civilizations were similar to the medieval, where swords and magic are used. Human-like beings, as well as races akin to monsters, coexist. In all accounts, there is a common object known as the goddess statue, and they all belong to an unknown dimension called Mobius. I think I know a little about that woman's true identity now. I return to the main topic. I asked the question I should have asked at the beginning. In fact, this was the main issue. Is Mkina an ordinary human? Chapter 47. I'll let you know failure. Human? I already answered that, of course. If you're not a human from Earth, you can't become a master. That's not what I meant. I am asking if that woman, Tel, manipulated Mkina or not. Manipulated. Manipulate the master? Isel's eyes widened. Just wait a moment. I'll find out and come back. Isel scattered stardust and disappeared. A little later, Ysel returned. Don't worry. Mkina is a completely normal user with 100% purity. Can I trust that? You can trust it. I came back with confirmation from another director. If such a thing were to happen, it would require outrageous conditions and risks. Come to think of it, the business card stated she was a co-representative director. I couldn't fully trust Isel's words, but not trusting anything would be equally absurd. At least, Ysel drew a line that she couldn't answer certain questions. Though she might have been inexact at times, she had never lied. Okay. Is there anything else you're curious about? If something comes up, I'll ask. All right then, I'm going to sleep. Shoo, the room went dark. I sat on the bed and pondered slowly. I'll set aside the complex issues about Mobius for now. It's not time to think about them yet. My concern was about the master who manages this waiting room. I learned that Mkina is not being manipulated, Tel. So, the current situation can be attributed to Mkina's pure gameplay. That's confirmed. There can be no wrong judgment. Mkina has the overachiever syndrome. If the symptoms worsen, something bad will happen sooner or later. It's still in the early stages. With appropriate measures, there's a chance to reverse it. The most effective treatment for the overachiever syndrome, as claimed by the users of Pick Me Up, is to eliminate the hero that the master relies on entirely. That hero would be me. This method is rejected. Means and ends cannot be reversed. I pondered for a long time, but whichever choice I made, there were significant risks. Of course, the result of the risk would be my death. Even so, there was a solution. I won't just stand by and do nothing. The conclusion was reached. Now, all that's left is to put it into action. The next morning, after a simple meal, I joined the members at the training ground. From then on, the training continued as usual. Basic physical training in the morning, followed by lunch. Afterward, we started weapon training. As evening approached, it was time for sparring. However, there were a few changes. Here I come. Asher, shielding his left side with a shield, thrust his sword forward. His stance was exemplary, but his speed was slow. I lightly evaded and struck, taking advantage of the opening. At that moment, Roderick suddenly appeared. He was wielding a spear with perfect form and struck my shield with force. A solid impact. He then swiftly switched to thrusts, attacking all over my body. Fast and precise. Roderick's level might be lower than Aaron's, but in terms of physique and skill, he had long surpassed Aaron. His spear strikes, which seemed to divide into several attacks, were fired like a barrage. I blocked with my shield, deflected with the sword, and avoided what could be avoided. Roderick himself was a formidable opponent. In that situation, Asher, who regained his stance, struck my left side. Eddies, who had been hiding her presence on the right, appeared and aimed for a vital spot. The timing was perfect, and it couldn't be avoided or blocked. 3 against 1 is tough. I tapped the floor 3 times with my left foot, giving the signal. In the moment when the short sword was about to slash my right arm, Aaron and Jenna, who had been observing from a distance, joined in. The sparring changed from one-on-many to a many-on-many battle. In other words, it became a team training exercise. Furthermore, it was also a training for adapting to chaotic battles, distinguishing between allies and enemies in constant combat and maintaining teamwork. With the increased number of combat-ready heroes, this kind of training was possible. Ielka abstained from using magic due to the risk involved. After the training was concluded, Amkina logged in. We already knew the time when Amkina logged in. It was as I had expected. Han, Jenna, Aaron, Ielka. As soon as he logged in, Amkina called for our main party. The 4 of us gathered in the square. Floor 12, right? This is complete madness, Jenna said with a wide grin. On the other hand, Aaron seemed a bit gloomy. If it's floor 12, isn't the speed a bit worrying? It's too fast. Floor 11 clearance was just yesterday. In the waiting room time, it was yesterday. In Earth time, not even a day had passed. In other words, if Amkina sends us to floor 12 this time, it means he was attempting a super fast climb of more than 2 floors in a day. It was a foolish act. Open the rift of time and space? Clunk. As Ysel reached out her hand, the front gate of the square opened. The 3 of them cautiously stepped inside. I stood outside the square with my arms crossed. "Aren't you coming in, Opa?" Jenna gestured to me. Aaron and Ielka were waiting for me too. Although it was an order that was hard to accept, the realization that I couldn't refuse was deeply ingrained in me. But I had to. I closed my eyes, and I remembered. Back when I wasn't a ranker in Pick-Me-Up, the hero who always stood before me whenever I made a wrong choice. That very hero staked his life for me. I opened my eyes. "Ysel, what floor did Amkina designate?" "Floor 12. Ysel reluctantly replied. As I expected, I recalled an instruction that appears from time to time on the loading screen. Heroes sometimes make demands or claims to their masters and sometimes refuse orders. And I said I refuse to participate. Han has refused to participate. Chapter 48, I'll let you know failure. What did you say? Isel's mouth hung open. Both wings were trembling. I am getting used to seeing this girl surprised. I smirked and opened my mouth. I am not going. Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking? Opa, what? What do you mean you're not going? Can we really refuse if asked to go? Isn't it obligatory to go when ordered? Didn't I say it? You can refuse. Heroes have the right to reject the master's orders, though they are responsible for the consequences. I've never heard such a thing. And didn't we see before that people who didn't want to fight were forcibly dragged here? They didn't know how to do it. Simply making a fuss won't cut it. You need to have a clearer will and think as if you are arguing with the master. Then the hero's intention will come up to the master as a system message. It was one of the know-hows I gained while living as a hero here. Ysel turned around me and said, "Think again, it's dangerous. Isn't blindly throwing ourselves into a dungeon also dangerous?" True, but I know what Ysel wants to say. There are orders that the hero can never refuse. That is the synthesis command. If Amkina gets angry at me and can't stand it anymore, I am obliged to synthesize. Unlike the hero, Ysel, as the representative of the waiting room, would not be able to refuse the master's order. But I have no intention of yielding. My mind is already set. I am not going. What are we supposed to do then? Fight without you? Ialka cried out. It's up to you to decide. I won't stop you. The three of them in the rift fell into silence, looking bewildered. A moment of confrontation passed. Aaron, who had been bowing his head, seemed to have made up his mind and resolutely fixed his gaze and straightened his spear. Then he walked towards the plaza. If Hyung Nim isn't going, I won't go either. Aaron refused to participate. If there's such a good thing, you should have said it earlier. So frustrating. Following after, Jenna came. Jenna refused to participate. What am I supposed to do alone here? Finally, Ialka darted out of the rift as if fleeing. Ialka refused to participate. First party is inoperable. Tips/heroes may occasionally go on strike. You can resolve this by meeting their demands or punishing the troublemakers. Punish the troublemakers? Ysel flapped her wings in fear. This tip wasn't from me. I know, chill. So, Opa, what are you going to do? Let's wait and see. Let's see how the master responds. Amkina seemed quite surprised and didn't move the manipulation window. It seems he couldn't even imagine that a hero would go on strike. Well, in other mobile games, such a situation would never happen. If he had consistently studied the strategies, he might have known about this too, but he probably got tired and stopped reading. In that case, he wouldn't be able to find the right solution either. I didn't have high expectations either. After pondering for a while, Amkina made the expected choice. Ysel, who received orders from the master, shouted. Eddies, Roderick, Asher, Dika. A little later, members of the second party gathered in the plaza. Eddies approached me with a puzzled expression. "Weren't you going? Why did you call us?" "We decided not to go." "What?" How could I explain to Eddies that they could choose not to participate if they wished? After listening to the explanation, Eddies murmured. "That's risky." "I know. If we can't prove our worth to the master, I know, we'll die." "Do you think the master will be pleased if we don't follow orders? Are you willing to die if the master tells you to die? Weren't we fighting to stay alive?" Eddies didn't answer. Of course not. There was no such thing as loyalty when it come to the heroes in this waiting room. They were simply fighting half unwillingly to stay alive. Eddies returned to where the party members were gathered. They seemed to be having a discussion about this matter. And about a minute later, "Well, go, we need to grow, I don't want to be synthesized," Eddies said. Looking back at Dika behind her, his complexion still wasn't great. He hadn't fully recovered from the impact on the 10th floor. It would take a little more time to regain his condition. The second party entered the rift. I was sitting on a nearby bench. Growth, huh? If Amkina's goal is to develop the party, then I wouldn't have needed to object. He wouldn't have even needed me. There are quite a few members who haven't reached my level yet. Exploring the lower floors was welcome. But that's not the issue. What will happen to us from now on? Jenna, who had leaned in close, asked. Well, figure something out. Figure something out? That's not like you, Opa. I can tell you one thing. If I die from synthesis, you should immediately stop this nonsense and follow the master's orders. If not, y'all die too. Jenna clapped her hands. Hey, Opa, you won't die, that's what I hope. And I have to admit, you're quite stubborn. These kids have grown a lot. At that moment, a message appeared in my vision. Dika is bleeding. Health decreases at regular intervals. As expected, this was gonna happen. Edda's second party, which hadn't completed its recovery, was struggling. The stage must be the 12th floor. Unlike the 11th floor, it seemed to have a considerable level of difficulty. Asher is bleeding. Health decreases at regular intervals. Dika is afflicted by fear. Messages indicating the deteriorating state of the party kept appearing one after another. One fortunate thing was that death messages weren't popping up. Although Asher and Dika were semi-incapacitated, it seemed that the other two 3-star members were holding their ground. A little later, with the stage clear message, the second party returned. Edda's face was contorted with intensity. How did the growth go? Asher and Dika couldn't even walk. Roderick was supporting the two. Han, what? Teach me how to refuse orders. That's easy. I smirked and explained the know-how. Eddies took a deep breath. Then she looked up at the sky and said, the second party won't participate either. Eddies refused to participate. Chapter 48, I'll let you know failure. In well-unified parties, the leader's decision could become the decision of the entire party. Following that, another message appeared. Second party is inoperable. Choosing Eddies as the leader of the sub-party seemed to be the right decision. Her decision not to participate was a sign that she was thinking about the future rather than just a temporary protest. Eddies put away her daggers in the sheath and returned to the lodging with her other teammates. There was a lot of displeasure in her departing footsteps. Oh no, this situation is getting bigger than I thought. Ysel didn't know what to do. It is indeed a big problem. Both main parties have become inoperable at the same time. Mkina lost control of most of the functions. It was as if the operation of the waiting room had come to a halt. Mkina was logged in but had stopped manipulating anything. I got up from the bench and walked to the lodging. The three followed closely behind. I said, we won't follow the master's orders, but we'll keep training as usual. We won't stop training. Well, if we don't have to go, it might be better to strengthen ourselves instead. We have a lot of time now. Ialka groaned. While she was diligent when it came to magic-related things, she showed a reaction close to neurosis when it came to physical training. But there was no other way. Well, go to the weekly dungeon, though. They've all opened up just now. We could go to the weekly dungeon even with autonomous action. Since all dungeons were open for 3 days as an error compensation, we needed to collect materials. We needed to replenish the potions consumed on the 10th floor and promote Jenna and Aaron to 2 stars. The routine doesn't change. Just because we refuse to participate in the main missions doesn't mean we're going to slack off. We must prepare ourselves so that we can fight whenever necessary. Mkina, who had stopped manipulating for a while, soon logged out. After that, as I was looking at the strategy table in the room, Ysel appeared with an anxious expression. What if the master quits? If he wants to quit, let him quit. If he only has that much determination, there's no way he'll reach the top. What if he synthesizes you, Loki? I guess it's better to go without suffering too much and die rather than suffering through it all. Dealing with such a large-scale protest situation isn't actually that difficult. As mentioned in the tips, there's an influential hero leading it. Just synthesize him away. Although the stress level will skyrocket and morale will hit rock bottom, they won't refuse orders after that. After the synthesis, it's not impossible to restore their morale with gifts or facilities like rest areas. Although it doesn't seem like Mkina has that kind of sense, there are other methods as well. The most gentle approach is to identify the hero's issues and soothe them. However, I don't expect much from this either. If he had that kind of mindset, things wouldn't have turned out this way. So, there's only one option left for Mkina. The next day, I called the party members early in the morning and headed to the weekly dungeon. It was to collect attribute stones, which were the promotion materials. Ialka and I went together, and Jenna and Aaron formed the other pair. Each went to a different dungeon. I was able to obtain the lesser fire attribute stone. After completing the dungeons, we continued training. My lesser swordsmanship level had already reached 6. I had reached a point where the level wouldn't rise much through normal training. I had to train by finding similar skilled opponents to fight or by imposing penalties. I gave Ialka special instruction due to her unbalanced abilities. It was to train her telekinesis magic. She would only use that type of magic until she obtains the telekinesis skill. Ialka protested, saying she will only use fire magic, but when I threatened to only feed her potatoes, she quieted down. If she could freely use telekinesis magic, she would at least be able to defend herself to some extent even if we weren't around. That day, Mkina didn't log in. Several days passed like that. It was around the time when Ysel grabbed me with a terrified expression, asking what we'll do if Mkina really quit the game. Welcome to pick me up, loading completed. Touch. Select, Mkina logged in. It was a late hour after training, and I was drinking tea with Eddies in the lobby, looking up at the sky. Eddies said, did he change his mind? There's no way. If that syndrome could be healed so fast, it wouldn't have gained so much reputation in the first place. In any case, since both Party 1 and Party 2 are unable to participate, there are limited things the Master can do. However, it seemed that Amskana had made a decision because his control panel was moving quickly. Soon, a message popped up. Master, starting Advanced Summon, you have chosen 3 consecutive Advanced Summons. A total of 1,500 gems will be consumed. Will you summon? Yes, selected/no, it's here. It's the third method to resolve the protest, changing the composition of the strategy party. Amkina still had some gems left from his previous spending, and they were added to the 500 gems received as an error compensation. Master starting Advanced Summon. I'm excited to see which heroes will appear. Tak Tak, Drew, Tukshang. Rare. Master Amkina has obtained Hero Stein. Rare. Master Amkina has obtained Hero Majel. Rare. Master Amkina has obtained Hero Tashir. Looks like he's trying to say even if you don't want to, there are plenty of people who are willing to work for me. I finished my tea. Chapter 49, I'll let you know failure. Light streamed out from the open door of the inn. I knew in advance what was happening through the message, but it wasn't the case for Eddie's. I looked outside the door and spoke. It seems like the new recruits have arrived. I see, then if people like Roderick and Ialka are here, it would be time for a draft. We're not doing a draft. No need for that, and they won't even be able to join our party. What? Wait and y'all see. I put down my teacup and stood up from my seat. Then, I went out to the square. At the entrance of the square's summoning portal, 2 men and a woman were gathered. Could we talk? No need for violence? I don't want to. He stinks and you also stink. Understand? What did you say, you beach? I am being nice to you. Just because I am a woman, you think I am an easy target? You're a joke of a man. The 2 immediately drew their weapons. Majel shows hostility towards Tashir. Tashir shows hostility towards Majel. Hostile relationship established. Observe the heroes' interactions carefully. As soon as they appeared, what a spectacle. This is beyond ridiculous. I couldn't even hold my laughter. Hey, by any chance, are you the first ones here? A young man with a polished armor and a sword approached me. He seemed more like a boy than a young man. There was a hint of youthfulness in his features. I replied, Yes, I am Stein Lastov, an apprentice knight. Would you mind if I join you too? These guys don't listen to me, no way I'd listen. Who asked for a boy like you with an air of arrogance to order us? What did you say? I agree with that. Who would listen to a spoiled young noble like you? Look at your face, you call yourself a knight. I bet your mama has a pretty face like that too. How about you bring her to me instead? I would listen to her. I can forgive insults against me, but insults against my parents are unforgivable. Stein shows hostility towards Majel and Tashir. Clang, drawing his longsword, Stein rushed at the 2. A standoff between 2 turned into a standoff between 3. What's going on? Why are those people acting like that? Eddie's, who came out late, had a bewildered expression. Their personalities don't match. Even among heroes, compatibility exists. Some heroes gain bonus abilities when put together in a party, while others might decrease each other's abilities. Still, cases where hostility was established immediately upon summoning and escalated to actual combat were rare. I'll teach this arrogant brat some manners. The one who took the initiative was Tashir, a man with a somewhat rough appearance. Tashir's chain scythe rotated in spirals as he fired it towards Stein. Clang. The chain scythe collided with an invisible barrier and faltered. What's wrong with these idiots? Are you crazy? Want to die? Isel, who appeared belatedly, widened her eyes. Who are you? If I speak for myself, I am Isel. I am the Master's representative. Don't get cocky. I am much older than you guys. Master. Stein frowned. He seemed to remember something. Anyway, don't fight recklessly in the waiting room. I won't warn you a second time. You understand? Then keep me away from this noble and that ruffian. We don't get along. If I were to form a party, I want that guy. Majel pointed at me. Majel, with heavy makeup, wore a dress that hugged her figure. In her right hand, she held a sword with a serrated blade. Regardless, I didn't seem to be of an age where she would call me Opa. You don't decide the party. The Master does. Isel dismissed Majel's demand and disappeared with a poof. Following that, the party composition window appeared. Forming a party. Drag and drop the heroes. Stein joins Party 3. Majel joins Party 3. Tashir joins Party 3. Is he trying to form a party with those three? Heroes with established hostility are being put together in the same party. Efficiency was undoubtedly at its worst. While it's possible to gradually ease relationships over time, such a thought probably wouldn't cross Amkina's mind. Open the rift of time and space? So, in such a situation, it's unlikely that these three will work together. Maybe even worse, I sighed and headed back to the inn. There was no need to watch any longer. Eddies followed and asked, Han, where are you going? I need some sleep. What about those people? They won't be coming back. I entered my room in the inn and sat down on the bed. As expected, the system messages I had anticipated appeared at the top. Tashir has entered a state of madness. Ally attack. Stein is bleeding. Health will decrease periodically. Stein has entered a state of madness. Ally attack. Madness status disorder. They perceive allies as enemies. Ysel might be able to stop this in the waiting room, but can't prevent this on the stage. Magel has entered a state of madness. Ally attack. I don't know exactly what floors they were sent to, but it was safe to assume it wasn't a low one. Stein eliminated an ally. Tashir has returned to the embrace of the goddess. His determination will forever be remembered. Tashir was the first to die. Following that, the second death message popped up. Magel has returned to the embrace of the goddess. Her determination will forever be remembered. Stein falls into despair. All attributes are reduced by 80%. A moment later, Stein has returned to the embrace of the goddess. His determination will forever be remembered. Party 3 has been wiped out. You lose. Without finishing a single battle, Party 3 was wiped out. It was the first wipeout since the previous free 10 draw. The cost was the deaths of 3 3-star heroes. Master, would you like to end your connection? Yes, selected/no, then goodbye. Chapter 49, I'll let you know failure. Master, would you like to end your connection? Yes, selected/no, then goodbye. The moment the wipeout message appeared, Amkina disconnected. Ysel, tears welling up in her eyes, appeared. Loki, what? What do we do? What do we do? Is Master really quitting? He might quit. Then what about me? What about us? Tell me, what will happen if he quit? If the Master doesn't log in for a certain period, the account gets deleted. Loki knows it too. You can't let this happen. I see, I know. If you don't log in for 6 months in real time, the account disappears. Recovery wasn't possible. Restated to the waiting room time, it's about a year and 6 months. Without the Master, the waiting room cannot be maintained. I won't be able to interfere too. I'll disappear. I haven't even been alive for long. Don't jump to conclusions. Nothing's confirmed yet. But still, even if Amkina disappeared right now, I could somewhat fill his place using the power I have as a half-master. But it wouldn't be perfect. I still needed Amkina. I grinned and said, don't worry. If he were to quit, he would have done it when he synchronized that 4 stars. Really? I nodded. Oh, I see, then I'll trust you. But why are you so desperate? Are you going to die if you don't climb the tower? Yeah. Die, disappear. It seemed pointless to ask any further questions. After Ysel left, I fell into contemplation. When Amkina returns next time, should I lift the strike or continue it? I sounded confident, but the possibility of him quitting wasn't zero. If that happened, I would be in trouble. Wait a moment. 6 months. Niflheimer, do I have enough time? I furrowed my brows. I came to a conclusion. I won't lift the strike. For a quick climb, an equivalent foundation was essential. Unless it was confirmed that Amkina had fully changed his mind, it seemed necessary to maintain it, even if the results weren't good. A more definite failure was needed. Close to or equivalent to almost quitting. All I could do now was wait for the upcoming opportunity. The next evening, Amkina, who had logged in earlier than usual, immediately brought up the control window to recharge gems. A payment notification appeared. If you want to buy, you can make a payment right away. Mobius supports the Master's choice. Gold triple package has been selected. Package contents 5,000 gems, 3 gift vouchers, all of this for only 90,001. This amount will be added to the next month's phone bill. Would you like to proceed with the payment? Yes, selected/no. Having collected rewards from the mailbox, Amkina immediately started the paid draw. Master, advanced summoning is starting. I am excited to see which heroes will appear. Talk Talk Drululu? Thud. Rare. Master Mkina has acquired the hero Nokin. Rare. Master Mkina has acquired the hero Wined. Rare. Master Mkina has, as expected, it's a triple summon. I understood why there were 3. There were some 1-star heroes in the training ground who couldn't fit into any party. What you need to do is to assemble a party by combining lower-tier heroes and higher-tier heroes. People pick up this strategy from forums and try to follow it, but they do it without understanding the principles and methods needed. I chuckled. If a sparrow tries to follow a falcon, its liver will get ripped apart. If you're going to do it like this, you might as well go for a quintuple summon. This time, the 3 heroes weren't the worst combination. While one ended up in a critical state, they completed the test safely. It seemed like they understood their roles properly. Mkina gave the 3 of them gift vouchers obtained from the gold package. Including the 2 1-star heroes who were idling around, a party of 5 was formed. The completed party 3 immediately started leveling up as they rolled through the lower floors. A few days later, Jenna, who had been running after me in the training ground, spoke up. "Isn't this getting dangerous?" "What? Those people. Our spots could be taken by them." I glanced at a corner of the training ground. The members of Party 3 were gathered there, engaged in a simulated battle. 3 3-star heroes against 2 1-star heroes who were clearly lagging behind. With each swing of the longswords, bruises formed on the bodies of the 1-star heroes. It was more akin to abuse than a simulated battle. Leave them be. One of the 3-star members of Party 3 met my gaze and came closer. The guy looked away nervously. While those 3 aren't blatantly running amok like wild wolves, they're not exactly on the kind side either. They started causing trouble from the first day they arrived here, so Eddies and I spared some time to teach them a lesson. Of course, the content of that lesson was enough to make them understand who's in charge while also making sure they don't die. More time passed. Party 3 continued to grow steadily without any eliminations. 2 swordsmen, 1 spear user, and 2 archers. There were no mages, but the balance wasn't bad. Mkina's plan seemed to be working well. Why aren't those guys leaving already? They've been rejected by the master, haha. Once we grow a bit more, we'll be able to take them on. Oh, except for the female mage, we should put her in our party. Isn't our party already full? There are 2 useless ones. We can just kick one out. Oh, that's an interesting plan. I came behind him and said, "That's right, Erg." Nokin, who had been gossiping about us in the dining area, turned around to see my face and was startled. He was a level 8, 3-star hero and the leader of Party 3. Nokin, sweating profusely, said, "WH, why are you here? Just came for a drink. And heard you talking about random stuff. It's nothing, ha ha ha. Shall we head to bed?" The 3 members of Party 3 scattered like a swarm of flies. Teamwork is non-existent, no matter how you look at it. They didn't even treat the 1-star heroes in the same party like people. Still, Mkina must be satisfied. In many ways, they might be sloppy, but Party 3 cleared the 14th floor. It seemed like the 13th and 14th floors were easy. The 12th floor must have had a challenging recoil. Or maybe they were just lucky. I checked with Eddies, but there were no signs of a stream this time. The 15th floor seemed to be a mission that could be resolved with only 1 party of 5. None of the members of Party 3 had surpassed level 10, but Mkina was planning to challenge it. He had always done so and had never failed. And the moment Party 3 clears the 15th floor, just as Nokin had assured, we would merge. If there's an alternative solution, there's no need to waste time on heroes who don't listen. I took a sip of water and returned to my room. I didn't care. I knew that it wouldn't be long before I could witness an interesting sight. That moment would be the turning point. Chapter 50, I'll let you know failure. Preparations for conquering the 15th floor were steadily underway. Auxiliary weapons were provided to the 3 party members, and their previously worn equipment was further reinforced. Outwardly, the 3 party members seemed to be honing their skills just like us, spending extended periods at the training camp. "Aren't you supposed to do something about this?" Ialka, who was running alongside, asked. She seemed to have improved her stamina to the point where she could talk while running. "If they keep going like this, we'll get caught up. I don't know what, but you need to do something. Let them be. But if you want to change parties, I won't interfere. I don't want to go to join them. They're so unpleasant. Then wait until the opportunity comes." Have you learned enough about telekinesis power to use it? Of course, can't you tell? Ialka's eyes lit up with a blue glow. A sandbag placed in a corner of the training ground floated in the air. She could even cast it on the move. The stat window also showed a skill called lesser telekinesis power. It was a significant advancement from the first time she came here. Still, she looked like a mess when it came to fire magic. I surveyed the training ground. The members of Party 1 were running after me. Party 2 was conducting formation, training on the left side of the training ground. Party 3, on the right side, was engaged in a training resembling combat. In a corner, a few one-star individuals who couldn't fit in anywhere were awkwardly swinging swords. An active group of more than 20 people. The training ground, which had previously felt spacious, now seemed narrow. Free draws were also being conducted at intervals, and the waiting room was currently packed. It was about time to create a third-tier facility, but it doesn't seem like he has that intention. After clearing the 10th floor, some facilities that were previously unavailable for construction had been unlocked. However, none of them had been built. I sighed and started my push-ups. Members of the third party, led by Nokin, began to reveal their true colors, having realized that the master favored them. It was still minor behavior, like squeezing out an extra serving of meat or taking the sofa in the lobby, but if they succeeded in conquering the 15th floor, it would escalate significantly. A few days later, Party 3 gather at the plaza. Isel's voice resonated throughout the waiting room. Hee, is it finally happening? Nokin, who was striking a wooden doll at the training ground, muttered. An undeniable thrill welled up on their faces. Let's go, anything special? Winard cracked his knuckles. His expression was overflowing with confidence. Seems like the lower floors were manageable. Since mission assignments were random, it was possible for a particularly easy difficulty to be assigned. I think they don't know that a boss stage comes to every 5th floor. It was natural they didn't know since I hadn't informed them. Ping, a sound like a tearing wind came from somewhere. I turned my gaze. An arrow was flying toward my left shoulder. I happened to be in the middle of my shield and sword training. Opa, danger! I released the sword and caught the arrow barehanded. My skin scraped and a bit of blood oozed. Simultaneously, a refreshing sensation spread through my mind, the familiar feeling of skill advancement. Twing, Han's projectile defense skill has increased to level 2. What's dangerous? Nothing. I flicked the arrow from my right hand and sheathed my sword. Training ends here today. We've got something interesting to watch, can't afford to miss it. Come to think of it, it seems like Party 3 is heading out, Aaron said. You're going too? If Hyung Nim's going. Me too. Jenna and Aaron folded their weapons. Ialka was busy training with telekinesis power in the magic hall. We decided not to disturb her. The plaza was crowded with quite a number of people, including support staff like Chloe and Enoch. I'd seen a scene like this before. It was when the Fangwolf was deployed. Eddies, who had arrived early, murmured. No one was here when we went to the 10th floor. That's a good thing. I took a seat on a bench. Jenna and Aaron took their seats beside me. Here you go. Isel, who had brought a cart out of the warehouse, threw potions to the members of Party 3. Nokin accepted a glass bottle filled with red liquid. Following that, potions flew through the air. 3 potions in total. Nokin is equipped with Lesser Vitality Potion. Wynad is equipped with Lesser Vitality Potion. It was hard to obtain these. Jenna pouted her lips. The ingredients for those potions were collected by us in the weekly dungeon. I didn't intervene in the potion-making process. Amkina managed to make only 3 after blowing up more than 10 times. It was an expected outcome since we didn't have a professional alchemist. To think they'd give away what we've obtained for our own use. The master's really something. If we need more, we can just gather more materials. True. Open, rift of time and space? Clank. The door at the front of the plaza opened. The 2 one-star individuals who had been quite hesitant entered first. Then, the entrance of the 3 3-star members began. 2 went in and Nokin, the leader, went in last. Before entering, Nokin looked at me and said, You jerk, you insolent jerk. When I come back, I'll deal with you. I'll complain to the master and make a scene. Just wait and see, ha. With those words, Nokin hurried inside as if escaping. The door closed. He's quite the character, huh? Eddies chuckled, poking my side with her elbow. That's if you can come back, I chuckled too. Whether things would turn out as Nokin said, time would tell. What happens if those guys succeed? Aaron, who had been sitting quietly, asked. He looked composed on the outside, but his gaze was wavering. Breaking the 15th floor, you mean? Yes. We'll have to lift our strike, since we could end up dead. The possibility of Party 3 breaking the 15th floor wasn't 0%. While the difficulty of the pick-me-up system was generally challenging, there was a very low chance of an easy mission appearing. There were instances where a party sent out to die actually cleared the mission. If it happens with a probability of less than 1%, then our protest would have been useless. Amkina would be convinced of his thoughts, and the need to listen to our demands will disappear. If they do come back, do everything the master orders you to do. Don't resist. Of course, by then, it'd probably be dead.